Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Inside the lab, robotic arms whirred and clicked. Under Dr. Octavius's watchful eye, formulas resolved into liquid, the green serum pooling inside a glass vial. The suppressant, Otto murmured. The cure for Norman's darker half. He turned, calm and almost kind again now that his own mind was free. How do you feel, Norman? Back to yourself. No darkness. Only you. Osborn's lips curved into a smile. Too smooth. Too natural. Too wrong. Only me, he whispered. Otto didn't notice. Spider-Man's hope. On another bench, Peter Parker tightened the last bolts on his device and clipped it onto Electro's chest. This'll drain the excess energy. Don't worry, your body still needs electricity. Your brain runs on it. Your nerves? Why am I even explaining this? Electro gave a thin smile. Can I ask you something? Peter looked up, hopeful. That Lego over there. Yours? Peter blinked, flustered. Gotta check on something else. Be right back. He hurried off, never seeing the shadow crossing Electro's face as the device began to hum. I don't like this, Electro muttered. Sandman's voice rumbled from the corner. Deal with it. We get this done, we go home. But Electro could feel it, the power fading, the invincibility slipping away. And he hated it. The turn. Peter's senses pricked. The air grew heavy. His vision tunneled. The room itself felt wrong. He turned sharply, scanning the villains. Otto calm. Sandman solid. Even Electro, restless but not hostile. Then Norman turned his face just out of the light. The smile lingered. Peter's gut clenched. Web shot from his wrist, pinning Osborn's arm to the console. The Green Goblin's eyes gleamed from the shadows. His voice cut like a knife. Impressive instinct. Dr. Octopus froze. Norman's on sabbatical. The Goblin's grin widened, feral. Electro's confusion deepened. What the hell? Peter's chest heaved. You're the Goblin. Osborn's reply came in a guttural rasp. Did you think I'd let you erase me? Cure me? This power isn't a curse. It's a gift. Aunt May, clutching the green serum, took a frightened step back. Goblin's voice rose, mocking. You preach responsibility. You call it saving us. But you don't get it. We don't need saving. We need freedom. Electro's eyes flicked to the device on his chest. Norman's words hit harder than Peter realized. These people looked at me like a freak, Electro spat. And you're doing the same. He ripped the suppressor from his chest. Sparks flared as his body surged with energy. Villains unleashed. With a sickening rip, Goblin tore free of the webbing. Spider silk, unbreakable to most, shredded in his grip. He leaned close to Peter, smile twisted, Joker-like. You want to heal monsters? You'll die trying. Electro stretched out his hand. Arcs of lightning speared into the walls, into the arc reactor at the heart of the lab. It flew into his hands, glowing with endless power. Finally, he breathed, drunk on energy. Real fuel. Dr. Octopus stared, horrified. Max, what are you doing? Electro sneered. I like me better before. Bolts of power lashed out, seizing Otto's metal arms and slamming him into the wall. Green Goblin lunged, a brutal strike to Peter's chest, hurling him into the plaster. Sandman's body dissolved into a storm of grains, sweeping toward Aunt May. The lights died with a crackle. The building plunged into darkness, pulsing with Electro's stolen energy. The fall. Peter staggered to his feet, eyes locked on Osborn. Norman, stop. The Goblin only laughed, low and cruel. Norman's gone, and you'll learn the hard way. Responsibility? Power? All eyes. Behind him, Electro blazed brighter. Sandman loomed larger, and the fragile balance Peter had fought for collapsed. Aunt May ran for the elevator, pounding the button with shaking hands as the villains closed in. The battle he had feared had already begun. Would you like me to expand the Aunt May angle here? Show her as the emotional center, the one who pushes Peter to keep fighting despite betrayal, or to keep the focus locked on the villain reversal and raw action. Ah! Otto screamed as the surge ripped through him. His tentacles sparked wildly, losing control. He was flung into the wall, concrete shattering, and his body dropped in a free fall. Wind roared in his ears. Panicked, he extended the claws, scraping against the tower's glassy surface. Sparks flew. Finally, clang, steel dug into the wall. His fall stopped inches from disaster. On the street below, Jonah Jameson pointed upward, eyes wide. There, get the shot. That menace is crawling all over our city. The villains break free. Inside the building, the storm worsened. Electro's body glowed with blinding arcs, his form blurring into streaks of orange lightning as he vanished and reappeared through the sandstorm whipping around the tower. Too much power, he grinned, sparks bursting from his chest. Sandman surged into a towering whirlwind, grains slamming against the walls like bullets. And from the cargo truck below, a claw punched through metal. Lizard leapt out, scales glinting, landing on all fours with a guttural hiss. The bugle crew could only gape. The sky burned with electricity. The streets choked with sand. The world itself looked like it was ending. Spider-Man versus the Goblin. High above, Peter Parker fought for his life. The Green Goblin hammered him with brutal strength, fists like wrecking balls. One punch sent Peter crashing through glass, shards scattering across the floor. Peter staggered up, blood streaking his face. He'd fought men with weapons, even soldiers, but this was different. Osborn wasn't a man anymore. He was something else. Goblins seized him, slamming him through a wall. You're strong enough to have everything. His voice was cold, cruel. Peter's spider sense screamed. He swung a web, trying to escape, but Goblin caught his leg mid-air, yanking him down. He hurled Peter like a rag doll, crashing him into the ground hard enough to crater it. You're too weak, boy, Goblin sneered. You don't know how to take. Witnesses. Across universes, other Spider-Men watched. Garfield's Peter clenched his fists, jaw trembling. Come on, you can do it, get up. Maguire's Peter whispered the name he'd never forget. Norman, his eyes narrowed, remembering bombs, blood, and his first fight with a monster who laughed at pain. The beating. Peter climbed back to his feet, trembling but unbroken. He launched forward, legs clamping Goblin's torso, fists hammering down. Punch after punch landed, bones rattling from the recoil. Blood trickled from Osborn's mouth. And then he laughed, a deep, soul-chilling cackle. He grabbed Peter by the torso, slammed him upward, and smashed him through the ceiling. Debris rained down as Peter crashed to the floor below, broken but breathing. Gasping, Peter staggered toward a window, tried to web out, but his body was dragged back inside. Claws ripped through glass. Lizard lunged from outside, grabbing Peter by the throat. I warned you. He hurled Peter back into the room. Osborn was waiting. He smashed Peter into the ceiling, then into the ground. Again and again. The concrete cracked like brittle wood beneath them. Peter cried out in pain, his body folding under the onslaught. Aunt May's stand. Down in the lobby, Aunt May had just reached the exit when the ceiling exploded. Goblin dropped through, clutching Peter's limp form by the neck. Peter's mask was torn, his face swollen and bloodied. Goblin's grin was monstrous. Feel it, Peter? Your weakness is the flaw that defines you. Aunt May ran forward, fear and fury mixing in her eyes. She jammed the syringe into Osborn's neck. The serum hissed. Osborn screamed, ripping it free and tossing it aside. He staggered, but only for a moment. Pathetic, he snarled, eyes burning. Peter coughed, dragging himself to his knees. Goblin pointed at Aunt May. You made him soft. You made him weak. His boot pressed Peter's back into the floor. He yanked Peter up by the hair, forcing him to look. Look at her. Look at what your mercy costs you. Aunt May grabbed a steel pipe from the rubble, hands shaking but ready. The Goblin only laughed. Yes. Watch closely, Peter. Heroes don't win. They break. Do you want me to carry this forward into Aunt May's iconic responsibility moment, to set up Peter's emotional breaking point, or keep it locked on the raw brutality of the Green Goblin's dominance in this scene. At this moment, Spider-Man was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. He also knew that he was no match for the Green Goblin in front of him. Even his body was seriously injured. He could no longer protect Aunt May in front of him. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he spoke anxiously. "Aunt May, go." The Green Goblin didn't look at Spider-Man, but instead stared at Aunt May. He finally changed his tone to a more cruel one. "This time I will heal you. He seems to have some new plan." Spider-Man felt a very scary feeling. And at this moment, whoosh! Suddenly, the Green Goblin's flying skateboard arrived outside the building and stopped outside the building. "Aunt May, run." Spider-Man spoke again, his voice already weak. Suddenly, whoosh! The flying skateboard rushed towards the hall at a very fast speed. With a crackling sound, huge amounts of floor-to-ceiling glass shattered and exploded into debris all over the sky. After smashing countless glass, the speed of the flying skateboard does not decrease. He hit Aunt May hard. "Ah!" Aunt May screamed and fell heavily to the ground. Her body was knocked off the flying skateboard. Soon he came to the side of the Green Goblin. Click! The Green Goblin casually threw Spider-Man to the ground, as if he were garbage, and jumped up lightly. He put on his hood. Although he lost his mask, his Green Goblin suit was still clearly visible. He stood firmly on the flightboard, turned slightly, watching Spider-Man. Whoosh! On the flying skateboard, an entrance suddenly ejected, and a round orange pumpkin grenade appeared. Launch! Fire! The Green Goblin held the pumpkin grenade firmly in his hand and looked at Spider-Man in front of him with a grim smile on his face. Peter, good intentions will never be rewarded. You will thank me later." Norman Osborn is completely controlled by the evil personality. His eyes are full of evil and domineering. But at this moment, he suddenly looked at Aunt May and the wasted mom. Spider-Man. He had stood up again with his own perseverance. He was beaten black and blue, with scars all over his face. His uniform was dirty, but he still took a fighting stance. But at this moment, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Snap! Norman Osborn reached out and gently pinched the pumpkin grenade. Whoosh! The pumpkin grenade was activated directly, and the green light flashed with an extremely rapid countdown. He threw the pumpkin grenade in his hand high up, 837, and drove the flying skateboard and flew out of the house. At this moment, Spider-Man leaped high and let out a scream. "No!" Reaching out to swat away the pumpkin grenade. Boom! In an instant, the pumpkin grenade exploded with a fierce flame, blooming in front of Spider-Man's eyes. The terrifying power and the shock wave flew in all directions. OSWF! The Green Goblin had already arrived outside the building, throwing out a few pumpkins and grenades that blew up into flames, then flew away on a flying skateboard, leaving behind a pile of debris. This moment, what does his actions mean to be a villain? Boom! The door of the building collapsed with a loud bang. The building was in ruins. At this moment, in the lobby on the first floor, Aunt May's chest rose and fell, her abdomen kept moving, and she took small, rapid sips of air. She moved a little, propped herself up, and stood up slowly. But the pain made her scream out again. On the other side, Spider-Man sat up when he heard the voice. The scene in front of him had become a mess, with building debris everywhere. Steel bars and concrete were scattered all over the ground, and Spider-Man's face was covered with scars. Tears flowed from his eyes because of the intense pain. The tear glands kept secreting tears to alleviate the pain. At this moment, he was already seriously injured, but he heard this voice. Still subconsciously said, "Aunt May." Peter. As an elder, she first looked at the little Spider-Man in front of her. Unable to move vigorously, she could only hold on to the wreckage in front of her and move step by step to the side of little Spider-Man. "I'm here." Little Spider-Man also took a deep breath and stood up. Aunt May is an ordinary person. Her injuries are also very serious. But at this moment, as an elder, she walked a little further, came to the child, and reached out her hands to hug the child tightly. "Aunt May, I'm here." Little Spider-Man's voice finally calmed down a bit and became a little more normal. "Are you okay?" "GA." Aunt May was in so much pain that she couldn't breathe. She could only make a throaty sound, but she still reached out and gently patted Peter on the back. Comforting the child, she looked around, confused. What happened? At this moment, Aunt May seemed to be blown to the spot by the pumpkin bomb and hadn't reacted yet. She didn't know what was going on. But the next moment, her body softened and she was about to fall to the ground. Spider-Man quickly grabbed Aunt May, BDCB. It's okay. It's going to be all right. Dana. Aunt May seemed confused, laughed, and explained casually. I fell down. Me too. Spider-Man looked around, feeling worried. He had no way of defeating the villains. He didn't know how to deal with the situation. At this moment, he didn't pay any attention to Aunt May's abnormality and just agreed casually. He gasped in pain. My ribs seemed to be broken. He bent over slightly and took a deep breath. But he didn't notice Aunt May at all. She patted his back and slowly put her hands down. The secretion of adrenaline can bring a person to the last bit of rationality. Aunt May was normal at the moment of last breath. She seemed to be completely uninjured, but at this moment, the effect slowly faded away. It's my fault. I should have asked Dr. Strange to send them back, little Spider-Man said self-reproachfully. He looked at Aunt May beside him as if she were his own mother. Just like a child who has done something wrong, he regrets his behavior. But in the eyes of an elder, no matter what mistakes a child makes, he is still a child after all. As long as he knows his mistakes, he will definitely correct them. But he must never deny the child. Aunt May shook her head gently. You did the right thing. They will die if they go back. You did the right thing. Repeating this sentence, her body seemed to have been burdened. She turned her head to look at everything around her, and her strength slowly receded. That's not my responsibility. Little Spider-Man looked seriously at Aunt May beside him, his eyes a little colder. It's like selectively skipping this question and avoiding it. Oh. Aunt May took a deep breath again and looked at little Spider-Man. Did Norman say that? Little Spider-Man is silent, because what Norman said was deeply rooted in his mind, but this was contrary to the principles that Aunt May had always taught him. Going in the opposite direction. Seeing what was happening, Aunt May might have been injured, having experienced such danger. He felt more and more that he had done something wrong, that he shouldn't have interfered in those matters, and that he should have stayed out of it. But Aunt May shook her head slightly. My moral mission? Little Spider-Man shook his head slightly. Aunt May. Just as I was about to speak, Aunt May spoke first. OFF. Aunt May, who has the gentlest personality, spoke in a tough tone at this moment, which was something she had never expressed before. You have talent. You have ability. She looked at Spider-Man seriously. Her eyes became firm from the confusion just now, and she gently stretched out her hand, placed on Spider-Man's heart. It seems to let Spider-Man follow his heart. With great ability comes great responsibility. Goo! Aunt May swallowed gently while speaking, and her hands were covered in blood. Eye contact, communication of the soul. I know. Little Spider-Man nodded slightly, taking the words to heart. Aunt May said hurriedly, Let's leave. Okay, let's go. Little Spider-Man looked at himself, and he walked forward. But the next moment, asterisk. Without taking a deep breath of air, she stopped where she was and placed her weak hand on Spider-Man's arm, then gently let it go. Let me breathe. She saw blood on her hands, and she took small sips of air, making rapid breathing sounds. Little Spider-Man looked at Aunt May in front of him. He was completely stunned. Aunt May's body had no strength at all. She fell to the ground uncontrollably. What's wrong? Are you okay? Little Spider-Man looked at Aunt May in front of him, and he finally realized something was wrong. His eyes were full of worry. What's wrong? May tried to put a smile on her face, but her smile was so pale. She was breathing slowly, but her breathing out was more than her inhalation. Just want to take a breath. Looking at Aunt May in front of him, little Spider-Man was filled with worry, but he did not have the kind of awareness before parting. He never thought that his Aunt May would die. Okay, I'll take my time here. He nodded gently. Take a breath first. I will take you to the hospital. As soon as he finished saying this, he looked down and accidentally caught a glimpse of red. The next moment, his expression changed from bewilderment to shock. He reached out and touched Aunt May's back. He raised his hand, only to find that his arm was sticky and full of bright red blood. His brain short-circuited instantly, and when he saw this scene, he could no longer stop the tears from his eyes. "What's wrong?" Aunt May asked. At this moment, little Spider-Man no longer hesitated. He looked outside the building and heard sobbing. "Someone, please call an ambulance. Please, someone." His weak voice echoed in the building before him. At this moment, the voice is so pale and weak. "What's wrong?" Aunt May asked in a low voice. Little Spider-Man finally panicked. He reached out and stroked Aunt May's hair to comfort her. "It's okay." The tears in his eyes could no longer be stopped. It was a pity for any elder to be so seriously injured in front of him. "I'm afraid as long as anyone with a caring heart cannot help but feel sad. You'll be fine." He looked at Aunt May and nodded slightly. Aunt May could only use all her strength to say, "Let me take a breath. TZB. I can't breathe at all at this moment." I'm here, little Spider-Man said anxiously. But the light in Aunt May's eyes was slowly fading, and her eyes became weak, revealing a sense of powerlessness. The color in his eyes slowly faded away, and now he was lying there. "It's okay, Aunt May. I'm with you." Little Spider-Man looked at Aunt May in front of him, his heart aching. But all I saw was Aunt May. She completely lost her breath. The light in his eyes completely dissipated, and the sea of stars came to an end. The low music sounded, as if to match Spider-Man's state of mind at this moment. His tears could no longer fall down uncontrollably, and he murmured. When he called out this title, called out this name, he just wanted someone to respond. But Aunt May in front of him could no longer respond. He just lay there with his eyes open, completely lifeless. Little Spider-Man collapsed. "Aunt May, open your eyes and look at me." He reached out and gently stroked Aunt May's face, just like he was touching his own mother, but Aunt May didn't respond at all. "Aunt May," a child went from helpless to at a loss. Looking at his dead relatives in front of him, he couldn't stop crying. He couldn't believe this scene. "What are you doing? Please, Xiong, talk to me, please." He now pleads, last words. The special police outside had already picked up their weapons and equipment, and were walking towards the building step by step with infrared scanning. Spider-Man, still on the blacklist, because of the media hype and the smear campaign by black fans. He's just a fugitive. Squeak. There was a sound of brakes. I don't know how long the car was stuck in traffic, but Happy finally arrived here. He turned his head and looked inside the building, only to find it in a mess. And in the midst of the ruins, little Spider-Man's face was covered in blood, and Aunt May in his arms seemed lifeless. Happy was stunned in the car when he saw this scene. He had experienced the feeling of losing an important person. He smelled the breath of death, and he gulped, not knowing what to say. Countless infrared scans were still scanning the ruins, scanning Happy's body. At this moment, he didn't know what to do. "Get off." The voice of the special police rage rang out, and they walked towards him with real guns and live ammunition. Javier had no choice but to open the car door. "Then stretch out your hands." He let the SWAT police pull him out of the car. Everyone was on high alert, but in the end he was pressed on the hood. But at this moment, he shouted with all his strength, "Peter, run." The sound came from far away. And there is no Spider-Man in the building, no hero, just a heartbroken child. He looked at Aunt May, who was like a mother to him, in her final appearance. "Just you and me, just you and me. Aunt May, I'm sorry, I love you." He gently kissed Aunt May on the forehead. His face was covered in dust, and he looked disheveled. 014602213, Philo 144522210. "Come out. Hold your head with your hands and squat where you are. If you don't come out, we will shoot." A warning from a SWAT police was heard outside. "Run!" Happy yelled once again. Suddenly, pa. The SWAT officers opened fire one after another, and the bullets hit Spider-Man, injuring him. Spider-Man fell to the ground helplessly. The special police walked into the building in front of them. What I saw was a mess of ruins, with flames burning in front of me, and a lifeless mother lying in the ruins. "Aunt May is dead." Death was so sudden, so unimaginable. Death came so quickly that before anyone could react, it came quietly to Spider-Man. The dearest and most beloved person. Aunt May is with me. Raised him, taught him knowledge, paid his tuition, and cooked every delicious meal for him, constantly calling out his beliefs and what is right. I never knew his identity, but now I know his identity and I'm always by his side. Love everyone he loves, respect every choice Spider-Man makes, and when Spider-Man falls short, point out his mistakes. Encourage him and praise him. It is a solid and powerful shield behind him. Dearest, most beloved, someone who is like a mother. Dead, died. The Earth, Avengers Tower. All the Avengers were stunned. Captain America quickly turned his head and looked at Spider-Man. At this moment, little Spider-Man could no longer hold back the grief in his heart. Tears streamed down his face, and he completely collapsed. Osisosos, in a huge building, there is only a heartbroken child, and his crying voice keeps echoing. From this moment on, after experiencing the departure of the person he loves most, he will no longer be a child. Garfield's Spider-Man world. Maguire's Spider-Man world. Looking at Aunt May in the third universe, she left little Spider-Man forever. Maguire's Spider-Man and Garfield's Spider-Man's faces all showed a sad expression. Garfield's Spider-Man whispered softly, "This seems to be a curse that can never be broken." Aunt May, Maguire's Spider-Man sighed. Although we are in different worlds, the feelings of family members in each world will never change. He felt the despair of little Spider-Man. The kind-hearted little Spider-Man was used by the bad guys, and he had not yet realized his mistake. Spider-Man is undoubtedly powerful. He can easily lift dozens of tons of steel. Spider-Man's physical strength, bone density, and recovery ability are far beyond that of humans. Except for not being able to fly, Spider-Man has grown to the size of Superman. 18. Aunt May is just a human being. She doesn't have those powerful powers. Little Spider-Man, I never thought Aunt May would leave, and I never thought Aunt May would die in front of me. That's his mistake. He implicated his family and exposed everything in front of all the villains. In the video, crash. In the sky, fine raindrops fell, soaked the ground, and wet everything. This is obviously a tragedy. The voice of the boss of the Daily Bugle sounded, and his figure appeared on the big screen, still wearing the black windbreaker and black hat. There's a sexy mustache above his lips, but his eyes are deep at this moment. There were heavy casualties. You all witnessed it with your own eyes. When will it become clear that wherever Spider-Man goes, he creates chaos and disaster? Everything Spider-Man touches will be destroyed. We, the innocent people, can only stay and clean up the mess. Jonah Jameson reporting live. The biggest anti-fan leader's voice sounded heavy because an ordinary person died at the scene. Crash. Heavy rain kept falling from the sky. The bag that Aunt May guarded with her life. The potion that could cure all villains, Spider-Man just threw it aside. It was raining heavily, soaking everything. Little Spider-Man took off his mask and looked at the big screen in front of him. Heavy rain fell down his face. Countless blood was also spilling on his face, and he took the mask in his hand. The child's heart was dead, and at this moment his heart was filled with anger. He didn't know whether he was right or wrong. He only knew that the person he loved the most had left him, died at the hands of those villains. He was completely powerless against the villains, unable to defeat any of them, and was beaten without any resistance. He didn't need to bother with these villains. Just have Doctor Strange send all the villains back to their original universes. But he insisted on intervening in this matter, even going so far as to fight Doctor Strange, take away the magic props, and release all the villains, just to research a medicine to treat them. And he naively thought that as long as a medicine to treat them was developed, and if we cure each of them, they won't die when they return to their original universe, and their original storylines will be changed. 18. Everything now is a consequence he cannot bear. Aunt May has left him. No matter how hard he fights, he won't die, but Aunt May will. The confused little Spider-Man has only one question in his mind, which is, why? Why would he do the kind thing? Why would he meddle in other people's business? Why would he let this happen? Why involve Aunt May? Aunt May must not be dead. Aunt May must still be alive. She can't be dead. How could she be dead? Let the heavy rain slide down my face. He soaked his whole body in the heavy rain, which made him feel a little better, even just a little bit. But this is a false feeling. Aunt May has passed away, and this is an irreversible consequence. At this moment, he was confused, angry, overwhelmed, helpless, and scared, facing unbeatable enemies. An enemy he couldn't possibly defeat. He is no longer like before, like a child who has done something wrong, and someone will always forgive him, even encourage him, and never insult him. But there will never be another such person. This is the biggest reality. May God bless you. The biggest anti-fan boss, the owner of the Daily Bugle, said the last words. Little Spider-Man watched the scene in front of him silently, his tears mixed with raindrops sliding down his cheeks. The tears dripping on the wound on my cheek stung me so much. But at this moment, this little bit of pain was nothing compared to the pain in his heart, and tears kept falling. He couldn't even devote himself to collecting Aunt May's body. At this moment, he, like a kid who has completely lost his home, completely lost everything, he messed up everything. The person you love the most has paid the price with his life. He didn't know whether he should continue to stick to his principles, remain kind, and not kill. He really wanted to kill the Green Goblin and tear him into countless pieces. Even in his own fantasy, the Green Goblin could die thousands of times, and each time he died, he would be shattered to pieces. Being torn apart by 5 horses is not a pity. In his imagination, the Green Goblin couldn't be deader at this moment. Even if he looked at him, the Green Goblin would be shattered into pieces. But fantasy is just fantasy, but reality is still reality. Little Spider-Man is missing. The sirens kept coming. At Ned's house, Ned and Michelle were sitting in the living room. Neither of them could sleep at all. Ned's grandmother came out and hugged Ned gently. She was helpless when she saw her grandson with a sad face. Michelle's face was full of worry. Little Spider-Man has disappeared, and no one knows where he is. The crisis of the whole world is still going on. The news is reporting this incident. The two of them were watching the TV in front of them. News reports confirmed that numerous people were injured, but at least one person died. No matter who gets hurt or who dies, it is a result that neither of them wants to see. Ned looked at his phone. Little Spider-Man still hasn't replied. Michelle was also worried. Ned shook his head slightly no. Michelle couldn't sit still, so he stood up. She came to the table and looked at the magic props in front of her. She was waiting for Spider-Man's signal. She was thinking she couldn't help herself. I'm going to press it. Just press the imitation knife in front of you to send all the villains back to their original world. What? Wait, no. Ned was about to speak. Michelle looked at the table, rubbing her forehead with her hand, and said seriously, I know he told me to wait, but I'm going to press it. I just hope to meet him. Ned waved his hands excitedly. He was still playing with Dr. Strange's ring. Sudden, and sparks appeared in front of the two people. The scene came so suddenly. Ned suddenly sat up straight, startled by the scene. Michelle, who was beside him, suddenly thought of a good idea. Ned, 1 + 4. Do it again. Good. Got the order. Ned blinked in panic. Then he gathered his courage and waved his hand. I just want to see him. In an instant. Snap. In front of the two people. Unexpectedly, a portal appeared, but lasted for a very short time, and it seemed that it did not find the target. The flower flashed and then disappeared. This scene shocked the two people. They both stood up at the same time. Ned was no longer shy. He closed his eyes and prayed in his heart. I just hope we can meet Peter. The next moment, whoosh! Suddenly, a huge portal appeared in front of the two people, and on the other side of the portal, it's a dark alley. A figure wearing a spider suit appeared in the portal. This figure looks tall and slender, exactly like Spider-Man. Spider-Man also saw the portal in front of him, and he looked confused. Ned looked at his hands in disbelief, and his grandmother also came out, with fear and terror on her face. Grandma, you are right, I know magic. Ned was incredulous. Is that him? Michelle reached out and patted Ned on the shoulder. She squinted her eyes. She didn't know why, but she always felt that Spider-Man's eyes were a little strange. Garfield's Spider-Man world. The strong spider sense made him stand up and stare at the video in front of him with wide eyes. The strong spider sense made his hair stand on end, as if he was looking in the mirror and seeing another self. A super exciting idea appeared in his mind. A smile immediately appeared on Garfield's Spider-Man's face. Maguire's Spider-Man world. Watching the video in front of him, Peter smiled. It's another Spider-Man. The slender figure of Spider-Man in front of him is obviously different from him. It is very suitable for him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Video C asterisk, 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 asterisk E. The first one now, jumping between cities. The Amazing Spider-Man. In the video, Michelle and Ned were not sure if the Spider-Man in front of them was Peter. But looking at the man in the spider suit in front of him, Ned was very excited. Yes, it must be. 1719. Michelle no longer hesitated, put her hand to her lips, and immediately shouted, Hey, Peter! They both shouted together. Spider-Man behind the portal waved his hand and then ran towards this side quickly. Without any hesitation, he jumped out of the portal. The next moment, what appeared in front of the two people was a person with a white-eye mask, wearing a red and blue spider suit, and a red spider logo on the back. Equals FT. The Amazing Spider-Man. Appearance. The grandmother next to her was so scared when she saw this scene that she screamed on the spot, as if she had seen a monster. Hey, don't be afraid. I'm a good guy. Garfield's Spider-Man tried his best to explain, but Grandma kept throwing things at me, as if the person in front of her was a pervert. The next moment, Parker didn't hesitate. He pulled off his hood, revealing Garfield's slightly weathered face. The messy hair on his head is totally different from when he was 18 years old. He looked at the two people in front of him and took a deep breath. Okay, who are you? Looking at Garfield's Spider-Man in front of her, Michelle immediately questioned. Zero. I'm Peter Parker. Parker said so. Impossible. Michelle looked confused, her eyes full of suspicion. The Spider-Man in this world is obviously the Holland version, and is not the same person as the Garfield Spider-Man in front of him. I'm Spider-Man. Parker tried to calm down and then introduced himself seriously. Yesterday, I came here. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Not only the villains from other worlds have come to this world, but also Spider-Man from other worlds. He also came into this world, and he looked at everything and was surprised by it all. String theory, multidimensional reality, and matter displacement are all true. Parker recounted everything in shock. Ned gave a slight nod of approval. I knew it. Parker's expression seemed very excited, and everything around him seemed new to him. Lita finally looked at Michelle in front of him. There must be something wrong with the spell. Damn spell. Spell. Magic spell. Parker suddenly looked interested. No spell. No spell. Michelle and Ned shook their heads at the same time. Neither of them wanted to admit anything now. They both just wanted to find Spider-Man. Is magic real here, too? Parker asked in amazement. Ned replied quietly, but Michelle's eyes were full of vigilance. Shut up, Ned. When Ned saw that Parker and he shared the same ideals, he immediately said excitedly, It's fake. There are wizards in this world, but there is no. That's enough. Michelle finally got angry. She looked at Parker in front of her and said, Prove. Prove what? Parker looked confused. Prove that you are Peter Parker. Michelle continued to ask. I didn't bring my ID card. Parker smiled awkwardly. This is what it means to be an anonymous superhero. Unexpectedly, Michelle picked up something on the table, threw it at Parker, and made an attacking gesture. Parker shrugged. What are you doing? See if you have a premonition. Michelle said seriously. I have, but it's not premonition bread. Parker's face was full of helplessness. He didn't expect that the girl in front of him seemed to have a serious brain disease. Seeing that Miss Yin picked up the bread again, he quickly said, Is it other people's bread? But I respect you. Parker bent his legs slightly and jumped up, and the 5 fingers of his right hand touched the ceiling. The next moment, His body was directly stuck to the ceiling. The scene was simply shocking. Crawling around, Michelle pointed at the ceiling and gently circled her index finger. Parker had a question mark on his head. Right. Ned beside him nodded slightly. Parker immediately refused. No. Why should I crawl around? Isn't that enough? TB. Michelle continued. That's enough. Otherwise, how would I be stuck to the ceiling? Parker was speechless. 4. Another piece of bread hit his chest. At this moment, the face of the amazing Spider-Man. It is filled with the greatest helplessness in history. He immediately shook his head, not wanting to show off crawling around. Unexpectedly. Finally, the old lady next to him stood up and directed Ned. Ned immediately looked at Spider-Man, and then in a child's tone, she said a little embarrassedly, My grandma asked you to clear the spider webs, and you were all on them? $300. At this moment, Garfield was just like an 18-year-old standing like a minion. He couldn't help it. Finally, I flipped over gently, and both my hands and feet reached the ceiling as if defying gravity. He began to crawl back and forth on the ceiling, came to the corner of the wall, stretched out his hand, and scraped the spider web. This scene is a perfect performance. Crash. After spinning the spider web, Garfield Parker jumped down from the wall and finally stood there. Seeing this scene, he finally asked, 181638. Just for now. The doubt on Michelle's face disappeared, replaced by a hint of worry. At this moment, Ned was also shocked and stood there. He looked at Michelle and said quickly, I opened the wrong teleporter and let the wrong Peter Parker in. While speaking, he waved his hand, but unexpectedly, this actually canceled the portal directly. Garfield Parker was about to turn around and leave when he saw the portal disappear. He stood there in confusion with his hand raised, a little overwhelmed. Michelle pondered, Then you just keep trying until you find a real Spider-Man. It's so hurtful. Garfield Spider-Man looked helplessly at the two children in front of him. He is the friendly neighbor, Spider-Man. He has helped countless people. He has his own principles and is mainly interested in helping others. But now he is being teased by two little kids. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Carrot. Michelle nodded slightly, with a panicked look on her face. You can do it. $708. $850. Ned no longer hesitated. He closed his eyes and stretched out his hand again. The ring was on his right hand, and his left hand was gently rotating. What's that in your hand? Looking at the suspense in Ned's hand, Garfield Parker asked puzzledly. But Michelle closed his eyes. He just hoped that he could successfully find Peter Parker this time. Find Peter Parker. Find Peter Parker. Ned closed his eyes and tried his best to imagine with his imagination. Swoosh! No one expected that behind him, a portal suddenly opened and blossomed in front of everyone. This portal was stable. Maguire Parker, with a confused look on his face, appeared in front of everyone. He stepped through the portal and looked at everyone in front of him with a confused look on his face. Maguire's Spider-Man at this moment. He is no longer the young boy he was before. He looks old and even has stubble on his face, just like an old man. Great, just a passerby. Parker looked helpless. Hello. Maguire Parker waved his hand at the person in front of him, a little shyly. I hope it's okay. I've worn this. When he turned around, the portal disappeared again, leaving only emptiness. Locked up again now. Earth. Avengers Tower. All the Avengers were stunned when they saw this scene, especially the Spider-Man played by Tom Holland. Your friend has summoned all 3 generations of Spider-Man to one world. Dr. Banner shouted excitedly when he saw this scene. 3 Spider-Men, oh my God. Ned, who was standing next to him, crossed his arms and was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Sharp. Black Widow nodded slightly, watched the video in front of her, and praised the little Spider-Man in front of her, but it was obviously not a good word. The wine that had just been drunk was sprayed out in one gulp. When Iron Man saw this scene, his face was full of confusion. Doctor Strange suddenly appeared at the seat. Wearing a robe, he leaned back his chair and looked at little Spider-Man helplessly. I really hope you won't meddle in other people's business anymore. That look was like a look of disappointment. It was this little guy who disrupted all the plans, snatched the imitation props, and even imprisoned it in that mirror space. That's why things are so tricky, and there are even 3 different generations of Spider-Man. Garfield Spider-Man World. Acts. Countless figures gathered in countless squares, and they were so excited to see the scene before them. It's our world Spider-Man, the amazing Spider-Man, who doesn't seem to be getting any younger. If this world appeared when I was young, the appearance of this world would definitely beat the Holland version. It looks like Maguire's Spider-Man has reached a certain age, like an uncle, with a shy expression. Maguire's Spider-Man is so strong that he actually used his body to stop the train. The train was moving at full speed. Instead of tearing his body apart, the scene where he blocked the train was a classic. The Spider-Man in our world is also very powerful. I am an absolute die-hard fan of Garfield's Spider-Man. Maguire's Spider-Man World. Oh my God! Countless people saw this scene and shouted excitedly. Oh my God! I saw my idol appear in the world of Spider-Man 3. Can his magic be used like this? It's so scary. 3 generations of Spider-Man gathered in one world. What a powerful force they will be. 3 Spider-Men gathered in one world. It's incredible. But there is magic in other worlds, and the phenomena that cannot be explained in our world are also shocking in that world. And the level of technology in that world seems to be very high. What's the name of that thing that even the villain Electro wants to take? A little triangular thing that glows blue. Then the energy released by a small thing can enable the manufacturing machine in front of us to create countless things out of thin air. The 3rd generation of Spider-Man created the suppression items for villains from other worlds by himself. It's so scary. Technology changes the world. The 2nd generation Spider-Man looks handsome too. Although Maguire's Spider-Man is now an uncle, this does not prevent him from taking photos of a young boy. At that time, this kid saved everyone on the train by himself. I can still remember being completely stunned when I first saw Spider-Man in person. He was even younger than my kids. He used all his strength, his incomparable physical strength, and his kindness to save countless people. Maguire, the eternal God. This moment, countless people cheered and cheered because of the appearance of 2 Spider-Men, Maguire's Spider-Man and Garfield's Spider-Man. Because of magic, he came to the world of the 3rd generation, the Dutch version of Spider-Man. Looking at the person in front of him, Michelle was shocked. He pointed at Spider-Man and said, "You are Peter too." Yes, Peter Parker. Maguire's Spider-Man character is much more restrained. He has a kind face, although he has a scruffy beard. Looking at Ned and McSean in front of him, he immediately said, "I have seen you." Even the old lady next to me, looking at the harmonious Maguire Spider-Man in front of her, she immediately stretched out her hand and waved. This is a greeting. The Peter Parker in front of us is not at all ostentatious, but seems gentle and kind, just like a good neighbor next door. Compared to the Garfield version of Spider-Man, the guy wearing the Spider-Man suit simply scared the old lady. "Hi." Peter Maguire had a smile on his face, but looking at Garfield's Spider-Man, his expression suddenly changed. Especially when I saw Garfield's Parker, he was wearing a spider suit. Wait, he's not your friend. Garfield's Parker also looked at Maguire's Peter. Both of them had strange feelings, especially in their respective spider warnings. Their spider senses collided. They were looking at each other, and their eyes suddenly became strange, and their spider senses merged. You seem to see each other as 2 people. One moment. Whoosh. Garfield's Parker and Maguire's Peter both stretched out their right hands at the same time, and spider silk shot out from their hands. The cool spider silk shot toward the other party, but the 2 of them had already jumped up at the same time. Maguire's version of Peter flipped in the air and landed steadily on the ground. The Garfield Parker on the other side landed on the table without making any sound, as if there were cat pads on the soles of his feet. But D+A*. Maguire's Parker shot out the spider silk again, and it hit Garfield's Parker's right wrist at an incredible speed. Seal his web shooters. Maguire's version of Peter looked shocked, even confused and shocked. The fat version of Parker stretched out his left hand, pointed to the familiar spider silk on his wrist, and nodded slightly. "You are also Spider-Man. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Looking at Peter Maguire in front of him, Ned nodded slightly. But Maguire's version of Peter just had a smile on his face. Without any explanation, he waved his hand quietly. I usually don't brag about it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be an anonymous superhero. This, just like what Garfield said, everyone stayed where they were. The two Spider-Men are no longer a threat to each other, and they are friendly with each other. But at this moment, Grandma pointed her finger into the house and said something like "Bala Bala." "Grandma, I'd like to ask you to clear the spider webs in the house," Ned said calmly. Explained to the two Spider-Men in front of him. I'm sorry. Excuse me." Spider-Man apologized quickly, and his grandmother said something casually, and he walked up the stairs next to him. The two Spider-Men no longer hesitated and began to clean up the things they had fallen. "I'm sorry, but I've been trying to find your friend since I got here. I have a feeling he needs my help." Maguire brought Peter to Michelle and Ned. He looked at the two of them, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. No matter what time it is, Spider-Man should have a sense of responsibility that will never. etc. No matter if the other person is a superhero or Peter Parker, who is also Spider-Man. Our help. Garfield Parker also came over and nodded slightly. Maguire Peter nodded slightly. Yes. Michelle looked at the people in front of her and answered verbally. But Ned looked tired at this moment. We don't know where he is. Honestly, we're all he has left now. Michelle next to him also explained. She looked at Peter Parker in front of her with a cautious face. I am more worried about little Spider-Man. After all, little Spider-Man has lost his trace. No one knows where little Spider-Man is. He must be in pain after going through so much alone. Is it possible that it's very important to him, and that's where he'll go? Maguire Peter pondered for a moment, and then looked at everyone with a serious face. Is there a place he would only go to? As he spoke, he fell into his own memories. After all, he had experienced something like this before, and then he stayed away from everyone and escaped from the world. This is a common problem for all Spider-Men. They are just like themselves in the parallel world, so when they guess themselves, they will definitely be able to find the real one. Away from everything. Garfield Parker explained softly. I went to the roof of the Chrysler Building. Peter Maguire looked helpless. Garfield Parker also waved. Empire State Building. As seniors, the two men had helpless expressions on their faces. They have experienced unimaginable things before, and they also chose to escape, even if they are extremely powerful superheroes. But their true form is just a human being. They also have hearts. They will feel pain. They will feel sad. They will feel upset. And they will face things that they cannot solve at all. So at that time, they would choose to stay away from the secular world and give themselves some peace and quiet, not to escape from everything. Instead, let yourself calm down. After saying this, Michelle suddenly had a place in her mind. That's right, I know where he will go. At the same time, on a tall building with a bustling city in the distance, this is Tom Holland at the moment. Peter Parker was sitting upstairs. The wound on his face had recovered a lot from the rain, and the blood on his face had disappeared a lot. But his battle clothes were dirty, and his hair was wet from the rain. Just sitting on the roof, looking at the transparent lights in the distance, and looking at the city that I am protecting in front of me. He was still crying, looking extremely lonely and heartbroken. Michelle and Ned came here, climbed down the stairs, and looked at Peter Parker, who was sitting on the ground with a helpless look on his face. Michelle reached out and held Holland's head in her arms. She felt sorry for little Spider-Man. 5.6, seeing his good friend who had lost everything. Ned felt bad too. He also stretched out his hands and hugged Spider-Man gently. They hugged each other and cried. Peter Parker, the Dutch brother, cried quietly. He felt the embrace of his friend and could no longer hold back his tears. At this moment, he kept crying and stretched out his hand to hold his friend's arm. He felt so helpless at this moment, and it is precisely because of pushing it in front of friends that one reveals one's weakness. As a righteous superhero, he can hide his true emotions at any time of crisis just to fight against evil. He needs to manage his emotions at all times and keep himself calm so that he can face all crises. Just like a person outside, no matter how much injustice he suffers, he will never be sad or painful. But if faced with the tenderness and greetings of the ex, all the disguises of this person will be torn apart, and he will collapse instantly. But suddenly, the crying Peter Parker suddenly stopped. His eyes became sharp. He felt something, and he looked to the left. Several people have arrived. Peter Parker, the Dutch brother, said to Michelle beside him, and they all stood up at the same time. Suddenly, Peter Parker looked up at the building and saw two figures standing on it, like special visitors. And the next moment, those two figures actually jumped down from the building. They jumped down step by step. The building was like a spring bed, and the two people did not use any tools at all. Finally, two figures landed steadily. Wait. Peter Parker immediately stretched out his hand to stop the two Spider-Men from coming to him. Peter Maguire and Parker Garfield stood up at the same time, and the light shone on their faces. At this moment, 3 generations in the same frame. Aunt May has left, looking at Peter Parker, the Dutch brother, and Peter Maguire in front of him, he said with regret. Garfield Parker next to him also said in a low voice, "Yeah, unfortunately, I roughly understand your. Don't tell me you know how I feel." Peter Parker, with scars all over his face, had a cold and fierce look in his eyes. At this moment, his heart was filled with anger, hatred, and murderous intent. He would not listen to anyone's advice and would tear himself into pieces. There was no room for negotiation, and he didn't want to hear such words of comfort from a stranger. At this moment, in the eyes of little Spider-Man, no one would understand his feeling. Garfield Parker nodded gently. Okay, his eyes were also downcast. That scene reminded him of his late Uncle Ben, his beloved Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben, who taught him the truth and even raised him, was like a real father. His father was always absent from his birthday party, but Uncle Ben was always there. Uncle Ben was in his heart. He has already surpassed his father's seat, became his real father. But at that time, he lost his Uncle Ben, lost his father because of his one act of inaction. She's gone, it's all my fault. She died in vain, so I have to do what I should have done from the beginning. Little Spider-Man looked cold and said in a cold voice. He looked at the magic item next to him. Obviously, at this moment, he has recognized the identities of the two Spider-Men in front of him, but the anger in his heart. Let him prepare to bear this responsibility and lay the final foreshadowing. Peter still wanted to persuade. Stop talking. You all don't belong here. I want to send you home. Little Spider-Man shook his head slightly. The others are from your world too, right? Garfield Parker looked painful and nodded slightly. You guys go and handle it. If you kill them, it's your business, not my problem. I don't care. I don't want to play anymore. Looking at the two Spider-Men in front of him, little Spider-Man's eyes were filled with calm hatred. He had caused unimaginable consequences to his own world. At this moment, little Spider-Man was determined. But no matter how determined he is, he should still apologize out of kindness. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for bringing you into this. 13, but you have to go home now. Good luck to you. As he spoke, he was about to take the magic prop from Michelle's hand. Looking at the boyfriend next to me, Michelle knew that little Spider-Man was in a very abnormal state at the moment, and he subconsciously retracted his hand. Little Spider-Man looked at his girlfriend in front of him, and he didn't blame Michelle. My Uncle Ben was killed, and it was my fault. Maguire's version of Peter apologized softly. Asterisk. This scene made Garfield extremely miserable. He lost not only his Uncle Ben, but also the love of his life. Garfield Parker swallowed lightly, calmed down, and then said, I lost Guamai. She is my MJ. Mary Jane. I couldn't save him, and I'll never forgive myself. His expression became painful. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at the other Spider-Man in the parallel world. He again reminded some of the pain. But I got through it and tried to get on with my life. I continued to be the friendly, good neighborhood Spider-Man because I knew that was what she wanted, but then I stopped pulling my punches and got really angry. With sincere eyes, he looked at the little Spider-Man in this world with true feelings. It's getting bitter. I just don't want you to end up like me. The night my uncle died, I knew I thought he was a murderer. I wanted him dead. I got what I wanted, but it didn't make me feel better, and it took me a long time to learn how to walk out of the darkness. Maguire Peter, standing on the eaves, said sincerely. I want to kill him. I want to tear him into pieces. I could still hear her voice in my mind. She was hurt, but still said that I did the right thing. She said that the stronger the ability. Little Spider-Man thought of the previous scene. At this moment, he burst into tears again, but still said it word by word. With great responsibility comes great responsibility. Peter Maguire said this while suppressing the pain in his heart. Garfield Parker nodded slightly. Wait, how do you know? Little Spider-Man looked confused. The night he died, Garfield Parker said calmly. Maguire Parker, who was standing next to him, said sincerely. Uncle Ben said the same thing. The mystery of the identity is completely revealed, and 3 generations of Spider-Man appear in the same frame. Seeing this, Peter Maguire's voice softened. Maybe his death was not in vain, Peter. The sky in the distance was slowly turning white, and the persuasion of the 2 Spider-Men made little Spider-Man let go of a certain hatred in his heart. And what he needs to do next. It is to complete what he has not completed, to do what he has not done, to make up for all the mistakes he has made. Back home, little Spider-Man poured out. The belt that Aunt May had protected with her life before had some things everywhere, and many of them were broken. Little Spider-Man began to sort out the things in front of him, which are the props that could suppress the abilities of those guys. Little Spider-Man began to sort. The scars on his face became much less, but there were still many wounds, and he looked very embarrassed. But, at this moment, he regained his spirits and began to introduce the things in front of him, the ones he could repair, and the others. At this moment, Garfield Parker and Maguire Peter also joined in. Garfield Parker has some experience with Dr. Lizard. After all, he has dealt with him once before. Little Spider-Man looked at Garfield Parker in front of him with surprise, with a look of shock on his face. Spider-Man with eyes could also do that. That's easy. Peter Maguire beside him also said easily. From this moment on, little Spider-Man is no longer fighting alone, and they start to busy themselves with their own things. Little Spider-Man said that he helped Dr. Otto suppress the evil in his body. At this moment, Peter Maguire's eyes became more serious. I have decided to cure them. Right. Little Spider-Man nodded seriously, and the 2 looked at each other, just like the identity handover between the 1st and 3rd generations of Spider-Man. We are this kind of people. Maguire Peter turned and left to start his own experiment. In this small laboratory, everything began to proceed in an orderly manner. Michelle looked at the scene in front of her. She stood there a little hesitant. What's wrong? Little Spider-Man wondered. Nothing, just there are 3 Spider-Men. Michelle explained casually. The subsequent experiments went smoothly, and everyone was working on their own projects. Use physical equipment to develop physical medicine. There is no previous extraction opportunity here, but everyone is very strong in physics, even Garfield Parker and Peter Maguire at this moment. Having obtained a certain degree, it is relatively not that difficult to replicate the previous research and prepare the medicine. I think this is Ned came over and asked puzzledly, do these 2 guys have friends too? But I didn't expect the 2 people to be startled. I have. Maguire Peter looked to the side, his eyes thoughtful, his face solemn and slightly reminiscent. Garfield Parker paused for a moment after hearing this. Once, Ned looked confused. He died in my arms after he tried to kill me. I'm really sad. Peter Maguire shook his head slightly, and he continued his experiment. Ned was a little upset when he heard this. Our asterisk. Garfield Parker pursed his lips slightly, revealing a regretful expression. At this moment, Ned's whole mentality exploded. He walked over and looked at the little Spider-Man in front of him and hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether to ask the question. Could you please test it? Little Spider-Man still gave the order casually like an old friend. Asterisk 7. Ned replied casually, but after he came to the little Spider-Man and tapped the computer twice, he walked away. The whole person looked a little strange. Seeing the strange Ned in front of him, little Spider-Man was confused. At this moment, Michelle came over and looked at her boyfriend beside her with a haggard and scarred face. Are you okay? The 2 looked at each other with affection, and little Spider-Man also looked at me, Cien. His girlfriend's eyes were full of worry, and she couldn't lie. Compared with everything in front of him, he was more worried about his girlfriend. After all, his girlfriend shouldn't have to endure all this. Little Spider-Man ruined his girlfriend's life. But, unexpectedly, the girlfriend didn't need Little Spider-Man's apology. She looked at Little Spider-Man in front of her. There's more worry and more friendship in his eyes. The relationship is heating up quickly, and Michelle said seriously, "We have to work hard together and get through it together." Okay, Little Spider-Man nodded. At this moment, he lost Aunt May, but fortunately, he still had Yanqing's rice noodles. The two of them touched their foreheads together. Feeling each other's strength, Little Spider-Man at this moment is not alone. On the opposite side, Garfield Parker saw this scene and froze in his place, his eyes full of envy. This made him think of his MJ again, but he had completely lost him, a regret that he would never be able to erase in his life. "Are you dating?" Peter Maguire asked. Garfield Parker heroically shook his head. He just sighed. "I don't have time to live Peter Parker's life, right?" The first and second generations looked at each other. Neither of them could explain the reason, and even the regret in their eyes was so heavy. "I won't give up." Maguire Peter, his eyes were much more serious. "It will take some time. We will find a way." The small chat enhanced the friendship between the few people, and then a little misunderstanding appeared because of the name issue. But in the end, everyone worked out a plan, and they created the necessary potion. The picture of the 3 generations of Spider-Man in the same frame makes everyone excited. They are together because of one thing. They work together to fight against every villain. The 3 members of this class have clear division of labor and have carried out strong research in their respective fields. Regarding the next plan, everyone's eyes were filled with fearless fighting spirit. And finally, Garfield Parker looked at Peter Maguire beside him. "Are you going to pretend to be a young priest or wear a spider costume?" Maguire Peter didn't say anything, but gently pulled his collar, revealing his spider suit. And at this moment, the most classic scene of the whole show is here. Ned handed over Spider-Man's spider silk fluid cartridge. "Oh, thank you." Spider-Man took it. It was a very small chip, but contained concentrated liquid and emitted a lot of spider silk. Unbelievable. This can almost support Spider-Man in any large-scale battle. And the reason for adding? Because it used a lot of it in the previous battle, although spider silk is almost inexhaustible. Seeing this thing, Maguire Peter looked confused. "What is that?" "Spider silk fluid. For the launcher, what's wrong?" Little Spider-Man explained casually. In the next moment, whoosh, Maguire Peter stretched out his right hand and casually shot spider silk from the veins in his wrist. With a snap, the bullets hit the instrument in the distance and stuck together. One moment. Everyone was shocked and stunned by this scene. Michelle was even more shocked. Ned was extremely shocked. "You could just fire it?" "Yes." Maguire nodded softly. "Can't you?" "TMJ." Little Spider-Man shook his head slightly. Garfield Parker, who was standing next to him, opened his mouth wide. He leaned over and looked at Maguire's hand. "Oh my God, how is this possible?" He looked so shocked. "Forget it. Let's make a plan. We need to stay away from the crowd so no one will get hurt. Use the box to lure them in. They all want that thing. We just need to find a way to get there." Spider-Man. The spider immediately deployed the plan seriously. "Use the portal," Ned said in a serious tone. "What?" Spider-Man was stunned. "Find out what is happening right now." "I have magic," Ned excitedly. Michelle added. "He's still okay." Maguire Peter, we all saw it. Garfield Parker. "It's true." XD. Looking at his good friend beside him, little Spider-Man's face was full of shock and surprise. "I have Dr. Strange's magic." Ned came closer. It was so shocking that it was beyond words. The next moment, when everyone was shocked, Ned suddenly took up the eye mask and looked at little Spider-Man seriously. "I promise I won't become a super villain who wants to kill you." D+. Garfield Parker, who was standing next to him, immediately reached out and patted Ned on the shoulder, as if to encourage him. $700. Little Spider-Man didn't know what to say. He just nodded slightly. The scene looked inexplicably funny. Earth. Before the video, countless people were stunned when they saw this scene, and the next moment everyone could no longer hold back. "Ha ha ha!" Little Spider-Man's friend is so funny. He never thought that he would become a villain and be killed by Spider-Man in the end. Maybe he was scared by the first and second generation and Spider-Man. Oh my God, I just realized that the first generation of Spider-Man was actually a mutation. Is this why the poor rely on mutations while the rich rely on technology? What about the second generation Spider-Man? It can't shoot spider silk either, so it's obviously also a spider silk launcher. Every time Spider-Man fights, he needs to replenish himself with spider silk liquid. If I have this liquid, can I also become Spider-Man? The door to a new world suddenly opened. Maybe it would be better if there were more Spider-Mans in this world. The Spider-Men are going to fight the villains next. It's so exciting to see 3 generations of them in the same frame. Oh my God, this is a drama that brings back memories of my childhood. 3 generations of Spider-Man in the same frame. The first generation Spider-Man has a calm personality, the second generation Spider-Man has an outgoing personality, and the third generation little Spider-Man is still very immature. It's like a big brother with 2 little brothers. So cool. I wonder how their fight will go next. But I'm already waiting to see. It's solid. Maguire is a spider spirit. Ha 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 ha, good. Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. In the video, the battle continues. The 3 generations of Spider-Man are ready, and the city looks brightly lit. The owner of the Daily Bugle reported what was happening. The city has a slightly solemn atmosphere, but it's more of an indictment of Spider-Man. There are negative news about Spider-Man and positive news about Spider-Man, all of which can be used as news material. Countless people are watching the progress at hand. Some are evil, some support, some oppose. At least in everyone's opinion, where there is Spider-Man, there will be danger, death, and fighting. Suddenly, Spider-Man appears in the video. Little Spider-Man takes off his hood to reveal Peter Parker's face. There are still a few scars on his face, but he has completely recovered his energy and spirit. Looks like a minor child. A face full of childishness, but full of determination. Spider-Man just wreaked havoc in Queens. The voice of the owner of the Daily Bugle sounded, and he suddenly sounded puzzled. Peter Parker, what are you talking about? I want to tell you the truth. It's all my fault. I accidentally brought those dangerous people here. Looking at the biggest anti-fan leader in front of him, little Spider-Man did not make any excuses and said sincerely. Wow, he admitted it. The owner of the Daily Bugle on camera stretched out his hands. The expression is surprised, but it looks very artificial. The little Spider-Man in the camera also said seriously to the camera, "If you keep looking, I really want to help you. I could kill you at any time, but I didn't." He raised a magic prop in his hand, his face full of seriousness and even a heavy expression. "You taught me that everyone should have a second chance, so I am here." Losing Aunt May was a pain that he couldn't bear. The expression on his face betrayed his inner thoughts. But Spider-Man has regained his spirits at this moment. He must overcome the difficulties before him and defeat all the villains. He can simply send all the villains back to their original world. But this Spider-Man has his own code of conduct, and Holland's Spider-Man code of conduct is to stick to the end. Do what you think is right, stick to the kindness in your heart, and never compromise in the face of any evil. Never give up the beliefs you have always adhered to. I put myself in danger every time, but so what? As long as he can save one person, even just one more, he will do it at all costs. Even if this person is a vicious villain, even if this person will cause unimaginable destruction to the entire world. But according to his creed, as long as the person is cured, DB, he once again upheld his own justice. The reason why each generation of Spider-Man attracts every audience is because of their personality and code of conduct. Every superhero starts with a dream. From the first generation of Maguire Spider-Man, saving others without hesitation and fighting against villains. Even if the enemy is an unimaginable bio-human, a demon who has no moral principles and kills and slaughters indiscriminately. Even if that person was the one who killed his dearest and most beloved relative. Everyone has the right to live, and everyone also has the right to choose death. And no matter which choice he makes, he chooses kindness and justice. second-generation Garfield version of Spider-Man. At the beginning, he was like a naive child. His life was full of rebellion, but this could not change his strong talent. When I was in school, I could develop my own spider suit and spider silk launcher. Some kind of mutation occurred in his body, and he possessed incomparably powerful strength. But it did not do evil, but was used to uphold justice. It was because of his relative Uncle Ben and Aunt May who never gave up on him, even if he did something wrong. What he dreamed about was not criticism, but equal education. Under the influence of this environment, he was able to transform into a true Spider-Man. The birth of each Spider-Man is not meaningless and without process. Just like the death of one's dearest and most beloved person, it will become a time node in every world. And this is a result that cannot be changed at all. But because of this, the group created generation after generation of superheroes. Spider-Man, where is this place? The owner of the Bugle Daily asked coldly with his hands clasped together. As the #1 anti-fan, he does not acknowledge all the achievements of Spider-Man and never believes in Spider-Man. Even a good neighbor who is considered friendly and kind by others may be a vicious criminal in his eyes. He never follows any rules and only acts according to his own beliefs, which puts countless people in danger. This time is no exception, a place that represents a second chance. Spider-Man's voice was full of seriousness. His slightly immature face is now full of determination. Facing the danger at this moment, he can do anything. Everyone gave him strength. Everyone gave him trust. Every important person is by your side. The past cannot be changed, but the future can still be changed. As the camera moves, a towering building with countless steel shelves appears in front of us, surrounding the Statue of Liberty. Statue of Liberty. It is covered with rust and is now under maintenance. From here you can see a large space where the head of the Statue of Liberty is. This place is just like a watchtower, overlooking every person in New York. The Statue of Liberty represents the victory of freedom. The significance of this scene is so grand. Oh my God, the Statue of Liberty? He wants to destroy another American landmark, the owner of the Daily Bugle said casually. Peter Parker didn't refute at all. He looked at the camera and continued. If the whole world is watching, believe me, the whole world is watching. Jonah Jameson nodded slightly, his eyes wide open with silent protest in them. It seems to agree with Spider-Man's words, but in fact it contains another kind of sarcastic remarks. If the whole world is watching, then good luck to my friendly neighbor, and good luck to Spider-Man. Little Spider-Man put away his phone, and the next moment he slightly raised his legs, flexed his muscles, and jumped lightly with a little effort. It has landed firmly on the crown of the Statue of Liberty. Everyone get ready. Looking at the other two Spider-Men in front of him, Dutch brother Peter Parker asked softly, "Pa." Several spider silks shot out, tying the special instrument to the bottom of the iron frame, suspending it in the air and hiding it. If you don't look carefully, you won't be able to find the location of this weapon, no matter how small. All this is under strict planning and control. It's almost done. Peter Maguire is wearing a spider suit, with his hands on the iron frame, looking at the space above his head. Two more spider silks shot out. Whoosh! The spider silk wrapped the weapon tightly again, on the steel frame in the distance. The masks of the first and second generation Spider-Man are matched on the iron frame. One is a black eye mask, and the other is a white eye mask. Each Spider-Man has his own characteristics, and now they can come together to become a world picture. Extremely rare. Ike was originally a sweet and caring man, but later he fell into the electric eel pool. Garfield's version of Parker sounded a little hesitant. Electro is an enemy that seems unimaginable and impossible to defeat in the eyes of others. In the past, I was also a hardworking and diligent person, a very calm, ordinary person. He has always been competent in his position, even the most technically advanced and outstanding role. But no one expected that due to the long-term work pressure and the bullying from others. In a special environment, he fell into the electric eel pool and was electrocuted by countless biochemical electric eels. Final, since he has mastered the power of thunder and lightning, He has even completely transformed himself into a thunder and lightning being and can absorb any energy. The opportunity to attack oneself has surpassed the human level and evolved to a whole new level. B. At that time, his body was unable to control the electricity, and he seemed to have turned into an electric eel and appeared on the streets of New York. Countless people looked at him as if he were a monster. The media went crazy. All the spotlight was on him. Max completely collapsed at that moment. Fortunately, the appearance of his idol Spider-Man temporarily stabilized his emotions. B. A streak of lightning could destroy countless lives in an instant. Spider-Man was still an arrogant boy at that time, although he believed that the person in front of him was his fan. But, under the spotlight, he had no choice but to point his finger at the Electric Man in front of him. 2. Max, who is honest, hardworking, ordinary, and common, is even completely disappointed with the whole world. He became the most terrifying villain. No one could catch him, and he could destroy everything easily. It could transform into lightning and fly at will. Its figure is invisible, and it can appear and shuttle to any place at any time. He seemed to have truly become a godlike being. And then, Peter Parker's friend Harry needs Spider-Man's blood because of his congenital disease, but Spider-Man's blood is highly poisonous. Garfield Peter Parker refused the request. Harry Blacken injected himself with a purification liquid, which purified his genes, but it was unable to suppress the congenital disease. He inherited all the legacy of the technology company. His personality completely changed, and he became the most terrifying Green Goblin. He began to unite with Spider-Man's enemy Electro to destroy the entire world, and his ultimate goal is to kill Spider-Man. Electro was simply invincible, and in the end, Spider-Man relied solely on his own intelligence and wisdom to use a powerful amount of electricity at the substation to forcibly infuse Electro's body. At that moment, the Electric Man completely disappeared. At that time, Garfield and Parker were already seriously injured, but they didn't expect the Green Goblin to turn around and extend his devil's hand to the person he loved the most. It was a memory that could not be recalled at all, a memory that almost destroyed it and almost sent Spider-Man completely to hell. His favorite MJ died. So when he mentioned the Electric Man, his mood was a little low, but he still overcame his inner self. That's enough. Maguire Peter, looking into the distance, looking at the world in front of him. This world seems to be exactly the same as the world in my impression, but it seems to be different. He felt different, as if this world was not his home. The technological strength here, the level of development here, everything here, it was completely different from his impression and his memory. The only thing that is the same is the villains. At this moment, he only has the idea of dealing with these villains in front of him. Garfield's version of Parker's voice, slightly deeper. Things I was hoping to change. Obviously, he couldn't undo what had happened. Just like Electric Man, if he had been more mature at that time, would this tragedy have happened? Electro will not become a villain. Maybe he will become a superhero. It won't lead to the situation where it will be destroyed again in this world. However, fortunately, little Spider-Man gave everyone a second chance for redemption. Now, there is a second chance. Maguire Peter turned his head slightly, and the light fell on his face. This was a decision made by everyone together. Yes, Garfield Parker nodded slightly and smiled again. The division of labor among them was clear. But, just then, Maguire's version of Peter put his hand on the steel guardrail in front of him, with a slightly embarrassed expression. Here we go again. He leaned against the steel rod and arched his back with great effort, his expression showing a slight pain. Are you okay? Garfield Parker was stunned. My back hurts again. My back. Peter Maguire put his hand on his chest and did some restorative exercises. His back would ache from time to time, as if it was the after effect of something that had happened before. Can I help you? The Garfield version of Parker asked softly after seeing this scene. He had already walked over before he spoke. Okay, great. Maguire Peter nodded slightly, crossed his arms, and then turned his back to Garfield version of Parker. The fighting power of two people, one in front and one behind. Are you ready? All right. Maguire Peter nodded. Garfield's Parker no longer hesitated and reached out to grab Maguire's Peter's shoulders, then lifted him up high and gently exerted force with his arms. In an instant, Peter Maguire had been lifted up, and there was a crackling sound behind him. Any Spider-Man can easily lift dozens of these, not to mention the real Garfield Parker. After he said a few cackles, Peter Maguire's face showed a visibly relieved expression. Good, that's it. Is that all? That's awesome, isn't it? Garfield Parker's face was filled with an expression of praise me, praise me. Much better. Maguire Parker stretched his arms and moved them gently. The pain was indeed much relieved. At this moment, he just felt relaxed all over. His face was also much more relaxed, and Garfield Parker sat on the iron railing next to him with a smile on his face. That's so cool. I've always wanted a brother. We should hang out together next time. Peter Maguire nodded slightly. The smile on his face was self-evident. It is highly unlikely to happen again, but it does not affect the friendship between the two, especially the first and second generation Spider-Man. The two have a lot in common. Very good. Peter Maguire's face was calm, and the stubble on his face represented the years he had experienced. He has a very calm personality. Unlike the other two Spider-Men, he has experienced countless years. At the speed of the original world, he is already quite old. Yeah. Garfield Parker nodded and looked up at Peter Maguire in front of him. But we should think more about it now. Maguire Peter stretched out his hand and gestured to the Statue of Liberty in front of him. Garfield Parker waved his hand, his face showing embarrassment. How can I survive? The battle is imminent, and they should not be distracted. After defeating the monster, I'll ask for your phone number. Garfield Parker said humorously. No problem. Maguire Parker showed a helpless expression on his face. The normal second-generation Spider-Man is like a chatterbox, more like a funny guy, but such a lively personality seems to be more interesting. In the next moment, after nodding and hesitating for a long time, Garfield Parker finally asked, "Does your body produce spider silk fluid?" His expression showed a hint of envy. Sorry, I don't want to talk about this. Maguire Peter shook his head gently. Garfield Parker was so scared that he shrugged and explained, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Are you jealous of me? Maguire Parker pointed to his heart and asked the guy in front of him. Peter Parker, who was standing at the highest point, immediately said excitedly, No, 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 no. It's just that we can't do it. He pointed to his arm and said in surprise, That's why I'm curious about how you did it. I don't want to invade privacy, but it's really cool. Garfield Parker immediately agreed after hearing this. Everyone opened their hearts at this moment. The fact that the first generation of Spider-Man could produce spider silk leaves autonomously was simply too terrifying, and it was almost equivalent to a wireless spider silk transmitter. They need to replenish spider silk fluid every time they fight, but the first generation Spider-Man doesn't need it all. He can produce spider silk at any time and fight at any time. This is too scary. The first generation of Spider-Man not only has an extremely strong physique, but also his strength and intensity, almost identical to other Spider-Man characters. It may even be more powerful than other Spider-Men. It can shoot spider silk autonomously without any disadvantages. Other Spider-Men need to replenish their silk when fighting. Once the spider silk is gone, Spider-Man can only rely on his own physical fitness, which is an extremely fatal flaw. I want to tell you, but I won't do it on purpose. Just like I won't breathe on purpose, it just happens naturally. Maguire Peter didn't know how to explain it. He could only use such appropriate words to explain his behavior. Looking at the two Spider-Men in front of him, Peter Maguire did not have any hidden items. He really shared his experience like a good big brother, but the two Spider-Men in front of him didn't understand at all. They don't have the ability to generate spider silk on their own. Wow! Garfield Parker's eyes were full of curiosity when he heard this. When it was shot, it was really clean and neat. Maguire Peter was still explaining softly. He even stretched out his hand and gestured on his arm. With a sincere look, gentle tone, and calm personality, he explained the situation in front of him seriously. Let me ask you, Garfield Parker suddenly pointed to his head, his eyes slightly raised. What? Maguire Peter was stunned. Can you E whenever you want? Garfield Parker stretched out his hand and twirled his fingers. The expression on his face was simply bizarre. Maguire Peter was silent for a moment. These words sounded weird, and it felt very strange. 343, so. Maguire Peter looked sincere, without any other influence. I didn't let these words make me think wildly, nor did I feel any tricky questions from the two people in front of me. I have to use the button. This is the transmitter. Garfield Parker explained softly, pointing his finger at his wrist, then at his own spider silk launcher. This is something that has exactly the same characteristics as the third-generation Spider-Man. The egg and the 3 generations of Spider-Man are unable to produce spider silk on their own, so when they want to shoot spider silk in battle, you have to rely on spider silk shooters. The second-generation Spider-Man developed the spider silk launcher entirely through his own efforts. This can be considered as a qualitative change brought to him by his strong knowledge of science. Okay, Maguire Peter nodded slightly. But do you just have to think about shooting spider silk, and then you can shoot it? Garfield Parker has a curious expression on his face, and at this moment he seems to have turned into a curious baby. There are 100,000 whys in his mind. Although the questions asked are simply unimaginable, and this way of asking will make people think a lot. But, at this moment, it does not affect the communication between the two people at all. I don't even have to think about it. Maguire Peter stretched out his hand and gently circled it. To express one's control over spider silk in concise words is as easy as eating, dressing, and breathing. It's like riding a bicycle. Garfield Parker said casually. Suddenly, Peter Parker, the third-generation little Spider-Man standing at the highest point, suddenly asked, "Is it just shot from the wrist? Or is it somewhere else?" His expression was very serious, but the question he asked seemed not very serious. And this question made everyone stunned. The atmosphere was somewhat tense, and he even paused while speaking. After all, saying this was not very respectful, and the question seems a bit ambiguous. Garfield Parker's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he looked up at Maguire Bid. Then he looked up at Peter Parker, the Dutch brother, head slightly bent, face full of shock. What question is this guy asking? What strange idea does he have? Although he also wants to ask, but he didn't ask, which was a bit disrespectful. But this little Spider-Man seems to ask whenever he wants. Only the wrist. Maguire Parker still had a gentle expression on his face, just like an elder, and didn't think much about it. Garfield Parker expressed his doubts again. Will it not be able to be launched? But he continued, I often run out of it, and I have to make it myself in the lab, which is really troublesome compared to you. It sounds troublesome. I also have this problem. You're right. I also can't E E. Peter Maguire finally found a topic, nodded in approval, and then told about his own experience. Garfield Parker, who transformed into 100,000 Ys. Just like Curious Baby, looking at the big brother in front of him, he had a puzzled expression. Why? Existential crisis. Maguire Parker is involved in other issues. Garfield Parker nodded slightly. I thought this topic would end directly. Peter Maguire looked down at the ground with a thoughtful expression. I can't describe it. It's a very natural thing. I don't know either. After thinking about it, he still didn't know how to explain. Looking at Garfield Parker in front of him, his expression was full of helplessness. Super cool. I really want to see those little holes. Garfield Parker suddenly said. Maguire Peter's face froze in embarrassment. His eyes widened instantly, full of confusion. This sentence seems to have some strange meaning. Sudden. What's the craziest villain you've ever fought? Standing at the highest point is little Spider-Man, Peter Parker. He stopped the previous topic and asked doubtfully. His eyes are full of seriousness. You've seen some. Maguire Parker pursed his lips. In the world before him, there were 2 bad guys he had fought before. One is Norman Osborn, who transformed into the Green Goblin, and the other is Bo the Octopus. That is the kind Dr. Otto, but his consciousness was forcibly taken away by the evil artificial intelligence. So it always appears in an evil image, causing huge amounts of damage to the world every time. And every time a mess is formed, it is undoubtedly the biggest threat to Spider-Man. Artificial intelligence-controlled mechanical claws. It is completely different from the mechanical claws controlled by Dr. Otto. Artificial intelligence cannot care about the life and death of human beings. In his eyes, everything seemed to be just an ordinary game. As long as he can win the game or get what he wants, he can play around and kill people around him. Everyone can become his bargaining chip, but every time he will be saved by Spider-Man. So the two become mortal enemies. Garfield Parker also had a smile on his face. I fought an alien black slime. Maguire Peter stretched out his hand and gestured again. He looked up at the little Spider-Man high up. I already thought of the Venom symbiote suit I wore before. Its own amplitude is completely self-developed, without any defensive power, although its physical strength is very strong. But the combat uniforms it developed are, at best, tough and durable. But the symbiote conquest is completely different. It can transform into any costume he wants. And it can bring him unimaginable strong self-confidence. Even give it a blackened feel. My inner confidence has been magnified countless times, and even the negative feelings in my heart have been magnified countless times. He thus became evil in nature, using any means necessary to achieve his goals, even abandoning Spider-Man's principle of not killing. Fortunately, at the most critical moment, Spider-Man fully awakened, and in order to escape from the symbiote, he found the symbiote's weakness. In that tall tower, in front of the big clock, he completed the final redemption, using the sound of the big bell to forcibly peel off the symbiote. So when he mentioned this black slime-shaped body, there was a hint of smile in his eyes. Everything in the past is an experience. Really? I fought aliens too. On Earth and in outer space, if Dej is purple. Little Spider-Man suddenly said, I want to fight aliens too. Garfield Parker was so envious that his face was distorted. Earth, before the video. Countless people couldn't help but burst out laughing. This scene was simply too funny. The second-generation Spider-Man Garfield Parker, his eyes and eyeshadow, are full of envy. 7. This guy actually wants to obtain the Spider Spirit's ability to automatically spin silk, and it looks like the first generation's physique has really mutated. It's hard to imagine that the first generation of Spider-Man can generate spider silk from his body and then shoot it out. Is this the difference between the first, second, and third generations? It seems that there are differences between Spider-Man. The second and third generation Spider-Man rely almost entirely on their own spiderweb shooters. Ah! Look at Garfield Parker's envious expression. I'm almost dying of laughter. His eyes are full of anticipation. What kind of weird topic are the three Spider-Men discussing? Shouldn't they be discussing how to protect the Earth and defeat the bad guys in front of them? Why are they discussing spider silk launching fluid and spider silk launching guns? No, I can't laugh anymore. I can't laugh anymore. Look at Garfield Parker's envious expression, but because of my own rules, I don't want to say anything that will make people laugh. But little Spider-Man didn't care at all and just spoke without thinking. Oh, you really spoke without thinking. You didn't respect Peter Maguire at all. But it felt quite funny. Three funny people got together and performed a play by themselves. And the questions they asked were also very tricky. Peter Maguire actually fought aliens. My goodness, in his world there is not only the Green Goblin, but also Dr. Octopus, and even aliens. Could it be that Peter Maguire, the technological level in that world, is also very strong? Look at Garfield Parker. His eyes are red with envy, and he even wants his eyes to pop out his head. Ha ha ha, I can't stop laughing. These three Spider-Men are really funny. But who is that purple potato-headed alien that little Spider-Man beat up? Will there be aliens with purple potato heads in our world in the future? Wait, why does this purple potato-headed alien look so familiar to me? Is it the Thanos that appeared before? Damn, he just crushed Loki to death. That powerful guy defeated the Hulk politically and defeated Thor head-on. Oh my god, that's the guy who collected the Infinity Stones. Avengers Tower. Everyone watched the video in front of them. They remained silent, even speechless, and everyone sat in their own seats. Finally, seeing the useful information, everyone was startled. If I'm not mistaken, this enemy is probably Thanos. In order to collect the Infinity Stones, he came to Earth. He appeared in outer space, and little Spider-Man's spider sense sensed him. Captain America, who was lying on the table, said seriously, looking up at the people in front of him, "How do you feel?" Colonel Rhodes, the War Machine, pursed his lips. "If an enemy comes, we will fight him with our own strength. If even Thor cannot defeat the enemy, how can we defeat it with our own strength alone?" And even Hulk was defeated. Dr. Banner opened his mouth to explain something, but he finally chose to shut up. Iron Man, who was sitting in the distance, sat on a chair and looked at everyone. If the Thanos crisis is not eradicated in the future and will reappear, what kind of strength will we have to fight against this cosmic enemy? Is the Earth really going to be completely slaughtered? Sorry, Tony. Thor, who was sitting opposite, lowered his head and remained silent. Obviously, this attempt to unite with Asgard god King Odin did not receive Odin's approval. Thor even felt ashamed because he had promised well, but in the end, didn't complete the task. Even Loki was imprisoned, but this time the god King Odin did not imprison Loki until he died, but locked up and begging for mercy. Let him reflect on himself, and if he recognizes his mistakes, tell him where they are. This time Loki, he lowered his attitude and was no longer the arrogant second prince of Asgard, nor is he the wizard who calls himself the god of trickery. Even though Odin gave Loki such a punishment, Loki did not refute it at all, as if he accepted the reality. But when he was detained, he broke free immediately, and in front of everyone, he knelt deeply before Queen Frigga. Everyone was shocked at that moment, even though they saw the previous video and recognized Loki from other universes. Maybe he is really strong, becoming the god of time, the god of stories, and an omnipotent being. But that is Loki from another universe. Loki from another time and space, after all. This guy in front of me is just a little kid no matter what. But no one expected this guy. He actually completed the transformation and became a real man. At that moment, Odin's eyes were full of relief, as if he saw his second son completely grown up. Then Thor told his plan. The Earth's wishes have been spoken. Nick Fury, director of the Avengers. I hope to unite with Asgard to fight against the unknown, dangerous universe-level disaster Thanos that is about to appear. This is the vital force that everyone can use to fight against Thanos. But in the god, King Odin, after a moment's silence, he rejected the proposal. He sat upright on the throne, his armor emitting golden light. He looked high above, his eyes weary of all living beings. There was a calmness in his eyes that showed pity for all living beings. He even clenched the eternal spear in his hand and gently placed the spear against the throne. Crunch! Thor clenched his fists lightly. At this moment, he could still remember the words of the god King Odin. The people of Midgard are simply vulnerable. There are more ordinary people than them. Even with the power of technology, he can't really fight against Thanos. And his god King Odin doesn't need to unite with anyone. He is the god of Asgard, the god of war who leads countless gods to conquer the 9 realms. He does not need to unite with anyone. No, not at all. Even if it's Thanos, so what? He also knows about the Infinity Stones. He is not interested in anything. All he wants is to protect Asgard. I don't want Asgard to be like the people in the video, separated from their hometown and have nowhere to go. At this moment, Odin, the god king, showed his dominance. He didn't care about the so-called Thanos at all, or in his eyes, Thanos. It's just an enemy that may be difficult to defeat, but not an invincible enemy. FFLX. Asgard does not need to unite with Earth, nor does it need the power of Midgard, so that the crisis. Midgard, they should face this crisis on their own, because the 9 realms are completely separate and Asgard has no rights or obligations. Go take care of Midgard. Can you defeat this terrifying enemy? Fifflix. The final plan failed. and the god king Odin simply looked down on shield. So the people in front of me are talking. Thor can only remain silent at best. Looking at the 3 generations of spiders in front of me, Thor wasn't very interested either. He was just sitting there because he was a member of the Giver Alliance. MXX. These were his last words to Odin. He found the meaning of his life in Midgard. He even found someone he could spend his life with. He found a like-minded teammate, and I found a partner to fight against evil together. He will most likely stay in Midgard. He will not waver in his belief in fighting the impending crisis with Midgard. He is Thor. He is the invincible god of war. Even in Midgard, he will become an outstanding god and do all this for Odin. Looking at my son in front of me, Odin's eyes were also filled with relief. He agreed with what Thor said and approved of his words. Midgard doesn't need a king, but it needs a superhero, a powerful Thor. This is also what the god King Odin said to his eldest son. The final outrage. He will no longer protect Thor, and everything before the Eve festival will depend on Thor and him. That group of so-called like-minded partners worked together to complete it. In the video, the god King Odin saw that it was Midgard that finally accepted Asgard. It was under Thor's suggestion that Loki led everyone to seek refuge on Earth. He also saw his miserable figure on Earth, but he did not feel sad. In order to acquire knowledge, he once hung himself above the world, went without food or water for 9 days, and finally gained supreme wisdom. A soft-hearted god will not last long, but a wise god will last forever. FFLY. Looking at his eldest son, Solotio, who seemed to have grown up overnight, he was like seeing a new god rising up. He will replace himself as the new god of gods. Likewise, the god King Odin gave Thor final advice. Asgard is a kingdom of gods, but Midgard does not need the rule of gods. They have their own order and rules. I hope you can get used to it. This time, Odin actually stood up. He was not acting as a father at this moment, but as the god king of Asgard. Odin, he sent Thor off for the last time, personally sent him to the Rainbow Bridge, and teleported him to Earth. Heimdall's eyes were filled with relief. Although the video in front of me shows a lot of things that have nothing to do with the world, but it also broadcast a lot of useful information, which made the 2 brothers grow up in an incredible way overnight. Whether it's Thor or Loki, all along, the god King Odin has treated them as his own children. Heimdall saw all of this. He holds the key to the Rainbow Bridge. He has the true eye that controls all directions and detects everything. He also saw the changes in Loki and saw Loki leading the final fleet in the video. Appeared to save Asgard from fire and water. At that moment, his heart was completely at peace. Even though Loki had done a lot of nonsense and many things that embarrassed Asgard, he finally came to his senses and grew up. In the video, 3 generations in the same frame is so hilarious. Especially after hearing that the other 2 Spider-Men had fought aliens. Garfield Parker was filled with envy. It can almost overflow. After hearing this, Peter was even more relieved. You fought aliens in outer space. That's amazing. Besides feeling incredible about these magical things, I also think that's it. Peter Maguire waved his hand casually. Yes. Garfield Parker, who had the word envy written in big letters in his eyes, could only reply silently and casually. He looked up at the little Parker in the sky speechlessly and then said helplessly, "It's a quiet and helpless day. Please, I'm so lame. I've only fought the Russians in the rhino armor." He was a bit self-deprecating and even looked up at Peter Maguire in front of him. His eyes were full of, "The car is out of reach." Come on, Spider-Man in 3 worlds. 2 of them have fought aliens, but he has never even seen what aliens look like. What's so cool about that? Sometimes he really wants to see what aliens look like, and if there's a chance, he would also like to try to fight an alien himself. There's also that black slime monster and something that looks like a purple potato head. It sounds like it smells really good. Please, this is so cool, right? At this moment, he was so envious that his whole body was deformed. You said you were lame, but you're not lame at all. Maguire Peter is still trying to persuade them earnestly. As a big brother, he should always help his younger brothers solve their doubts. and his calm personality is obviously more suitable for this kind of mediation. After all, the three Spider-Men don't need to take their own affairs into consideration. To compare and show off is just everyone experiencing their own world trajectory. Even three Spider-Men appearing in one world is possible. So what else is there to be surprised about? Garfield Parker curled his lips. Thank you very much. I didn't say I was lame. Please don't think like that. Maguire Peter waved his hand seriously. Because you are great, believe in yourself. Yes, I will. Garfield Parker didn't want to hear this nonsense. At this moment, he felt really lame. You are great. You are the best. Say it. Maguire said over and over again. Looking at Garfield Parker in front of him, he repeated it twice, and then in a serious tone. I need to hear someone else say. Garfield Parker held the railing with his hands, his face full of unhappiness. He really didn't want to be with these two guys at the moment. He really wanted to give that slime monster and alien purple potato head a try. Suddenly, at the highest point of Holland, Peter Parker looked anxious. Focus more. Can you sense it? Have. Maguire Peter immediately looked into the distance, and Garfield Parker also stood up. His eyes were full of vigilance, and it was obvious that he also sensed the danger. The spider senses of the three Spider-Men are synchronized at this moment, and each of them has the ability to foresee danger. Ability. Suddenly, in the distant sky, countless thunderclouds suddenly appeared, and in the thunderclouds, lightning flashed, and orange-yellow lightning jumped wildly. This is not ordinary lightning at all, and the thunderclouds gathered in the darkness are so terrifying. This orange-yellow lightning, it was obviously the Electric Man who had just absorbed the arc reactor. After absorbing the arc reactor, that guy has turned into such orange lightning, and his ability seems to have been enhanced, no longer the same as before. How's it going, Peter? A cold voice sounded from the air. An extremely huge orange lightning bolt struck down from the sky, and the next moment, the figure of the Lightning Man gathered in the air, surrounded by orange lightning, and orange lightning burst out from his eyes and body. It seemed to have transformed into a higher-level existence, becoming a godlike character. Do you like the new me? Max showed a cruel smile on his face, looking at the Dutch brother Spider-Man in front of him. He gently stretched out his right hand. Give him to me. I will destroy him, but I will spare you. Little Spider-Man's eyes were full of vigilance, but there was no hatred in them. His eyeballs immediately turned red. But, sticking to his principles, little Spider-Man did not waver at all no matter what the villain said. The next moment, he immediately put on the spider mask, ran gently, and took a leap of faith, falling from the sky. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into the Assassin's League, a medieval assassin. Here he comes, guys. After saying this casually, he immediately fell from the sky to the ground. Extend your right hand and shoot out the spider silk. Pull yourself suddenly. Being in the sky, I flipped over and swung towards a distant building. Hear the sound of Garfield Parker and the horse. Quill and Peter put on their own helmets at the same time, and the three generations of Spider-Man began to work together. They circled around the building in front of them and ran towards their respective strategic destinations. Snap, snap! The figure of the Lightning Man followed closely in the sky, and it was also flying very fast, turning into lightning. But after seeing the little Spider-Man fly into the building, he stopped flying and stayed where he was, as if countless. The electric current struck his body, forming a thick layer of armor, and countless lightning bolts were emitted from time to time. Looking at the ground, suddenly, Max, I miss you so much. Garfield Parker's voice rang out, his voice jumping out from the building. In an instant, this voice immediately made Max's face change drastically. He immediately stretched out his right index finger and lightly flicked out an orange lightning bolt, which shot out from his fingertips. Attacked Garfield Parker. Garfield Parker stretched out his right hand and shot a spider silk towards the building behind him, pulling his own figure high up. And the thunder and lightning, just passed by and draped over the building. With a snap, large flames erupted on the steel frame of the building. surrounded by flames. The scene looked simply thrilling. The figure of little Spider-Man swung back, holding the box in his hand like a decoy. His eyes were a little distracted, and little Spider-Man immediately threw the box in his hand far away. The next moment, he suddenly stretched out his left hand, and the spider's silk popped out. Snap! The spider's silk looks delicate, with the end gently bouncing up from the air, slowly parting like the tentacles of an insect, rooted on a steel bar. Crash! Garfield Parker fell from the sky and swung gently in the air into the distance. Suddenly, boom! A figure jumped high and grabbed Garfield Parker's hand tightly. DB! Garfield Parker was stunned for half a second. By the way, the Lizard Man is here too. He had no time to dodge and was violently pulled down by the Lizard Man's terrifying strength. The spider silk snapped in Garfield Parker's figure. He landed heavily on the steel structure, but he quickly regained his balance. He stretched out his hands and stuck them on the steel structure, climbing up step by step, and then leaping one step at a time. Pop, pop, pop. The Electric Man obviously concentrated all his firepower on Peter Maguire, shooting countless electric lights. Because only Peter Maguire was still on the building, and Garfield Parker was being chased by Spider-Man in the distance. Peter Maguire was like a bouncing man, bouncing back and forth between buildings to dodge the lightning and the lightning. The continuous attacks created countless sparks on the steel building, but in fact there was no damage at all. I need Max's antidote, Garfield Parker said anxiously. The little Spider-Man squatting below reached out and pressed the headset, and he immediately said, "Okay, I'll go right away." Little Spider-Man, I need the antidote for the Lizard Man. Maguire Peter also said suddenly. Little Spider-Man immediately said in a hurried tone, All right. Little Spider-Man is a bit overwhelmed with duplication. Both Spider-Mans need his help. Both sides were fighting, so there was no manpower available. He is the only one who can go to support. This is the most critical part of the plan. Can one person cooperate perfectly? But there is no way. This is the plan. He must complete the requests of the two Spider-Men at this moment, and then find what they need. Without saying a word, he ran forward. However, little Spider-Man didn't notice that huge amounts of figures were gathering behind him. Yellow sand filled the air. A terrifying sandstorm formed, and sand waves formed in the sky. The sand seemed to be alive. As for the current grandeur, it's so scary that it makes people grit their teeth. If anyone stands in front of it and sees the dust in the sky, I'm afraid you'll be so scared that your legs will go weak. All the sand can easily submerge a person or even drown him directly. After the sand rushes into the mouth and nose, people cannot breathe, will be suffocated to death. There is such a huge amount of sand that you can't see the end at a glance, as if it covers the sky and the sun, just like traveling in the sky. At this moment, these sands gathered together. A huge amount of palms were formed, and the palms rushed over quickly as if someone was controlling them. In full view of everyone, he grabbed the little Spider-Man from Holland in his hands. At this moment, Spider-Man is like a lamb to be slaughtered. No matter how strong Spider-Man is, he will be in such a huge palm. He's like an ant. His figure is like Sun Wukong, and his palm is like the palm of Tathagata Buddha. It's no use letting him escape. Sandman is here too. Looking at the palm formed by the sand, holding myself tightly in the hand, Dutch brother Spider-Man. He twisted his body and turned his head to see the sky in the distance. Countless sand and dust are gathering into a huge shape. At this moment, the sand gives the sculpture meaning. The sand gathered together to form an extremely huge head. This head has eyes, a mouth, and a nose, just like a human figure magnified countless times. Looking at the Sandman in front of me, little Spider-Man is really having a headache. It's really hard to imagine which world this villain is from. Is he the villain in Maguire Parker's world, or is he the villain in Garfield Peter's world? But no matter which world the villain is from, the Sandman in front of me is like a god, extremely scary. It is difficult to deal with just one Electric Man. With the Sandman in front of him, the battle is over. Completely leaning towards the villain, will their plan really work? Peter, where's your baby? Sandman looked at Spider-Man in front of him. Since you have chosen to be a villain and be free in this world, what else do you have to worry about? He had always been bound by morality before, unwilling to steal anything. He would rather believe Spider-Man's words, choose to heal everyone, and then let everyone return to their original world. The plan went so smoothly. But under the temptation of Electro, Spider-Man became the opposite of everyone. And the first thing everyone had to do was to grab a box. Their goal is to steal things that threaten their lives, while Sandman's goal is to truly return to his home. Because he has a daughter in that world, he values family affection more. As for the world in front of him, he has absolutely no interest in. As long as he can return to the original world, what does it matter even if he snatches the box from Spider-Man right now? He is no longer bound by his own moral line, so he is free at this moment. We can save everyone. Spider-Man looked at Sandman in front of him and tried his best to explain. At least their plan is right, as long as they could disintegrate the power in each villain. Let them return to normal life. If we go back to the original timeline, Spider-Man won't kill everyone. Every Spider-Man has his own no-killing principle, and every Spider-Man has his own law of justice. And people who do no harm to the world, this is what every Spider-Man is happy to see. But I didn't think. Hearing this, Sandman immediately said angrily, "I don't care." Boom! His expression was extremely angry, and in an instant yellow sand filled the air, with sand and rocks flying everywhere in the sky. It was a terrifying scene, as if God's big hand was pressing down casually to crush the entire human world to death. Under the roar of Sandman rage, the whole world is in a mad battle, with yellow sand carrying flying stones all over the sky. This moment is about to overwhelm everything. His cheeks become distorted. His figure was infinitely taller, like a titan, and the little Spider-Man in his hand really became a little Spider-Man. Extreme anger made Sandman clench his fists. Little Spider-Man was about to be crushed to death by Sandman. After all, the grip strength of such a huge giant was unimaginable. Although the Sandman in front of us is made entirely of sand, the destruction it caused is also very unimaginable. The three little Spider-Mans can't afford to lose any of them. Sudden, whoosh, two spider silk threads shot out from the sky, and then a figure fell from the sky. After wandering around for a while, he jumped onto the distant building again. Snap, snap! Large patches of lightning flashed. Maguire Parker's figure kept flying and came to Garfield Peter's side. Garfield Peter is fighting against the Lizard Man. At this moment, he is powerless. The Lizard Man's power is also biologically enhanced. The power is extremely strong, and it also has the technology to regenerate severed limbs and a powerful super-regenerative power. Dr. Connors has evil intentions. At this moment, he feels freer in this world, and the Spider-Man in front of him is enough for him to vent his anger. As long as they cooperate with the plan and grab the magic props that can teleport them back to their original world, they will never have to return to their original world again. Act recklessly in this world. They are not villains in this timeline, but they can live in this timeline without returning to their original world. Will the world before our eyes be destroyed? Or what does the existence of several Spider-Men in this world have to do with them? Seeing that the two Spider-Men beside him were implicated, little Spider-Man immediately stretched out his hand and shot out a spider silk, which was pulled onto the steel frame opposite. DB, he gritted his teeth slightly, the muscles in his right arm bulged, and he pulled himself suddenly, trying to pull himself out of Sandman's body. Sudden, bang! Maguire Peter's figure was slapped back, and the lightning in the sky directly broke his spider silk. As the figure flew out, it also broke Peter Parker's spider. The spider silk in his hand broke, and the little Spider-Man couldn't escape. Garfield Parker shot out spider silk in the sky, trying to tie up the Lizard Man, but he had used this trick before. When the Lizard Man saw this familiar scene, he immediately grabbed on. Garfield Parker suddenly smashed him high up. With a bang, Garfield Parker's body hit the steel frame, and the spider silk in his hand shot out at the same time. His body fell uncontrollably from the iron frame in the sky to the ground, and the spider silk. Maguire Parker, who had just stood in front, had no time to dodge. The spider silk came so fast and accurately. With a snap, directly stuck, Maguire Parker's face just stood up. "Sorry," Garfield Parker said hurriedly, his figure falling rapidly, and at the same time reached out to grab the steel frame to stabilize his body again. The two Spider-Men have stabilized their bodies, leaving only Holland. Little Spider-Man is tightly held in Sandman's hand. At this moment, the Electric Man stopped pretending. He was still floating in the sky, looking at the huge, human-shaped sand in the distance. He said indifferently, "Sorry, no one in Sandman will go back." And lightning shot out from his hand again. Boom! The lightning struck the steel frame in the distance fiercely, breaking it directly. Peter Maguire, who was standing under the steel frame, he immediately jumped high into the distance, avoiding the area where the steel bars and iron bars had collapsed. On the steel frame, the Lizard Man and Garfield Parker were still fighting, and the robot was holding on to the steel frame tightly. Garfield Parker was right in front of him, like a spider with his hands and feet stuck to the steel frame, still rolling down from the frame. The iron frame fell heavily. Sandman, who held the little Spider-Man in his hand, had no time to dodge, or rather, he didn't dodge at all. Bang! The huge steel bar and iron frame fell heavily and hit Sandman's huge head directly. Sandman's huge head exploded into yellow sand, which also cut off Sandman's arm that was holding little Spider-Man. Having lost huge amounts of heads, the tightly gripped Sandman's arms dissipated into yellow sand falling from the sky at this moment. Yellow sand everywhere, just like the end of the world, with overwhelming force. The figure of little Spider-Man fell from the sky. He quickly stretched out his right hand and shot out the spider silk. Pulling Jules tightly, the body swung and came to the building in the distance. Garfield Parker jumped high, avoiding the collapsed steel building. The Lizard Men on top grabbed the steel building and ran forward. Just as the steel building collapsed, at the moment when he was about to hit the ground, he stood up high and landed on top of another building. The battle in the Pawpaw skies continues. The Lightning Man towers above the sky. It was like the god of thunder who controlled lightning, shooting out lightning bolts from his hands one after another, attacking Maguire Parker in the distance. Maguire's figure was flying in the air, holding the spider silk tightly with both hands. He dropped lightning and struck Maguire fiercely. Oh! With a cry of pain, his body was smashed and flew out, landing among countless buildings and tumbling several times. And in the distance, boom! As the lightning continued to surround them, countless yellow sands began to gather together again to form an extremely large Titan puppet. On the ground, regenerating madly, yellow sand filled the air, and more yellow sand emerged in front of us, quickly forming the figure's torso. Arms and huge amounts of heads formed a terrifying tornado. A giant stood up again and completely surrounded the entire building. This scene was about to destroy all momentum, and Spider-Man was lying on the iron frame building, gasping for breath. He quickly took off his hood. He complained, "What's going on? I've been calling you, Peter." All three Spider-Men came over, and Garfield Parker quickly helped up little Spider-Man. Maguire Peter also took off his hood and looked at the two people in front of him. "I thought you were number two." Maguire Peter looked at Parker beside him. The special police outside had already picked up their weapons and equipment and were walking towards the building step by step with infrared scanning. Spider-Man, still on the blacklist because of the media hype and the smear campaign by black fans. He's just a fugitive. Squeak. There was a sound of brakes. I don't know how long the car was stuck in traffic, but Happy finally arrived here. He turned his head and looked inside the building, only to find it in a mess. And in the midst of the ruins, little Spider-Man's face was covered in blood, and Aunt May in his arms seemed lifeless. Happy was stunned in the car when he saw this scene. He had experienced the feeling of losing an important person. He smelled the breath of death, and he gulped, not knowing what to say. Countless infrared scans were still scanning the ruins, scanning Happy's body. At this moment, he didn't know what to do. "Get off!" The voice of the special police rage rang out, and they walked towards him with real guns and live ammunition. Javier had no choice but to open the car door. Then stretch out your hands. He let the SWAT police pull him out of the car. Everyone was on high alert, but in the end he was pressed on the hood. But at this moment, he shouted with all his strength, "Peter, run!" The sound came from far away. And there is no Spider-Man in the building, no hero, just a heartbroken child. He looked at Aunt May, who was like a mother to him, in her final appearance. "Just you and me, just you and me. Aunt May, I'm sorry, I love you." He gently kissed Aunt May on the forehead. His face was covered in dust, and he looked disheveled. 014602213, Philo 144522210. Come out. Hold your head with your hands and squat where you are. If you don't come out, we will shoot. A warning from a SWAT police was heard outside. "Run!" Happy yelled once again. Suddenly, pa pa pa. The SWAT officers opened fire one after another, and the bullets hit Spider-Man, injuring him. Spider-Man fell to the ground helplessly. The special police walked into the building in front of them. What I saw was a mess of ruins, with flames burning in front of me, and a lifeless mother lying in the ruins. Aunt May is dead. Death was so sudden, so unimaginable. Death came so quickly that before anyone could react, it came quietly to Spider-Man. The dearest and most beloved person. Aunt May is with me, raised him, taught him knowledge, paid his tuition, and cooked every delicious meal for him, constantly calling out his beliefs and what is right. I never knew his identity, but now I know his identity, and I'm always by his side. Love everyone he loves, respect every choice Spider-Man makes, and when Spider-Man falls short, point out his mistakes. Encourage him and praise him. It is a solid and powerful shield behind him. Dearest, most beloved, someone who is like a mother. Dead, died. The Earth, Avengers Tower. All the Avengers were stunned. Captain America quickly turned his head and looked at Spider-Man. At this moment, little Spider-Man could no longer hold back the grief in his heart. Tears streamed down his face, and he completely collapsed. Osasosos, in a huge building, there is only a heartbroken child, and his crying voice keeps echoing. From this moment on, after experiencing the departure of the person he loves most, he will no longer be a child. Garfield Spider-Man World. Maguire Spider-Man World. Looking at Aunt May in the third universe, she left little Spider-Man forever. Maguire Spider-Man and Garfield Spider-Man's faces all showed a sad expression. Garfield Spider-Man whispered softly, "This seems to be a curse that can never be broken." Aunt May, Maguire's Spider-Man sighed. "Although we are in different worlds, the feelings of family members in each world will never change." He felt the despair of little Spider-Man. The kind-hearted little Spider-Man was used by the bad guys, and he had not yet realized his mistake. Spider-Man is undoubtedly powerful. He can easily lift dozens of tons of steel. Spider-Man's physical strength, bone density, and recovery ability are far beyond that of humans. Except for not being able to fly, Spider-Man has grown to the size of Superman. 18. Aunt May is just a human being. She doesn't have those powerful powers. Little Spider-Man, I never thought Aunt May would leave, and I never thought Aunt May would die in front of me. That's his mistake. He implicated his family and exposed everything in front of all the villains. In the video, crash. In the sky, fine raindrops fell, soaked the ground, and wet everything. This is obviously a tragedy. The voice of the boss of the Daily Bugle sounded, and his figure appeared on the big screen, still wearing the black windbreaker and black hat. There's a sexy mustache above his lips, but his eyes are deep at this moment. There were heavy casualties. You all witnessed it with your own eyes. When will it become clear that wherever Spider-Man goes, he creates chaos and disaster? Everything Spider-Man touches will be destroyed. We, the innocent people, can only stay and clean up the mess. Jonah Jameson reporting live. The biggest anti-fan leader's voice sounded heavy because an ordinary person died at the scene. Crash! Heavy rain kept falling from the sky. The bag that Aunt May guarded with her life, the The potion that could cure all villains, Spider-Man just threw it aside. It was raining heavily, soaking everything. Little Spider-Man took off his mask and looked at the big screen in front of him. Heavy rain fell down his face. Countless blood was also spilling on his face, and he took the mask in his hand. The child's heart was dead, and at this moment his heart was filled with anger. He didn't know whether he was right or wrong. He only knew that the person he loved the most had left him, died at the hands of those villains. He was completely powerless against the villains, unable to defeat any of them, and was beaten without any resistance. He didn't need to bother with these villains. Just have Doctor Strange send all the villains back to their original universes. But he insisted on intervening in this matter, even going so far as to fight Doctor Strange, take away the magic props, and release all the villains, just to research a medicine to treat them. And he naively thought that as long as a medicine to treat them was developed, and if we cure each of them, they won't die when they return to their original universe, and their original storylines will be changed. 18. Everything now is a consequence he cannot bear. Aunt May has left him. No matter how hard he fights, he won't die, but Aunt May will. The confused little Spider-Man has only one question in his mind, which is, why? Why would he do the kind thing? Why would he meddle in other people's business? Why would he let this happen? Why involve Aunt May? Aunt May must not be dead. Aunt May must still be alive. She can't be dead. How could she be dead? Let the heavy rain slide down my face. He soaked his whole body in the heavy rain, which made him feel a little better, even just a little bit, but this is a false feeling. Aunt May has passed away, and this is an irreversible consequence. At this moment, he was confused, angry, under the full moon in the sky. This scene was simply dazzlingly bright, with countless lightning flashes forming a thick and heavy background. On top of the Statue of Liberty, 3 Spider-Men fell from the sky, and their figures landed steadily on top of the Statue of Liberty. The 3 Spider-Men landed on the Statue of Liberty in different postures and looked at the situation in front of them. Little Spider-Man's eye patch has the darkest black circle. Peter Maguire squatted on the side. Garfield Parker behind him has a vigilant look, ready to jump out at any time and fight with the villain. On the steel frame, the Lizard Man walked forward step by step. He climbed over the steel frame, and his cold eyes fell steadily on it. Snap, snap! Surrounded by large patches of lightning, the Lightning Man was floating in the air. Max landed in front of the 3 Spider-Men. The enormous amount of dust behind was gathering and condensing into an extremely large human face. The extremely strong body. Just like an ancient titan, this is Sandman. Countless yellow sands gathered and condensed into his body. An unimaginable sense of oppression was formed in front of everyone, with the villains and Spider-Man as the opposites. It forms a perfect freeze frame in the picture. Spider-Man 3 and the 3 villains on the opposite side. The battle started at this moment, and they rushed towards their enemies almost without hesitation. Crash! The Lizard Man jumped high, and opposite him, bang! Garfield Parker, falling from the sky. He kicked the Lizard Man hard on the head, sending him flying in the air and causing him to stagger. The little Spider-Man in the center rushed to the Electro at the highest point. Snap, snap! The lightning flashed little Spider-Man. It is impossible to directly use the body to take it. He immediately jumped down from the height, stretched out the spider silk. He kept wandering inside the building, with lightning bolts chasing him from behind. Snap, snap! Red lightning flashed and struck the surrounding steel and iron frames continuously, blasting out countless sand and dust. And the next moment, guys, let's deal with Sandman first. Little Spider-Man, who was inside the building, immediately gave orders. At this moment, Maguire Peter's building pillars were running away frantically, and behind him was the huge Sandman who was attracted in. The huge body continued to charge forward, and the buildings on both sides could not withstand such horrific destruction. In a short period of time, the building has begun to crack crazily, and the steel bars and iron frames everywhere have been smashed into pieces. Sandman is charging forward. I lead it in I swing to the top. Garfield Parker's opponent is the lizard man. Garfield Parker jumps forward high to avoid the attractive attack again and again, constantly surging inside the building. Even he came to the place where he had been buried long ago and reached out to pick up the syringe on the ground. This was for the lizard man, a specially developed antidote that can turn lizard men back into humans. Suddenly, the lizard man flew forward high, and Spider-Man didn't seem to have time to react and was directly pressed down by the lizard man. The lizard man opened his big hand and held Spider-Man's neck. "Hey, Dr. Connor!" Even though the lizard man was holding his neck, Garfield Parker didn't show any fear in his eyes. He said in a teasing voice, looking at the lizard man in front of him through the white eye mask. Garfield Parker was just excited. "Hello, Peter." The lizard man opened his mouth slightly, saliva and mucus sprayed out, and he seemed to have completely degenerated into a lizard. This scene looked extremely terrifying, and the lizard's extremely sharp fangs were exposed, densely arranged in its mouth. And at this moment, as soon as the sound of spider silk shooting out was heard, another Spider-Man was wandering around the periphery of the building, wandering towards this side from the sky. Peter number 1. Seeing the right moment, Garfield Parker threw the antidote in his hand high up to the Dutch brother, Little Spider-Man, who was wandering outside. Little Spider-Man took the antidote steadily and floated in the air, but suddenly, brush! A lightning figure came closer from afar, and now appeared beside Little Spider-Man in an instant, shooting out a lightning in his hand. It hit the Little Spider-Man. "Ah!" Little Spider-Man screamed. The spider silk in his hand broke, and he was also knocked out, his body falling to the ground uncontrollably. The antidote in his hand rolled in the air. As expected, it fell inside the building. Far away. Boom! Sandman's huge body came over here with a devastating force, surging from the top of the building to the bottom. With terrible destructive power, it destroyed all the surrounding buildings. The buildings in front of it could not withstand the destruction. Even a steel-framed building would be useless. Peter Maguire's figure was fast. He was inside the building, jumping around to avoid Sandman's attacks again and again. He even climbed up the pipes and used his feet to swing between the steel buildings like a spider. "Fuelant, we are helping you," Maguire Peter said immediately and quickly. "The Sandman in front of us is not a particularly bad villain. He possesses incredible powers, but he is still a kind person. This Sandman, once because of the accidental discharge of a gun, he killed his Uncle Ben, but every day he spent was filled with regret. After seeing the true face of Sandman, Spider-Man also let go of the hatred in his heart. And the Sandman in front of me, obviously, he's been led astray by others. So at this moment, Peter Maguire is still unwilling to give up Sandman. Now, Peter Maguire's figure. I have reached the top of the Statue of Liberty and entered the observation area. At this moment, the watchtower is rusty, and if it is not regularly maintained and protected the Statue of Liberty in front of it, one day it will be corroded by rust and fall apart completely. The sand behind me was surging wildly, and it looked like it was about to bury this place. "I'm at the top. Give me the antidote," Maguire Peter shouted anxiously. And at this moment the sand had already grabbed him, and even human hands emerged from the sand. He pulled Maguire Bidla into the sand, and it seemed as if he was about to be buried alive. "Ah!" Maguire Peter screamed in shock. I'm coming! I'm coming! I'm coming! I'm coming!" Little Spider-Man climbed up from the iron shelf anxiously. He needs to find the antidote as soon as possible and get it into Maguire's hands. And here, Gabba! Dr. Lizard opened his bloody mouth and bit Garfield Parker. But Coffee Parker gritted his teeth. Even Dr. Lizard in front of him had his body greatly strengthened, and his strength and speed also increased. But the power is still not as good as his. After a roar, Garfield Parker pushed Dr. Lizard out directly. He immediately flipped his body forward with his feet, landed on the ground with a front flip, and immediately ejected his hands. Snap, snap, snap. Countless spider silks shot towards this side quickly, sticking Dr. Lizard's hands to the steel frame next to him. Wait until your turn, Doctor. I'll be right back, Garfield Parker said in a hurry. Dr. Lizard was directly imprisoned in place. Countless spider silk wrapped Dr. Lizard, and he could only roar, unable to break free immediately. Peter Maguire is in a critical situation at this moment. The Sandman had completely enveloped him, and he couldn't even hear Peter Maguire's voice. If we don't go to rescue, Maguire might be suffocated to death. Garfield Parker grabbed the potion on the ground while running, then looked at the building in front of him. He raised his head and jumped out of the building, as if he was going to commit suicide. He immediately stretched out his hands, and spider silk spurted out from his hands. With two snapping sounds, the silk faintly stuck to the building. Under his powerful pull, the spider silk was pulled by him and ran fast, and his figure was pulled suddenly like a spring. Surrounded by lightning. The figure of the Electric Man suddenly appeared beside him, and seeing this, Garfield Parker no longer hesitated and launched himself high up. The figure of the Electric Man followed closely and turned into lightning in the sky, attacking Garfield Parker continuously. Garfield Parker didn't dare to delay and quickly threw the bottle of medicine in his hand towards the little Spider-Man. At this moment, little Spider-Man also came to the top of the building. While jumping high, he caught the bottle of medicine, reached out and pressed the switch, and without any hesitation, he went to the sand pile next to him. Maguire Peter's figure has been completely buried, but the spider sense is still there. The medicine bottle went directly into the hole in the Statue of Liberty's observation tower, and Peter Maguire, who only had one hand left, he reached out his hand, grabbed the medicine bottle, and opened it directly. In an instant, sniff, sniff, the orange-yellow light spreads around like particles and radiation. In the blink of an eye, it shines on the sand that was alive just now. At this moment, he completely lost control and immediately slid to the ground. It turned into the most ordinary sand, and Peter, who was buried, had a moment to breathe. He took off his hood. F00*0*0*, but squatting there, he was breathing heavily, breathing rapidly at this moment. But turn your head. But I found Sandman's figure surging in the sand, and he also returned to his true human form. Sand kept sliding down his cheeks, revealing Fordland's face. Maguire Peter nodded slightly in shock. Sandman slowly stood up, and he was shocked to see his hands clearly. He degenerated into a human again. He was full of shock and a little fear in his eyes. Maguire Peter saw this scene, but just comforted softly. "It's okay, Fordland. We will take you home. Just stay here and be nice." Sandman was completely stunned by the scene before his eyes. He didn't know what to say, and was accompanied by countless sands. Sliding down from his body, his skin became the shiny skin of a human again, and restored to the original human form. His body was no longer a ball of sand. He couldn't even hold a spoon tightly. He will make a mess because he is covered with sand, and he will just scatter it everywhere. But at this moment, he saw the dawn of hope. Outside, snap, snap, large patches of lightning kept appearing. The lightning was thrown at him and gathered, and the arc reactor on his chest. Crazy release of energy absorbed by him. At this moment, he was absorbing energy crazily, and he seemed to have transformed into a god who controlled thunder and lightning. The unprecedentedly powerful and terrifying villain has a ferocious smile on his face. The three Spider-Men came to the side of the crown, and Peter Maguire came slowly and landed steadily. How to stop him? He is more powerful than before. Garfield Parker leaned his hands on the iron pillar next to him, his whole body suspended in the air, looking at the scene in front of him, and asked in confusion. From this perspective, you can also clearly see the differences between the three generations of Spider-Man. The second-generation Spider-Man Garfield has a circle of black lines around his eye sockets. It can be made bigger or smaller at will, and when the black eye sockets are on, it seems to change according to the mood of little Spider-Man. The first-generation Spider-Man had a pure white eye mask. Crash! The Electric Man in front of me was emitting endless orange light, just like a light bulb flashing in the dark. Looking at the situation in front of him, little Spider-Man immediately said in a serious tone, "We have to take his arc reactor," but his voice was too loud. The three Spider-Men could hear it, and the Electro on the opposite side could naturally hear it. Hearing this, Chongguang immediately said confidently, "Don't even think about it." His eyes were full of contempt. Boom! Lightning flashed in the sky again, and his body was surrounded by lightning. Sudden, whoosh. You see the spider silk shoot out from Peter Parker's wrist and accurately land on the arc reactor. But it's useless. Electro spoke indifferently, with an evil smile on his face, and immediately stretched out his hands to the three Spider-Men in front of him. Huh! The terrifying sparks directly knocked down the three Spider-Men, surrounded by lightning, with an unparalleled, devastating force. It's like some kind of terrifying electromagnetic weapon. Sensing danger, the three Spider-Men jumped high at the same time to avoid danger. But the Statue of Liberty, which has not yet been repaired, immediately burst into a flash of lightning. The three Spider-Men fell down again and landed on the building next to them. Little Spider-Man quickly said, "We have to get closer to him. Peter number 2, right? Peter number 3 left." As soon as the words were spoken, little Spider-Man was the first to jump high. Garfield Parker and Peter Maguire. At the same time, he jumped high, stretched out his arms, and shot out spider silk, and his figure swung in the air. The three of them had great tacit understanding. While wandering in the air, Garfield Parker and Maguire Bid shot out spider silk at the same time. They were fixed on the left and right hands of the Electric Man, respectively. Separating the hands of the Electric Man, this scene looks particularly solemn. Little Spider-Man jumped up without hesitation and rushed toward Electro, pulling out the arc reactor from him. Sudden, whoosh! The thunder and lightning are so strong. Just like Iron Man's chest anti-aircraft gun, the energy electromagnetic pulse instantly sent little Spider-Man flying. Maguire Peter roared and jumped up high, imitating the little Spider-Man's behavior just now, trying to get closer to Electro. But, a bolt of lightning burst out directly from the Electric Man's chest. Before Maguire Bede could react, he was electrocuted. The figure flew out backwards, even faster than the little Spider-Man. And just opposite, Garfield Parker, who was eager to make a move, no longer hesitated. In a flash, he flew up quickly, jumped high, and stayed in the air for a moment before arriving next to the Lightning Man. But the Electric Man quickly stretched out his left hand, and countless electric currents surrounded his left hand. It forms a confinement trend, forcibly imprisoned Garfield Parker in the sky. It just stayed in the air like this, and the scene looked extremely terrifying. The Electric Man bit his teeth lightly, revealing his white teeth, and his face was fierce, as if he was smiling deliberately. But this smile is a bit scary. He controls Garfield Parker with his left hand. Buzz! The electric current burst out wildly, driving Garfield Parker to fly backwards. With a bang, Garfield Parker crashed into the Statue of Liberty. The electric current forcibly bound Garfield Parker's hands, tying them in the air, making it difficult to move. The terrifying electric current passed through his body, no matter how strong and terrifying Spider-Man's physique was. At this moment, he endured such an unimaginable electric shock and couldn't help but scream in pain. The Electro was attacking Garfield Parker madly from the front, and right behind him, the figure of little Spider-Man was rushing over silently. His spider silk spread out in his hand, and his figure just bounced up and was behind the Electric Man, just getting ready to start. The body of the Lightning Man turns into thunder and lightning, disappeared from a spot in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was already behind little Spider-Man. This ability is like teleportation, and when he turns into lightning, his body is completely virtual and cannot be controlled physically. And lightning burst out from his hands, and little Spider-Man was knocked out again, his body hitting the ground far away, on the tarpaulin covering the steel frame. In an instant, crash! The flames surrounded the tarpaulin, which was ignited by countless flames and covered the little Spider-Man. His body fell heavily from the sky. Little Spider-Man, the Dutch brother, hit the steel airborne sound hard, suffered some damage, and lay on the ground unable to move. Share. Or maybe he was tired. He was really tired. The battle had consumed a lot of his energy. Even his previous injuries had not yet fully recovered, and he was hit hard again. After being attacked by Electric Man and fighting head-on with Sandman, he was already exhausted. All he had left was his passion and his own creed. My mind is filled with anger, but there is no voice of the Green Goblin here. And command 2 Spider-Men at the same time. Facing this impossible-to-defeat enemy, he still fought on the front line, not giving up any hope at all. He could stand up even after breaking his ribs before, and didn't take it seriously at all, but now he really wanted to lie on the ground for a while. Far away. Click. The second-generation Spider-Man Garfield Parker. He peeled off the clues that sealed the Lizardman layer by layer. The spider silk tore it apart frantically, forcibly breaking free from the restraints. The tall figure stood up and took 2 steps forward. Unconsciousness of the body. With a bang, he hit the steel next to him and looked at the 3 Spider-Men in the distance. His mouth cracked into a big grin, with extremely sharp teeth and a ferocious face. He was about to go fight the 3 Spider-Men, but a strange sound came from above my head. I don't know what to say anymore. I'm trying, but I can't do anything. The Lizard Man turned his head and saw a portal appeared in the sky, and it was said that there were 2 ordinary people standing behind the portal. He recognized it. One of them is Spider-Man's girlfriend in this world, and the other one is probably his best friend. It can't be closed. Let's keep trying. Ned was still trying to close the portal. Okay, keep trying. Michelle encouraged Ned next to her. Focus on closing the portal. We can do it. Ned nodded seriously, but looking at the portal in front of him, he was really at a loss. He can only open the portal, but not close it. He has never mastered this kind of magic. It can only be due to his talent. But no matter how hard you try, and at this moment, boom, boom, the huge figure of the Lizard Man climbed up from below and rushed towards the portal at a very fast speed. As the huge figure ran, the floor beneath his feet rumbled. The steel bars on both sides of his body were completely knocked away by his body. Oh, no, 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 no. The third-generation Spider-Man, Little Spider-Man, who was wandering in the sky, saw this scene and shouted in a hurry. He quickly shot out Spider Silk, pulling his body, and shot it again and again towards the distance, trying to bounce himself over very quickly. But he was originally on another battlefield, but now he was rushing over here, and he couldn't keep up with cheer and speed at all. It's over, it's a Lizard Man. Ned screamed when he saw the burly figure running towards him from a distance. Run, run. Michelle didn't have time to hesitate. She clenched the magic tool in her hand. He ran away without looking back, and the house in front of him, which was used as a laboratory, was directly attracted and rushed into. Boom, boom. The table broke into pieces, things were scattered all over the floor, and there was even the sound of breaking glass. The figure of the Lizard Man seemed to be in an empty space and was about to rush towards the 2 people. Boom! A big foot came from behind and kicked the Lizard Man in the back. He was kicked away and hit the opposite wall hard, and the door broke. The little Spider-Man of Holland has just decided on his body shape. The Lizard Man reached out with a big hand, grabbed Garfield Parker's neck, and lifted him up. Ned and Michelle didn't have time to hesitate. They immediately changed direction and ran towards the portal. The Lizard Man was too lazy to pay attention to Garfield Parker in front of him and threw him out. Little Spider-Man's body hit the wall hard, and the Lizard Man bent his legs slightly and suddenly jumped high, making another flying pounce. All he wanted was that magic item that could threaten everyone. With that magic item, no matter how rampant the Spider-Men are, they still have one final battle to fight. With just that magic item, all villains can be teleported to their original universes. But if you grab that magic item, Spider-Men have lost their last trump card, and they can survive in the world before them without restraint. No, because Spider-Man Rage immediately rushed over from behind and hugged the Lizard Man's neck, blocking his attack. However, at the moment of rushing out of the portal, the Lizard Man grabbed the legs of little Spider-Man. His body was thrown high into the air with a loud bang. It hit the steel floor hard. The steel on the ground rolled up, and little Spider-Man was knocked down again. The situation was very critical at this moment. Even the Electric Man in the distance stretched out his hands with endless electricity. It has been forcibly controlled. Garfield Parker has imprisoned his body in the air, unable to fall or fly. Yeah, that's awesome. The Electro showed a slight smile at Spider-Man, whom he had always considered an enemy. At this moment, in his hands, he had no power to fight back at all, and was beaten so easily by him. His current strength is no longer the weak one he once was. If he had such a terrifying power, he could easily massacre the entire New York. Anyone who looked down on him would be easily crushed into dust by him, and he would not be displaced. It won't turn into the opposite in the end. Pi will also be killed by Spider-Man. In this world, he is the unyielding villain. He is the biggest villain, and he is the most terrifying villain. He has no moral code of his own and does whatever he wants. Even his ability is so strong that he can totally claim to be God, controlling everything. All who disobey must die. Looking at Garfield Parker in front of him, he was suffering great torture in his hands, and he didn't even have the power to fight back. At this moment, this feeling made him feel so happy. Ding bang. Garfield Parker was controlled in the air, and the antidote in his hand fell to the ground uncontrollably. A terrifying electric current passed through his whole body. At this moment, Garfield Parker was already at the end of his strength. If he wants to fight next, he must recover quickly. His condition was constantly controlled by lightning, and his injuries were increasing. Crazy electric currents passed through his body again and again. No matter how strong your physique is, the situation is extremely dangerous at this moment. At this moment, a spider silk accurately hit the ground, and the antidote fell on the ground. Maguire Peter held the antidote. Jump high. He was ready to pounce on the Electric Man. As long as the potion was injected into the Electric Man's body, it would be in the blink of an eye. I can decompose it and use the power of lightning to break his endless defense. And then, just like Sandman, he is just an ordinary person. Garfield Parker, who is freed from the electric current for a short time. Seeing this, I no longer hesitated. After falling to the ground, he immediately stood up, stepped off the Statue of Liberty, ran quickly, and jumped up without hesitation. Peter and Maguire rushed towards Electro at the same time. But at this moment, a scene no one expected, several mechanical reversals suddenly flew out from the sky. While holding Peter Maguire in the air, another tentacle forcibly held Garfield Parker in the air. This scene is so familiar, and just behind Electro, Dr. Octopus appeared in front of everyone. He actually appeared as a villain at this moment. Electro turned his head and took a look. Dr. Octopus said calmly, "Don't worry about them. They are mine. I can handle it. I don't need your help." The Electric Man's eyes were cold, and the arc reactor on his chest burst out with an extreme blue light. Electric currents surround the body, forming orange gas. The equipment on his body can allow it to absorb a large amount of electricity. At this moment, his eyes are fierce. He finally had such terrifying strength and could deal a devastating blow to Spider-Man. So, of course, he wouldn't let go of the opportunity. Peter Maguire, who was forcibly controlled by the mechanical octopus claws, immediately said, "Dr. Octavius, don't." His voice was extremely weak, and there was even a hint of pleading in his tone. The two Spider-Men are already in a critical situation. They are imprisoned by the electric current. If Dr. Octopus intervenes, the two of them really have no power to fight back. In this battle, it may end in failure. Then little Spider-Man will activate the device without hesitation and teleport all villains back to their original universe to accept their fate of death. At this point, little Spider-Man's no-killing principle will be broken, and his personality will change. His formal principles will become extreme. If this cannot be addressed positively, it will eventually become a little Spider-Man's nightmare. All Spider-Man's efforts should not go to waste. But at this moment, a smile suddenly appeared on Dr. Octopus's face. Bang! His octopus claws flew over as if out of control and grabbed the Electric Man fiercely. In an instant, The lightning surrounded the lightning man, who was unable to break free from the octopus's claws. He was caught and couldn't even make the electric current disappear. Countless electric currents struck the mechanical claws, but it was of no use. "What are you doing?" Looking at Dr. Octopus in front of him, Electro roared angrily. And the next moment, Dr. Octopus, who was controlling Spider-Man with two mechanical claws, slowly turned around and looked at Electro in front of him. The smile on his face is so inexplicable. Suddenly, the two mechanical claws holding Spider-Man loosened, and a mechanical claw slowly floated over. Pick it up from the ground. Garfield Parker falls to the ground, the antidote to cure Electro. The moment his mechanical claws released the Electric Man, the mechanical suit clenched tightly and directly pulled down the arc reactor. "Huh!" Lang Lang injected a shot of antidote into the left side of the Electric Man's heart. In a blink of an eye, the antidote has transformed into an electric current absorber, absorbing electricity very quickly. Beep, beep. The current absorber gave off a small energy alarm, and a circle of green light formed in the blink of an eye. The absorption is completed instantly, and the battery is fully charged. $73. Dr. Otto's voice became hoarse, but at this moment he sounded calm and serious. 4. The countless currents in the Electric Man disappeared in the blink of an eye. Instead, his eyes were filled with resentment. He had completely turned into an ordinary person, and there was no electricity in his body anymore. No matter how much he wanted to be unbridled, it would be of no use. This scene is so incredible. Dr. Octopus actually helps Spider-Man. In the sky, at the highest point of the Statue of Liberty. At this moment, Ned and Michelle are running frantically, avoiding the pursuit of the Lizard Man behind them. Boom, boom. The Lizard Man crawled madly on the ground with his four paws on the ground. His huge body kept shuttling between the short steel buildings. It broke countless pieces of steel, causing quite a bit of destructive noise. Ned and Michelle were so frightened when they saw this scene. They were running out of breath, but even so, the two men did not dare to stop. No one knew whether the Lizard Man would pounce on them and tear them to pieces the next moment. But even while running, Ned did not forget to use his hands to try to open the portal. He seemed to be getting more and more proficient in using this magic skill, and he was about to turn a corner. Crash! A portal suddenly opened right in front of him. Crash! A huge amount of seawater poured out from the portal, and the man was very impulsive and fell on the body of the Lizard Man. His body was pushed so hard that it slid backwards a long distance. The amount of seawater was huge, and the impact was considerable. The Lizard Man just stood up, and the recovered little Spider-Man blocked a spider silk and stretched out his right leg. Boom! The Lizard Man's body was kicked out again and hit the steel stairs heavily. The stairs broke directly. Spider-Man looked at the stairs in the distance and shouted. MJ! Michelle and Ned, who were running on the steel stairs, turned back when they heard the sound. Michelle gritted her teeth, immediately clenched the antidote in her hand, raised it high, and threw it towards Spider-Man below. The last time the time was read, a graceful arc was drawn in the air, and the little Spider-Man just stood still. The Lizard Man, who was kicked down on the opposite side, faced the pressure of countless water. He actually stood up with a roar. Roar! With a roar, he jumped high, stretched out his sharp claws, and grabbed Spider-Man. DT! The antidote arced in the air, and little Spider-Man raised his hand high and caught it steadily. The Lizard Man on the opposite side saw the little Spider-Man and immediately opened his bloody mouth and bit him. Click! The extremely sharp teeth bit into something hard. It is the antidote that little Spider-Man raised. Snap! The iron can containing the antidote exploded, and countless green gases spurted out, filling the Lizard Man's body. The green gas completely enveloped him. In the countless green gases, the body that attracts people seems to have degenerated and weakened. His body fell to the ground uncontrollably. The lizard's eyeballs slowly returned to normal amidst the green smoke. The round pupils and blue vitreous body of ordinary humans have been restored. The green skin is also being returned. Instead, he was covered in normal white human skin. He had completely left the realm of a lizard man and was slowly turning into a normal person. This process happened very quickly. Hide the box in your hand. The situation was under Spider-Man's control, and Michelle immediately looked at Ned beside her. Ned nodded immediately. He stretched out his hand with Schwangia on it and closed his eyes. What are you fantasizing about? Then a whole new space suddenly opened up before my eyes. Crash! The magic portal opened, and it was pitch black inside. Asterisk. Michelle was excited. He excitedly patted Ned's arm, but he didn't expect a figure to walk out from inside. Behind him is a red magic robe, and Doctor Strange looks very confused. His chest rose and fell. He gritted his teeth slightly. Apparently, in that mirror space, Spider-Man was annoyed by the trap he had set before. There is no way to escape from the mirror space. After all, the mirror space is its main dimension field. This is a dimension that Doctor Strange can fully control, but he didn't expect that he would capsize in the gutter and be taken away by Spider-Man with his breath ring. Doctor Strange was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Seeing the figure of Doctor Strange, Zaysher quickly hid the magic props behind himself. Doctor Strange said seriously, "Where is he?" He immediately stretched out his hand. The magic was activated, and the magic item quickly returned to his hand. Doctor Strange in space obviously didn't know what was going on, so B2BC was angry and anxious at the moment. "Don't be impatient, Doctor Strange, sir." Peter's plan worked. Ned, who was standing next to him, anxiously reached out to stop him. "What's the plan?" Looking at Ned in front of him, Doctor Strange was stunned. Ned quickly looked behind him, and Michelle beside him also covered him. "Heal them." Following the two people's gaze, Doctor Strange saw an amazing scene. Among countless green lights, the dust slowly dissipated, and the previous villain Lizard Man had completely degenerated and restored his human body. "Dr. Connor, welcome back," Little Spider-Man said calmly as he looked at the human voice in front of him. Although Dr. Connor in front of him, he is a villain from another world, but Spider-Man has already realized that in this world, this guy's true identity. His plan really worked. He really used the same method he used to treat other people to cure Dr. Connor. "I can't believe it." Looking at this scene, Doctor Strange shook his head slightly in amazement, but the next moment he suddenly thought of something and looked at Ned. "You opened the portal?" Yes, sir." Ned didn't know how to answer. Looking at the original owner in front of him, he nodded awkwardly. After all, he was still using Doctor Strange Schwangia, and this Schwangia was Spider-Man, stolen from Doctor Strange. He didn't know what Doctor Strange meant by asking him this question. In front of the real Doctor Strange, Ned froze in place like a primary school student. Michelle looked at Ned, her eyes full of encouragement. On the other side, Dr. Octopus's mechanical claw grabbed Electro and slowly lowered him from the air. "Who?" Garfield Parker in the sky jumped lightly and landed steadily on his feet. Looking at the Electric Man in front of him, he said cautiously, "Max?" He looked very cautious. After all, the guy in front of him was the powerful villain King of Thunder. "Electric Man?" "Max," Garfield Parker said again, uncertainly. Max at this moment, as if he had exerted too much force, he knelt weakly on the ground and spread his hands. "Don't worry, I'm out of power." The hoarse voice, despite the character of an evil villain, it's no different than they know each other. They're all from the second-generation Spider-Man world. "Are you sure?" Garfield Parker said carefully again. Max couldn't hold on any longer and sat down on the ground, looking helpless. "I'm a loser again." "You're not a loser," Garfield Parker retorted immediately, and they all came over at the same time. "I tried, but you completely ignored me. Can I tell you something?" The Electric Man's voice was hoarse, and his tone was paused at this moment. He looked at the ground, and apparently his memory, still at the stage where Spider-Man once ignored him. "And the reason why I traveled through time and space and became a villain in this world is because, most likely it's disappointment with Spider-Man. As well as the recognition of his own ability, he no longer wants to be that ordinary person who does nothing, is honest and kind, and is always bullied. He wants to have everything. He wants to conquer everything. He wants to be a person who doesn't follow the rules. He wants to plunder and be crazy and domineering. What's wrong with being a real villain in this world? Garfield Parker squatted down with a calm expression, looking at the Electric Man in front of me. The two have known each other for a long time. They're like old friends. Electro has become a villain, while he is the righteous Spider-Man. In his former life, as an ordinary person, Peter Parker, he helped the Electro. He nodded gently. Okay, you're handsome, you're just a kid, you're from Queens, you have a spider suit. You help a lot of poor people. Electro looked at the ground with a nostalgic look. He finally raised his head and looked at Spider-Man attentively. I just thought you'd be black. Dude, I'm sorry. Spider-Man was stunned for a moment and immediately apologized. Even now, I looked down at the ground, silent. Don't apologize. There must be a black Spider-Man. Electro glanced to the side and said calmly, because there is a Spider-Man in every world, and the Spider-Man in every world will help others. Obviously, there is a Spider-Man in this world, so maybe there is a Spider-Man in this world. It must be a black man. Garfield Parker, who took over, couldn't help but nodded slightly. This at least represents Electro's recognition of Spider-Man. He considers himself a villain, but he also recognizes Spider-Man as a decent character. He wanted Spider-Man to be black because he wanted someone of his own race. A righteous character who can help others. Max sat on the ground and cursed. Damn electric eel. He had completely lost his power at this moment and was so weak that he couldn't even stand up. But Rafi Parker immediately stretched out his right hand towards Max in front of him. Max grabbed Garfield's hand without hesitation and stood up. Far away, Dr. Octopus held the arc reactor in his hand. Looking at the arc reactor in his hand, his profound knowledge, I immediately understood what was in front of me. It's not simple at all. This tiny thing releases unimaginable, terrifying energy. As if possessing endless energy, this new element created. The energy released and the energy consumed are almost astronomically different. He once wanted to create endless energy, just like the sun, the energy of the sun. And looking at the object in his hand, he realized that people in this world could actually make it, and it was so small. Dr. Otto couldn't help but exclaim, "The power of the sun!" Snap! Maguire Peters' figure fell from the sky and landed steadily in front of Dr. Otto. He explained softly, "It's in the palm of your hand." Peter, Dr. Otto looked at Spider-Man in front of him. The voice said uncertainly that he was not sure whether the Spider-Man in front of him was the Spider-Man from another world, or maybe he's the Spider-Man of his own world. Hearing Dr. Otto's voice, Maguire Bede did not hesitate and reached out to take the hood, revealing his slightly old face with stubble all over it. If there is no Dr. Otto, they can't defeat the villains at all. Even Electro can't defeat Spider-Man and will probably die on the spot. Fortunately, with the help of Little Spider-Man, Dr. Otto successfully suppressed the evil will of artificial intelligence. Dr. Otto's true nature has been restored, so he has returned to his current knowledgeable and calm personality. Looking at Dr. Otto in front of him, Maguire Bede walked over and walked from the darkness to the light. Dr. Otto, entirely from another dimensional timeline. He obviously didn't expect that several decades had passed in such a short time. Seeing the slightly older Peter in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so good to see you, kid." "Nice to meet you, too." Maguire Peter looked at Dr. Otto in front of him with a burning gaze, as if a junior saw a senior. Dr. Otto was once a famous figure in the whole school. He is a powerful doctor with terrifying knowledge. He has incredible experimental power. He wanted to develop an endless energy source that could be used infinitely. So he created the energy of the sun. Small solar energy will continue to undergo nuclear fusion. And Dr. Otto created a small, endless energy source that imitated the energy of the sun. But because of a damn accident, Dr. Otto's will was controlled by the evil artificial intelligence and turned into the villain Dr. Octopus. Once upon a time, he was just a young apprentice. Although he is a physics genius, he also looks like an elementary school student when he sees Dr. Otto. "You've grown up, are you ready?" Looking at Maguire Bede in front of him, Dr. Otto shook his head slightly in amazement. Hearing this question, Maguire Bid was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he raised his hand. Try to do better. After hearing this, Dr. Otto finally nodded in relief. The Spider-Man in front of him had really grown up. Sudden, whoosh, a special spark sound was heard, and Maguire's Spider-Man immediately turned his head and looked over. I saw. The portal opened out of thin air, and I was wearing the magic portal. The wizard in a red robe walked out, and Doctor Strange looked tired. Dr. Otto was also amazed by the scene before him, but they all knew that magic did exist in the world before them. The next moment, click, in the sky, little Spider-Man landed steadily and came in front of Doctor Strange. He quickly stretched out his hand to explain. Wait, it's almost done. Unexpectedly, Doctor Strange, who is always calm and composed, cursed. I spent 12 hours in the Grand Canyon. Do you know how I spent it? 12 hours. 12 hours in total. 113. This scene is just like the abandoned Awe returning to his hometown to see his two relatives and brothers. That moment, the taste of mental breakdown. Do you know how I've been living these past 5 years? But it has that flavor. I know, I'm sorry, sir. Little Spider-Man apologized quickly. Garfield Parker fell from the sky, wearing Spider-Man's suit, and the three Spider-Men stood together. It's like it split. Doctor Strange was stunned when he saw Spider-Man interpreting different looks. You went to the Grand Canyon? As the two older brothers of Little Spider-Man, Peter Maguire and Garfield Parker, both stood in front of Little Spider-Man. Apparently, they hadn't figured out what was going on and thought that Doctor Strange was their enemy. Doctor Strange had a speechless expression on his face and closed his eyes gently. I want this moment to pass quickly. Earth. Avengers Tower. Puff. Dr. Banner, who had just taken a sip of water, spurted out the water in his mouth again, and then he couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha. 12 hours. Do you know how I got through it? And then as soon as I came out, I was treated as an enemy and questioned like this. Are you playing the Grand Canyon? Colonel Rhodes of War Machine also turned his head to look at Doctor Strange next to him. Iron Man tried to hold in for a moment, but couldn't help laughing. Doctor Strange turned his head and looked at the three idiots speechlessly. I've received professional training, and I don't usually laugh. Rhodes' face turned serious. But the next moment, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Didn't you say you had received professional training? Hearing the word training, Black Widow folded her arms and looked at Rhodes, asking calmly. It seemed like a casual question, but in fact it once again brought up the funny thing in front of him. Unless I can't help it. Rhodes covered his face with his hands. Doctor Strange's face turned completely dark. At this moment, ha ha ha, everyone couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Little Spider-Man pursed his lips, looking very painful. In the video, Little Spider-Man pointed to the Spider-Man beside him and introduced them one by one. Peter Parker, Spider-Man and Spider-Man. His universe needs help. Little Spider-Man didn't notice the helpless expression on Doctor Strange's face at all. Doctor Strange lowered his head and didn't want to listen at all. He shook his head gently, looking helpless. He's the wizard I told you about. Little Spider-Man pointed at Doctor Strange. I admire you for giving them a second chance, kid, but this has to end. Doctor Strange looked helpless. Looking up at the people in front of me, the matter could have been resolved easily, but they had to make things so serious. This kind of thing. Really, I'm so speechless. He didn't want to complicate the matter at hand. Something that could have been easily resolved. Use the magic props in your hand to teleport everyone back to their original universe, but whether they are alive or dead, to live or to die. It has nothing to do with the previous world. What about these Spider-Men from other worlds? What about the villains from other worlds? If we allow the parallel universe to travel to this time and space, there will be a collapse between the two universes, and the universe in front of us will be completely destroyed. It could have been easily solved, but little Spider-Man had to make it so complicated. 2 asterisk asterisk. Can Spider-Man come out to play? A hoarse and slightly weird voice came from distance. In the clouds. Whoosh! A flying machine quickly flew towards this side, emitting countless dots of green light. The Green Goblin appeared around him, and countless floating pumpkin darts, emitting green light, had obviously been activated. The dart emitted light and spun rapidly, flying towards this side with strong flying power. Snap, snap, snap. Everyone tried to resist, but the pumpkin darts exploded with countless sparks the moment they flew past. Maguire Peter's expression changed, and he looked towards the Green Goblin. Dr. Octopus beside him also looked nervous. His good friend Norman Osborn had turned into this state. His memory was still stuck at the time when he was doing experiments, and he had no idea what was happening in the world. And now the memory is restored. Green Goblin, one of the most terrifying villains in the world, appear at this moment. It will inevitably bring destruction and death. Doctor Strange was just about to use magic to teleport everyone back. Sudden, snap! The flying green demon grabbed the magic props in his hand and flew into the distant sky. Seeing this, Dr. Octopus gritted his teeth and swung out with his right hand. Snap! The extremely sharp octopus claws stabbed out fiercely and grabbed the Green Goblin's flying skateboard in the sky. Laugh! The tail of the skateboard emits a blue flame. The flame is small and clear. It lasts only for a moment. He was tightly grasped by Dr. Octopus's mechanical claws. No matter how powerful the flying skateboard is, it cannot be moved. Dr. Octopus's mechanical claws tightly grasped the building behind him, and the Green Goblin couldn't fly away at all. Seeing this, Dr. Strange no longer hesitated. He gently moved his hands to weave a magic thread and threw it out. The orange magic thread pulled the magic item back, and the magic item was suspended in front of him again. Dr. Strange stretched out his hands to control the magic props. Sudden, the flying skateboard in the sky flew back, and the skateboard with great wind power spun. With a snap, Dr. Octopus's mechanical claws broke with a sound, emitting countless sparks. Dr. Octopus retreated a little. 1. Dr. Strange did not hesitate at all. He quickly waved his hands and moved the magic prop floating in front of him, casting magic one after another. On the magic props, countless magic runes lit up and looked so dazzling in the darkness. The situation at this moment, it has reached a point where it has to be resolved. At this moment, the three Spider-Men looked over at the same time, and each of them looked very nervous. Can Doctor Strange use magic? Is everyone about to be teleported back to their original universe? Should we deal with the current situation? Were all their efforts for? B. Doctor Strange is totally unreasonable. He directly unleashed magic. If this continues, both worlds will be damaged. T. It should be said that all three worlds will be damaged. However, when little Spider-Man's face straightened, the three Spider-Men's faces changed at the same time. Their spider senses activated at the same time. I saw, among the magic props, a small pumpkin grenade has been activated, and a beeping countdown is sounding. Doctor Strange, don't... Little Spider-Man quickly reached out to stop him. But in a moment, boom! The pumpkin grenade exploded, and the terrifying flames spread into the sky, while the countless magics sealed in the magic props, flying into the sky with an orange glow. It was like a very fine, colored silk thread easily passing through the steel building, and the steel building was directly melted. The huge steel building fell to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The observation tower on top of the Statue of Liberty was severely cut off, and countless steel bars and iron structures fell off the huge building. It fell to the ground, and the countless steel bars and iron frames were unable to bear the weight. As ordinary people, Ned and Michelle were watching this scene. Suddenly, the steel frame in front of them shook. Michelle's body was out of control, and her head fell to the ground. She is just an ordinary person. There is no room for fighting back. With a scream, her body fell madly to the ground. At this moment, the entire time and space seemed to have slowed down countless times. Holland's little Spider-Man suddenly paid. Without any hesitation, he used his own strength to move through the debris of countless buildings. He kept jumping down towards Michelle. Michelle raised her right hand high. Little Spider-Man didn't bite his teeth. He also stretched out his right hand, and the two people's fingers were about to touch each other. 12 asterisk asterisk. The flying skateboard in the sky rushed over here quickly and hit the little Spider-Man hard, bringing his figure to the sky. Buzz! Everyone's brain seemed to have short-circuited. No! Garfield Parker couldn't help himself when he saw this scene. He suddenly jumped down from the building and quickly rushed towards Michelle. Michelle continued to fall in the air, waving her hands and feet. This is the last desire to survive. Seeing that he was about to fall to the ground. Suddenly, Garfield Parker, who was not obedient, hugged Michelle in his arms and stretched out his right hand. A spider silk shot towards the building above. One moment, the buffer force pulled Garfield Parker to the ground steadily, and Michelle was in his arms. Boom! Countless steel bars and iron frames fell to the ground uncontrollably at this moment, making a sound of collision with the ground. This scene was so thrilling that even the broken wires scattered countless sparks. Michelle was in shock. Her forehead was scratched. A little bit of blood seeped out, but looking at Garfield Parker in front of her, her expression was much calmer. "Are you okay?" Garfield Parker asked softly. Michelle nodded in shock. "I'm fine." The two looked at each other, and for some reason Michelle saw tears welling up in Garfield Parker's eyes. He seemed deeply moved by this scene. Indeed, looking at the Spider-Man's girlfriend Michelle in this world, who is also Spider-Man's MJ, Garfield Parker nodded solemnly. At this moment, he was extremely sad. Request flowers 0. This scene seemed a bit nonsensical at first glance, and no one even understood why this happened. "Are you okay?" Michelle immediately asked. Michelle, who was still in shock, clearly read some strange emotions in Garfield Parker's eyes. Garfield Parker nodded stubbornly, but the hurt still remained. And on the elevated platform, Dr. Strange crossed the river like crazy, and the magic runes around him released terrifying magic power. At this moment, with Dr. Strange at the center, countless people are under his crazy control. Orange runes floating in the air. It was shrinking madly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally shrank back into his hand. The figure of the Electric Man is also on the ruins of the building. Everything around was fighting madly, but Dr. Strange finally retracted his magic. But in a moment, with a loud bang, terrifying magical power burst out, causing huge amounts of vibration to the surroundings again. Ned, who was holding the iron railing with one hand, could no longer hold on. His hand loosened and his body fell to the ground. Suddenly, whoosh, Dr. Strange's robe flew over here at an extremely fast speed and then wrapped around Ned. Ned was startled and looked at his robe, feeling a little helpless. Boom! The huge steel building in the sky looks like the Statue of Liberty on the ground with a watchtower on top. The steel frame could no longer bear the weight, and the huge steel shield, it fell to the ground at an extremely fast speed, and dust rose up everywhere. Whether it's Dr. Octopus or Electro, 0, their figures all fell to the ground, and they had returned to being ordinary people. They lost their super abilities. Seeing this, Peter Maguire no longer hesitated. He jumped down from the air and reached out to grab a spider silk. But at the same time, it kept shooting spider silk at everyone, pulling them with its powerful force. Boom! The steel frame still fell to the ground. The Statue of Liberty was in ruins, and Dr. Strange stood on the torch of the Statue of Liberty. Looking at this scene, he felt helpless. Crash! The magic power could no longer shrink. The moment it bloomed, the whole world seemed to be invaded by an unknown force. The sky of the whole world seemed to explode like a mirror. The purple light continued to transform along with the cracks in the sky. The whole world became broken, and the fragments of the mirror continued to spread. Dr. Strange looked up. His eyes were filled with shock. This scene is like a mirror space. Boom, boom. The tall building opposite exploded in the blink of an eye. Amidst the countless purple lights, the building shattered into pieces. The whole world, including the ground, was shattered. A mirror-like image, completely crushed. Dr. Strange quickly stretched out his hands, and magic circles appeared above his hands one after another, allowing him to quickly use his magical power. Spewing on these broken fragments, his power was limited, but it could also have an impact on these shattered traces of the world. When Doctor Strange's orange magic energy touched these fragments of the world, the fragments shrank back and closed together. It seems to have returned to the previous world. Spider-Man was placed on the flying machine. At this moment, Spider-Man was completely furious. He looked at the flying skateboard in front of him. He angrily used his elbow. Elbows slammed hard on the steel. Bang, bang, bang. Under huge amounts of power, the steel exploded directly, revealing the green energy source inside. Spider-Man looked at the green energy source. He reached out and grabbed a pumpkin grenade, pressed the button to activate the bomb. Without any hesitation, he stuffed the pumpkin grenade into the skateboard aircraft. Boom! The pumpkin grenade exploded, and the aircraft lost its power source and continued to fall to the ground. Little Spider-Man screamed. His body fell heavily onto the steel frame, and now he fell down along with the Green Goblin. It hit the Statue of Liberty hard on the huge shield under repair. Snap, snap! Countless sparks flashed around, and the tempered wires looked ferocious. Little Spider-Man and the Green Goblin were both lying on the ground. Both of them were obviously seriously injured. And at this moment, as everyone was staring in bewilderment, Ned, carried by the magic robe, fell steadily from the sky. He was obviously not injured, and Charlotte was extremely slow. This magic robe seems to have its own life. After safely delivering it to the ground, the magic robe quickly flipped and flew back into the sky. Thank you, Mr. Cape. Looking at this scene, Ned's face was full of surprise. But when he looked around, he saw that the place had really become a mess, with yellow sand flying everywhere on the ground. Ned hurriedly ran down the stairs. Michelle's voice was heard, and she ran out of the building, just in time to see Ned running down the stairs. Two people meet up. The two people who survived the disaster hugged each other. This experience was so exciting. As ordinary people, they were able to survive among so many villains. Mob. There are also scenes like the 3 Spider-Men. Shock. It's so shocking. The other side. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Little Spider-Man's chest heaved up and down. He held on to his breath and climbed up. His face was covered with wounds again. I don't know how many bones are broken in my body. Little Spider-Man looked into the distance and immediately shouted, MJ! Peter! Michelle turned around and shouted when she heard the sound, and immediately ran towards Little Spider-Man with Ned. But he could only look down from the corner of the stairs. There was still a certain distance between the two of them, at least 100 meters away. Are you okay? Spider-Man asked anxiously. We are all fine. Michelle replied quickly, and she shouted loudly. When Spider-Man heard this voice, his eyes were filled with relief. Suddenly, Nepti, the Green Goblin lying on the ground, suddenly trembled, then turned over and slowly stood up. Spider-Man saw this and immediately took a defensive stance, ready to attack at any time. The villain in front of him has unimaginable fighting power and an extremely shrewd mind. Even a mouth escape ability is so scary. He has killed many people, and Spider-Man must be 100% vigilant when dealing with such a villain. Green Film stood up, gasping for breath. The numerous equipment on his body looked a bit bulky. He immediately reached out and took off his glasses, then threw the original book aside. Looking at Spider-Man in the distance, the Green Goblin taunted, Poor Peter was too weak to send me back to die. There was a strong sense of sarcasm in the voice, which was obviously mocking Spider-Man's incompetence and kindness at this moment. They were originally beings with incredible power, and they could completely rule the world before them. But the naive Spider-Man insisted on sending everyone home, so he was stuck in this seemingly unsolvable situation. No, Spider-Man's eyes were cold, and he said in a cold voice, I'm waiting to kill you with my own hands. These were originally words from a villain, but now they came out of Spider-Man's mouth. The Green Demon on the other side was not angry when he heard this. There was a dangerous look of relief on his face. Good job. Little Spider-Man snorted coldly, stood up immediately, and rushed to the Green Goblin opposite. Norman Osborn had been taken over by the Green Goblin's will. He also rushed towards Little Spider-Man. Baby! Little Spider-Man immediately shot out 2 spider silks, but Green Membrane easily dodged them. Green Goblin bent his body and dodged Little Spider-Man's attack. But, until the spider silk was precisely fixed on his feet, the Green Goblin was stunned and had no time to react. Little Spider-Man clenched his fist tightly and punched him in the face. Green Film stumbled and was knocked to the ground. Little Spider-Man jumped high. The Green Goblin quickly rolled forward, and with a sound of slash, he broke the spider silk that was imprisoning him. Bang! A fist as big as a sandbag fell from the sky with a strong hatred. Fortunately, the Green Goblin dodged it. Otherwise, he would have been hit by this punch. I'm afraid I'll die. But boom! This punch hit the extremely heavy steel hard, leaving deep fist marks on the steel. Behind, base, the Green Goblin stretched out his left hand, and an extremely sharp dagger popped out from his arm, emitting a cold light in the darkness. Spider-Man turned around and looked over, his eyes sharp and cold. Looking at Spider-Man in front of him, the Green Goblin whistled casually, as if he was admiring his own masterpiece. The sound of a whistle was heard softly, and his eyes became evil again with a hideous smile on his face. Spider-Man didn't hesitate and rushed towards the Green Goblin again. The Green Goblin swung the dagger in his hand and chopped off Spider-Man's ankle from below. Spider-Man quickly raised his foot to avoid the attack, and his figure stood still. The green film kept waving the sharp dagger in his hand, but the bronze man dodged it again and again. Sudden, Spider-Man seized the opportunity, clenched his left fist, and punched out fiercely. Bang! The punch hit Norman Osborn hard on the waist and ribs. Norman Osborn swung the sharp dagger in his hand in pain, slashing out again and again. But Spider-Man's body was also very flexible. He dodged the sharp dagger while responding with punches. At this moment, the intense battle between the two was very intense. Both of them had enhanced physiques, and Spider-Man's power could not kill them directly. Norman Osborn's punch was not enough to kill little Spider-Man directly, and the two of them exchanged injuries. No need to worry about any defense. As long as he avoids the sharp dagger, little Spider-Man can fight back effectively. The speed is incredibly fast. As they stood on this giant shield, countless seawater had already risen up, and the huge steel shield in front of them was slowly being swallowed up. This is the top of the Statue of Liberty. The shield, imitated by Captain America, is made of countless steel. At this moment, huge amounts of the Statue of Liberty were destroyed by the fighting between several people, and huge amounts of shield also fell down. Countless steel buildings were knocked down. At this moment, it was floating on the sea surface, but the sea water next to it had already attacked it. Spider-Man and Norman Osborn stood on it at the same time, but the weight of both of them was not enough to sink the huge steel shield in front of them. Little Spider-Man's eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Norman Osborn. He wished he could tear the guy to pieces. Norman Osborn wields the sharp dagger in his hand. It stabbed towards little Spider-Man. Little Spider-Man saw the right moment and punched the sharp dagger with his right fist. The sharp dagger broke and fell to the ground, and Norman Osborn's camera was directly restrained. Little Spider-Man shoots out spider silk. Over and over again, Norman Osborn was pulled back, beaten out, pulled back, and beaten out. Poor Norman Osborn was like a bowling ball. He was knocked unconscious and was lifted high up by Spider-Man. Spider-Man leaned forward with his knees slightly bent. He grabbed Norman Osborn with both hands, and then threw him down suddenly. Boom! Huge amounts of power smashed Norman Osborn hard onto the steel shield, and countless seawater around him. It has already surged forward, almost swallowing up the shield in front of it, and the shield in front of it is almost 1/3. The seawater has been invaded, and Spider-Man once again floated Norman Osborn. At this moment, Norman Osborn was completely stunned and had no chance to fight back. His fighting condition also declined a lot, and he just used his face to catch Spider-Man's punches again and again. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Spider-Man's heart was burning with anger, and he punched Newsman in the face with his fists with silent suppression. The opportunity to kill his enemy is right in front of him, and he will never let it go. His eyes were fierce, and the power of his fists became more and more fierce, even carrying a strong, killing intent. He is no longer the friendly neighbor Spider-Man. Now he has become an avenger, avenging his family. Peter Parker. Aunt May was killed by this guy in front of him. Aunt May, who had always depended on him. Aunt May, who took good care of him like a mother, died tragically in front of him. Just because of this villain in front of him, just because he made a wrong decision, this guy actually killed Aunt May. In his dreams, he cut this guy into pieces again and again, and the opportunity was right in front of him. The murderous aura in Spider-Man's heart was completely aroused. Norman Osborn was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. He fell to his knees and almost turned into a pile of mud. But the dignity of a villain forced him to kneel on the ground without any feeling of falling. Little Spider-Man was beating Norman Osborn like crazy. He was beating like a madman. The first and second generation Spider-Man in the distance all rushed over. Looking at the scene in front of them, Maguire's face looked very solemn. He knew that young Norman Osborn was the villain. Knowing that Norman Osborn in front of him killed Aunt May, little Spider-Man. This is an irreparable pain, but if Jing Osborn is still a human being this week, if Spider-Man breaks his no-kill rule, he will no longer be Spider-Man. He will no longer be able to follow his own creed. He will start killing, and then bloom in the frenzy of killing. And in the future, the terrifying power. Coupled with the unscrupulous criminal means, Spider-Man will surely make a big mistake that he cannot undo. It is even possible that Spider-Man will become an inadvertent villain and be used by others. Spider-Man should be the calmest and most composed being, able to think clearly at all times. Everything can be clear and the right decision can be made. At this moment, little Spider-Man was completely crazy. He was getting more and more angry as he punched. He was sweating profusely because of the crazy punching. The numerous wounds on his face looked hideous, and many of them were torn open by his fierce punches. Blood trickled down his cheek. But this can't solve the hatred in his heart at all. At this moment, little Spider-Man still has the principle of not killing in his heart. He knows that he cannot kill Norman Osborn in front of him. He also knew that his fists could not kill this guy directly. But he just couldn't make up his mind to kill this guy once and for all. So he used boxing. The crazy beating, even though his fists hurt, the pain was nothing compared to his heartache. Looking at the culprit who killed Aunt May, this be asterisk, 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 asterisk D villain, Holland's little Spider-Man. He couldn't control himself at all. Finally, he threw a punch. Bang! This punch directly sent the Green Goblin flying, while Spider-Man stood there gasping for breath. He's all over. I don't have much strength left. In the next moment, the little Spider-Man, whose anger was burning to the extreme, looked at the flying skateboard next to him. It was this thing that knocked Aunt May away. Aunt May was seriously injured and even died in the end. It was precisely because of this thing in front of her that Aunt May died. He looked at the flying skateboard in front of him. The extremely sharp spikes, like a dagger, should have been a very cool shape. He gently raised the flying skateboard. His chest rose and fell. He no longer had much strength left, but the flying skateboard weighing several tons in front of him. It's like lifting a small toy, easy as pie. Norman Osborn, who was beaten like a puddle of mud, looked up at the little Spider-Man in front of him. His cheeks were deformed, his face was covered in blood, and even his open eyes had swollen eye sockets. Norman Osborn no longer had the strength to speak. He couldn't even get up and could only kneel on the ground. Finally, little Spider-Man broke his own principle of not killing. He raised his flying skateboard high. It pointed its extremely sharp end at Norman Osborn. Ah! With a scream, he stabbed the flying skateboard in his hand fiercely. Earth. Before the video, countless people held their breath when seeing this scene. From the previous accident to now, everyone was holding their breath, wishing to tear Norman Osborn alive. The villain can kill any ordinary person without any bottom line, and he actually regards Spider-Man as his own kind. He used his villain principles to demand Spider-Man. He even killed the family members who raised Spider-Man. His behavior is tantamount to It was the direct fuse that ignited Spider-Man's anger. And Spider-Man is also in his plan. At this moment, my heart was completely ignited by anger, and I no longer had any of my previous rationality. He broke his own principle of not killing. To kill Norman Osborn once and for all. Norman Osborn didn't resist at all. He just let Spider-Man beat him crazily. He left the final death to Spider-Man. It seems that this is the Green Goblin's original intention. He wants to train Spider-Man to be the villain of this world. Once Spider-Man breaks his own principles, his principles will be lowered again and again. Horrible, too terrible. This is a terrible plan. If this plan succeeds, the Spider-Man in this world will eventually go crazy, and he may even become a demon who kills without blinking an eye. Spider-Man's 4.5 strength is so terrifying that no mutant can fight Spider-Man head-on. The same is true for Norman Osborn. Before, he just took advantage of the kindness in little Spider-Man's heart and launched a crazy attack, catching Spider-Man off guard. No, little Spider-Man, don't kill this guy in front of you. This is his plan. Countless people looked at the crazy little Spider-Man in front of them. Their eyes were full of prayers. Once Spider-Man breaks his own no-killing principle, is he still Spider-Man? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. What is the meaning of this sentence? Avengers Tower. Everyone sat in their chairs in silence. After the little episode, just now, looking at the crazy little Spider-Man in front of me, the terrifying fighting power burst out. Captain America touched his chin with his hand. He finally understood why. Nick Fury. Need to recruit little Spider-Man. Iron Man sat in his chair, not even drinking his wine, and looked at the scene in front of him, thinking deeply. Others are not good people either. Hawkeye was once a top mercenary. Its dynamic vision is strong and can reach 100 steps to hit the target. The reason why it uses bows and arrows is that it's a lot of habit. If you give him a gun, he could become a top agent. The same is true for the Black Widow beside him. Almost every one of them is a murderer without blinking an eye. At this moment, they really want to see how far little Spider-Man can go. Peter Parker, the Dutch brother, was also shocked by the scene in front of him, and he was so angry that he had lost his mind. The figure of Peter Maguire, the first-generation Spider-Man, appeared in front. He stretched out his hands and tightly grasped the little Spider-Man. The flying skateboard stabbed down. Peter Parker from the Netherlands gritted his teeth and tried to stab the flying skateboard in his hand with almost all his strength. Maguire Peter fell to one knee and tried his best to resist the sharp stabbing. The next moment, Maguire Peter gently pushed the flying skateboard up. But for a moment, little Spider-Man once again tried his best. Maguire was forced to kneel on one knee and couldn't get up. He wanted to use all his strength to release the murderous intent in his heart and completely kill the green demon in front of him. But Maguire's eyes in front of him were so firm. He just wanted to stop the little Spider-Man in front of him. Once little Spider-Man releases the murderous intent in his heart, releases the demon of murderous intent. If he breaks his own principle of not killing, he will become a complete killing machine. There will be no more scruples in future battles, because the bottom line has been broken. When facing a crisis, the will to not kill in his heart will be broken again. Finally, looking at Maguire in front of him, the murderous intent in Peter Little Spider-Man's eyes slowly faded away. He understood Maguire Peter's intention. Every Spider-Man has his own principles, but in principle, the three Spider-Men in front of us are the same person. His strength gradually weakened, and he reached out and gently put down the Green Goblin's flying skateboard. But suddenly, the green demon behind him suddenly used the wall avoider in his hand. It stabbed into Peter Maguire's lower back fiercely, leaving a wound. When it was pulled out, a drop of blood spurted out. Maguire Peter's expression changed slightly, and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Garfield Parker hurried over from a distance, looking at the scene in front of me. He was breathing heavily, his eyes also full of anger. The dying Green Goblin got up from the ground. He stood up slowly, looked at the little Spider-Man in front of him, and said in a hoarse voice, "He died because of you. Maybe it was me, but you." The Green Goblin's cheek is almost distorted. 13. Hoarse voice, old face. Ha, you killed him. Ha ha. The Green Goblin's voice was so sharp, like that of a devil, and his laughter was like the croaking of frogs in the fields after the rain. Ah! The original Garfield Parker was so angry when he saw this scene that he threw the antidote in his hand away. Little Spider-Man has regained his sanity. With a snap, he reached out to take the antidote, pressed it on the antidote, and forced it into the Green Goblin's neck. The Green Goblin's laughter stopped abruptly, and he widened his eyes, full of disbelief. He didn't believe that his final masterpiece would actually restore his sanity because of Peter Maguire, and his plan completely failed. He turned back into the ordinary Spider-Man, and the Green Goblin's body fell heavily to the ground. See the scene in front of you. Peter Maguire lying on the ground. A smile appeared on his face. Little Spider-Man didn't follow the path of the Avengers after all. This means that the future is now known. He will always be the one and only Spider-Man. His principle of not killing will be maintained to the end. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Little Spider-Man watched the Green Goblin fall to the ground. The anger in his eyes did not dissipate. The Green Goblin, who was so arrogant just now, suddenly looked strange. He looked at Peter in front of him and said calmly, "Peter." Norman Osborn returned to his true nature. He suddenly turned his head and looked to the side. Peter Maguire was lying on the ground. At this moment, with eyes open, Dr. Norman Osborn took a deep breath, and a look of remorse appeared on his face. What did I do? He was originally a doctor, had his own company, and had a bright future, but because of his family disease, he had no choice but to develop a genetic drug. The medicine was very successful. It successfully suppressed his disease and also made his body stronger, possessing incredible power. However, his personality changed as a result. He became manic and developed a negative personality. Every time I wake up, there will be news about the Green Goblin, and he knew nothing. He gradually discovered his second personality in the mirror, and the consciousness of the original body and the Green Goblin diverged. At a certain time, the Green Goblin controlled his body and acted recklessly as a villain throughout the world, destroying, killing, and robbing everywhere. That kind of madness is like an innate mania. Norman Osborn was panicking, but the Green Goblin's consciousness was getting stronger and stronger, and the time he could wake up was getting more and more limited. In the end, the Green Goblin took control of his body. Garfield Parker ran over and looked at Maguire Bid lying on the ground. "Are you okay?" Maguire Peter nodded slightly, and he just lay on the ground, saying weakly, "It's okay, I was stabbed." Apparently, it wasn't a fatal injury. "That's good." Garfield Parker nodded with relief, looking at Maguire Peter lying on the ground, his eyes full of worry. Little Spider-Man jumped over here and landed next to Peter Maguire, saying in surprise, "Oh my God, **80*7. Garfield Parker casually complimented. His face was covered in blood. The sweaty little Spider-Man also smiled. "You live in a good place." The two men looked at each other and praised each other's business, but the important key was Maguire Bid in front of them. Is it successful, or am I going to die? Maguire Bid asked the two people in front of him. There were large patches of sweat on his forehead, but crash! A special sound rang out from the sky. The sky was cloudless before. At this moment, it was like a mirror shattering rapidly. This scene was extremely terrifying, and the whole world seemed to be turned into a mirror. "Is there anyone in the sky?" Peter Maguire suddenly asked in surprise. And right now, on top of the Statue of Liberty, Dr. Strange looked at the world that was gradually breaking apart. His entire body was shaking slightly, and he was madly running magic, controlling countless spells. The world is constantly breaking apart. If we still cannot send the people in this world back to other worlds, then this world will completely fall apart. Okay, I should go now." Little Spider-Man said this, and without even looking back, he immediately ran towards Dr. Strange. "Are you okay?" Garfield Parker's eyes were full of concern for Maguire Bid in front of him. Dr. Strange's body slowly floated up from the Statue of Liberty, suspending everything around him in the sky. Because of these traces of magic, the world is constantly mirroring and fragmenting. What happened? Little Spider-Man quickly used the spider silk to swing under Doctor Strange, looked at Doctor Strange in front of him, and asked. He looked at everything around him in amazement. The world was constantly fragmenting, and more fragments were slowly melting away. The world seemed to have cracks that were difficult to repair. They all broke in. I couldn't stop them. Doctor Strange shook his head slightly. The breeze blew his hair, and his resolute face, his cheeks were trembling slightly at this moment. You must have a way. Can't you cast the spell again? Looking at Doctor Strange in front of him, little Spider-Man said anxiously. He pointed to the broken sky beside him. Everything around him was changing that day. It was me who messed up the spell earlier. It's too late. Doctor Strange interrupted immediately. The whole world is like a mirror, constantly breaking into pieces. In the broken space, you can see countless strange colored spots that are constantly flashing. These lights, of unknown origin, seem to be intersecting with the world before our eyes, and countless worlds were communicating with each other. There was even a special light flashing among the mirror fragments, just like a human-shaped life form. They are here, all because of you. Looking at the little Spider-Man in front of him, Doctor Strange's voice was angry. Little Spider-Man messes up the magic spell, and everyone knows that Spider-Man's true identity is Peter Parker. So the multi-universe is linked not only in this world, but also in all the people in other worlds. Everyone knows Spider-Man's true identity, and the situation becomes extremely critical. People from other worlds, villains from other worlds, they all came to this world in front of us, precisely because of the magic props before. Countless worlds have merged. At this moment, Doctor Strange doesn't know much about the multi-universe, so he sees this scene. There is no way to solve it. Little Spider-Man was silent. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Looking at Doctor Strange in front of him, he showed regret. Suddenly, he looked up at Doctor Strange and asked sincerely, "What if everyone forgets about me?" There was a pleading tone in his voice. His hair was wet and draped over his forehead. His face was covered with scars, and he looked miserable. But at this moment, his eyes were extremely serious. In the long time since Iron Man passed away, little Spider-Man has actually grown up a lot. At this moment, his expression was no longer childish, but full of confidence. What? Doctor Strange was slightly stunned when he heard this, and didn't react to what this meant. They're here because I'm Peter Parker, right? Little Spider-Man asked wisely. Then cast a new spell to make everyone forget who Peter Parker is. Make everyone forget that I. Little Spider-Man looked at Doctor Strange in front of him and asked in a pleading tone. This sentence is so heartbreaking. Once this spell is successfully cast, everyone in the universe will forget. Little Spider-Man's true identity is Peter Parker, but it will also make everyone forget that he is Peter Parker. This will be fair to everyone, but it will be the most unfair to Spider-Man. Everyone will forget little Spider-Man, leaving little Spider-Man alone to live. Looking at the child in front of him, Doctor Strange immediately shook his head. No. In his eyes, the little Spider-Man in front of him is just a child. He is the famous Doctor Strange, Stephen. He is the most powerful brain, neurosurgeon. He was once so successful and well-known in the adult world. His fame and power are unprecedentedly high. When I go out, I always drive a super sports car. After experiencing a series of things, he completely integrated into the world in front of him. He learned magic and became teammates with countless people. He joined the Avengers, studied magic seriously, and accepted the title of Supreme Sorcerer from the Ancient One. He is the only Supreme Sorcerer left in the world. He is the guardian of Kamartaj. He is Doctor Strange. He is an adult. But he sees the child in front of him making the whole world forget him in order to take responsibility for his mistakes. This spell, Doctor Strange can't do it. It'll work, right? Little Spider-Man looked pleadingly. That's right. Doctor Strange nodded slightly, agreeing with this statement, but his eyes were hesitant. But you have to understand that means everyone who knew and loved you will forget you. Doctor Strange's look was one of disbelief. He shook his head slightly, saying such serious and affirmative words in a negative tone. Looking at the child in front of him, he couldn't bear it and said, "It's like you never existed." Little Spider-Man spat softly. He opened his eyes, looking at Doctor Strange in front of him. Even his left eyeball is bloodshot because of the eye injury in the previous battle. Hearing what Doctor Strange said, it was like a bolt from the blue. It struck hard in his mind. He knew the consequences of the matter, the figures of countless people. It kept passing through his eyes. It flashed through his mind. His favorite MJ, his good friend Ned, just met two Spider-Men, Maguire Bird and Garfield Parker. Do your best to save the villains. 250 everyone in the Avengers Alliance. Thor, Dr. Banner, Colonel War Machine Rhodes, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Captain America, Iron Man. Countless figures gathered in his mind. They had fought side by side, and they had known each other for a long time. They grew up together, and they experienced countless lovers finally getting married. After going through a lot of hardships, defeating one villain after another, mastering more and more skills, and understanding more and more things. There are relatives around me, leaving one after another. There are important people. Always make yourself stick to the bottom line and never break it. The most important friend in front of me. Just like Doctor Strange, no matter when, it will be because of his request to help the spell that almost destroyed the world in front of him. That is why he is no longer a child. He is an Avenger. He is the famous Spider-Man. He is a well-known good neighbor. He is Peter Parker. Finally, little Spider-Man nodded gently. I know, let's do it. Do it. Doctor Strange also understood the little Spider-Man who had a confused look in his eyes just now, but now had a determined look. Little Spider-Man's unshakable heart at this moment. As an elder, he could not bear to turn his head away and looked at the broken world in front of him. It's better to say goodbye. There is not much time left. Thank you, sir. Little Spider-Man nodded slightly and slowly stood up. Call me Steven, Doctor Strange said seriously. No matter what he did before, he always thought that the guy in front of him was a child, young and naive. When I do a little bit of work, it chirps and hums. Regardless of the previous Civil War, or the several battles that Thanos experienced when he invaded the Earth later, the little Spider-Man in front of us is still a child. At least that's what Doctor Strange thinks. But, he recognized the little Spider-Man in front of him and recognized the little Spider-Man as a like-minded friend. Recognize the growth of little Spider-Man in front of you. So he always asked little Spider-Man to call him sir to distinguish between elders and juniors. But at this moment, the name has changed. Little Spider-Man was slightly stunned. Thank you, Steven. Doctor Strange smiled, a smile of great relief. He still used magic to support this world, but he still looked at little Spider-Man and said comfortingly, "It still sounds weird." Little Spider-Man also smiled. His bloody face was covered with wounds, which made people feel distressed. He opened his mouth softly. See you later. Whoosh. As soon as the spider's silk shot out, the figure of little Spider-Man quickly swung away into the distance. But looking at the little Spider-Man in front of him, Zhou Boang's eyes were full of heartache. Goodbye, kid. The robes fluttered behind him. Doctor Strange is still releasing his magic to stabilize the world before him, watching the little Spider-Man drifting further and further away. And he continued to cast magic one after another, mending the broken mirror of the world. Orange magic energy. The moment I touched the mirror, the shattered world, like the brilliance of a mirror, was also constantly recovering. Click. The figure of little Spider-Man fell steadily from the sky, landed on the steel shield, and landed in front of Garfield Parker and Maguire Peter. Looking at the two Spider-Men in front of him, little Spider-Man smiled and said, "It's now, you're almost home. $700. Maguire Peter nodded slightly. He was supported by Garfield Parker and was obviously seriously injured, but not dead. Well, I want to say thank you guys. I wanted to tell you guys. Looking at the two Spider-Men in front of him, little Spider-Man was so excited that he couldn't speak incoherently and couldn't even say it after a long time. I really can't say it. 119. Garfield Parker reminded. I want you to know that looking at Garfield Parker and Maguire Peter in front of him, Holland finally mustered up the courage to say, however, before he finished speaking, Maguire Peter already looked relieved. You know, we are that kind of people. At this moment, the three people were in sync. Yes, that's who we are. With his penetrating eyes, little Spider-Man also sensed the common qualities between his two best friends. He was about to run away when he immediately turned back to explain. Okay, I have to go find Ned and MJ. After a slight hesitation, he quickly rushed over and hugged the two Spider-Men in front of him. The three Spider-Men are not only in the same frame, but also hug each other at this moment. Little Spider-Man's eyes are slightly red. Thank you. After hugging for a while, the three of them separated and looked at the little Spider-Man in front of them. Garfield Parker couldn't help but nod slightly. Peter Maguire, the big brother next to him, also recognized the little Spider-Man. Everyone looked at each other, and little Spider-Man waved casually. See you later. Goodbye. $700. The drama ended, and little Spider-Man immediately turned and left, while Garfield Parker and Maguire also smiled. Looking at the figure of this little child, you couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Are you in terrible pain? Garfield Parker asked softly. That's right. Maguire Peter nodded quietly. The previous injury was too severe. His body was completely pierced. That extremely sharp dagger even has a reverse blade. The moment he pulled it out, Maguire felt like his whole body was about to break apart. Whoosh! Little Spider-Man swings a spider silk. The figure leaped high into the sky, then landed steadily in front of Michelle and Ned. You're fine. Looking at the little Spider-Man in front of him, he had many wounds on his face, and even his eyes were a little bloodshot. My condition is very bad. My body is no longer as safe as before. Michelle's lips moved slightly, full of heartache. So proud of you. Ned beside him couldn't help but say. At this moment, the three of them hugged each other tightly. Little Spider-Man looked at Michelle and Ned in front of him and asked softly, Are you all okay? We are all fine. Looking at the little Spider-Man in front of her, Michelle also smiled. But the next moment, little Spider-Man immediately screamed. Oh my God, you're bleeding. He didn't care about his own injuries at all, but looked at Micien's forehead with worry. The little wound caused by the collision. Michelle held little Spider-Man's hand tightly and looked at the man with the heart in front of her with a serious expression. The three of them reunited, and the sun shone again in the distant sky. Feeling the sunlight on his face, Xiaoji's expression became much more stable. At least this meant that all the previous battles were meaningful. But, looking at the rice noodles in front of him and Ned beside him, little Spider-Man finally spoke out about this matter. You will forget who I am. Hearing this, Ned froze in his tracks. What? What are you talking about? Michelle's expression froze, and she looked confused. The confused expression at this moment is simply heartbreaking, because the future cannot be determined. Little Spider-Man can say this. This shows that he has his reasons, and it is very likely not a joke. They may really forget about little Spider-Man. Earth, before the screen, countless people saw this scene, and they couldn't help but reveal expressions of heartache in their eyes. In the end, little Spider-Man will have to shoulder all the responsibility, and everyone will forget about him. Even his beloved will forget him, and he will never be as free as before. Even the person who loves him the most will become a complete stranger. The person who cares about him the most can only become a passerby. Seeing this scene, almost everyone fell silent. This is something that cannot be solved at all. Only by casting a spell to make everyone forget Spider-Man can the world return to normal. Otherwise, the world before our eyes will be destroyed. Little Spider-Man did something wrong. This is the consequence he should bear, but it is also not the consequence he should bear. After all, he is just a child. As an elder, I really can't bear to see a child suffer such consequences. Maybe this is responsibility. With great ability comes great responsibility. In the video, little Spider-Man, who everyone was most concerned about, looked at Michelle with a serious look. It's okay, I'll go find you and explain everything. This is the best outcome. He looked at his beloved and said, It's the best outcome for you to remember me. You won't feel anything about this, okay? Michelle's eyes were slightly red, and tears could not stop falling. She immediately asked back, "But what if I can't remember you? We all don't remember you. I don't want this." He shook his head gently. The two of them had been through a lot before they finally got married and were together. And after experiencing many adventures, the little Spider-Man in front of him has become the most important person in his heart. Now it was cruel to make everyone forget about little Spider-Man and let her forget about her own love. But Zeker felt that she couldn't do it. Little Spider-Man was silent for a moment. "I know, MJ. Is there no other way?" Michelle asked, still unwilling to compromise. Ned, who was standing next to him, looked at Spider-Man in front of him, and the breeze blew his hair. As a good brother, Ned was a little stunned. "Don't you have any other plans?" "There must be." Michelle was incoherent. She obviously didn't want to give up the experience she had with little Spider-Man, nor did she want to give up the hard-earned relationship. Memory is the most precious thing a person has, and memory can store all a person's energy. It can store all the beauty and disappointment, happiness and fantasy in his life. If a person loses his memory, he loses the most important thing in his life. All his previous experiences, it's all completely meaningless. Little Spider-Man pursed his lips slightly. There were many wounds on his face. He looked at me, seriously. He couldn't answer this question and finally shook his head slightly, looking down at the ground. This is an answer that has no solution at all. There is no other way. The breeze blew everyone's hair. Michelle looked at the little Spider-Man in front of her. She didn't know how to answer this question. She couldn't even answer the question. "But everything will be fine." Little Spider-Man looked at the rice noodles in front of him, and their eyes were full of affection. In each other's eyes, surrounded by tears. This is a permanent solution to all problems. Ned, who had been silent, now saw the little Spider-Man and asked, "You promise?" His eyes were full of trust and tolerance, allowing little Spider-Man to personally answer this unsolvable question. "I'm afraid this is the final solution. The whole world is falling apart." He had the talent of a mage, so he naturally felt that the whole world seemed to be collapsing. At this moment, I just want to hear the answer from my friend himself. The two grew up together and are considered the best of friends. Ever since little Spider-Man was just Peter Parker, they have been inseparable partners, picking up girls together, playing together, and going to school together. This moment made him suddenly forget about little Spider-Man. As Ned, he couldn't accept it at all, but he had to accept it and face it, because the person next to me is Spider-Man. Hearing this voice, little Spider-Man turned his head to look at Ned, tears falling from his eyes. "Yes, I promise." He understood the look in his friend's eyes and also understood the scene before him. Ned nodded silently, showing his tolerance for the scene. Then the two of them shook hands gently, performed the last friendly gesture ever. They held each other in their arms and hugged each other tightly. Ned could no longer stop the tears in his eyes. In fact, the most gentle thing is the embrace of a friend, and the kind of friend you can trust completely. "I'll come find you, okay?" Little Spider-Man asked in a soothing tone. "I know." Ned broke down in tears, but he still struggled. "Let yourself hold back your sadness, especially after the battle. Little Spider-Man still has important things to do. Start to feel Michelle next to you." She was also very sad, but her eyes were firm. As a girl, she had a strong character. "I must." Looking at his beloved, little Spider-Man couldn't answer this question. The experience of the two Spider-Men before him. Even all his experiences put the people he loved most in danger. He has lost his Aunt May. Looking back on the past, it is very likely that after Michelle forgot about herself, little Spider-Man will no longer drag Michelle into a series of dangers. So at this moment, little Spider-Man remained silent. He couldn't deceive the person he loved the most, especially when he was looking into her gentle eyes. "Otherwise I will. Find out. It's not like I haven't done it before." Michelle shook her head slightly. She was also very determined. "Never retreat, even a bit. Never give in. I promise I'll take care of everything." Little Spider-Man swallowed softly. Michelle finally softened a little. "I hate magic." Under the countless rays of sunlight, the scene of the two people looking at each other was completely frozen. "Me too." Little Spider-Man nodded. As they gazed at each other affectionately, Michelle finally spoke first. "That I love you." She stretched out her hand to block the little Spider-Man's face and looked at the little Spider-Man who was so close to her. Her eyes are gentle. "I love it too." Little Spider-Man just came back. "But I didn't think." Michelle spoke up, staring at the little Spider-Man in front of her, with a hint of a smile on her face. "I'll tell you next time you find me." This is an agreement between two people. Good. Little Spider-Man has a sincere look in his eyes. Ned, who was standing next to him, showed his strong magical talent. He looked up at the sky, staring at the broken space. His look became hurried, and his expression became tense. The next moment, Michelle and little Spider-Man could no longer hold back and moved closer to each other and kissed passionately. With the sun as the backdrop, the two figures looked like the scene on Titanic. In the sky, crash! Doctor Strange's figure floated high up, with countless spells floating beside him. These spells were linked together to form a special magic circle. The incomparable F.A. Zhang's life force gathered together and bloomed with a special color. And the next moment, Doctor Strange created one magic circle after another. The villains who had traveled from other worlds before. A special white light mist lit up one after another, and their figures slowly disappeared. Looking at the world in front of me, they wanted to remember this scene. Electro was the first to disappear, followed by Dr. Octopus Alto, Norman Osborn, Green Goblin, Sandman Ford Lynn, and Lizard Dr. Connor. The sky was clearing up, and all the figures disappeared completely from this world, except for Doctor Strange. Floating high, on top of the torch of the Statue of Liberty, surrounded by countless magic runes, he was at the center, casting magic. On that huge amount of shield, Garfield Parker also looked at Peter Maguire in front of him and made a "yeah" gesture with his hand. Peter Maguire gently extended his hand and waved goodbye. The two figures also turned into white light and disappeared, and the little Spider-Man who remained in this world slowly separated from Michelle. The sun shone on his face, and he finally made the final decision and said goodbye to everyone. With a last reluctant look in his eyes, he slowly stepped back. He reached the top of the stairs and jumped high. This was the most critical moment, but his heart was still filled with reluctance. Doctor Strange in the sky nodded slightly to the little Spider-Man below, which was the most critical part of the plan. Now has come the crucial moment, that is to forget magic. Little Spider-Man couldn't hold it back any longer. His tear glands were secreting tears like crazy. Tears were gathering in his eyes. He didn't have time, but he still turned his head, looking at his girlfriend Michelle beside him. "I love you." Michelle's tears rolled down, her eyes showing infinite affection. The breeze blew her hair, and the tears in her eyes just rolled down. This scene, it was so tender. Both of them were so affectionate, but there was no way she had to forget little Spider-Man. This is also little Spider-Man's own choice. This is the last resort to save the world in front of us. Their eyes were so full of application, but helpless. Little Spider-Man took 2 deep breaths. He immediately jumped up high, stretched out his right hand. A thin spider thread connected to the steel frame in the distance, and Spider-Man's voice rose high into the sky. Boom! Doctor Strange opened his hands. Countless orange magic runes were emitting light, flashing and shining. The magic runes had completely gathered together. The next moment, whoosh! The magic rune immediately expanded to the surrounding area, sweeping across the entire world at an extremely fast speed. The sky was completely clear. The sun shone through the clouds, reflecting a golden glow, and under the sun, the world returned to normal, leaving only the Statue of Liberty standing alone. The battle came to an end. This scene was so beautiful. The cut-off part of the Statue of Liberty's torch has not yet been restored. Guardians of the Galaxy. Xingyan seemed to have forgotten the fruit in his hand, and his right hand loosened, and the fruit fell directly to the ground. Brush. Almost everyone's eyes turned to Nebula at the same time. Why are you looking at me?" Being stared at by everyone, Shingen turned her head and looked at everyone. She looked embarrassed but still held on. Rocket Raccoon shook his head slightly. Apparently, no one has reacted yet. They are too immersed in the play. And at this moment, I never thought that Spider-Man would sacrifice himself without hesitation for the sake of the world in front of him. Mantis looked at the video of the eyes, and her eyes were also sparkling. I was actually moved by the video in front of me. The Destroyer clenched his fists, muscles bulged on his arms, and his huge size perfectly complemented his image. Earth. I didn't expect that the multi-universe era has begun. I wonder if there will be a Star-Lord in another world. Star-Lord next to him, leaning on the cockpit with his arms folded, said with a speculative look, "Of course there is. It is also possible that there is a Black Star-Lord who was directly exiled to the dung beetle planet." Rocket Raccoon grinned, a sly smile on his face. Star-Lord directly raised his middle finger and rolled his eyes. If something goes wrong, Rocket Raccoon is definitely a very reliable teammate. But in normal times, Rocket Raccoon is definitely the most dangerous person. This made him think. When everyone met for the first time, they had to escape from the gravity prison together. Everyone had a mission, and his mission is to snatch one of the cripple's legs. Finally, I realized that this artificial leg actually has no meaning. Rocket Raccoon just wanted to play a trick on Star-Lord, but he didn't expect the star body to be stolen. That was embarrassing for him. Earth. Avengers Tower. All the Avengers were shocked when they saw this scene. Watching the video in front of me, brazenly preparing to make everyone forget about Peter Parker, Dr. Strange shook his head gently. "Children, you are just a child. This price is too high." "Yes." War Machine. Colonel Rhodes nodded gently. "Sometimes some things need to be handed over to adults. But you shouldn't be so naive. You must change in the future." He looked at Spider-Man next to him. $308. Little Spider-Man nodded slightly and looked down at the table. Everything in the video happens in the future, but this is obviously something he might do, and something only he would do. The initial magic spell went wrong and caused all the villains to travel to this world. The world is collapsing. Then, she was kind and wanted to save all the villains, which cost Aunt May her life. In the end, everyone forgot about his fate. This result, Spider-Man is silent. Not what he wanted. Iron Man remained silent, but when he stood up to pour the wine, he patted little Spider-Man on the shoulder. Seriously, the little Spider-Man in the video is very similar to his style, especially the super heavy development equipment. Even when fighting with others, there are various styles of painting. The first and second generation Spider-Man relied entirely on his own spider suit, while the third generation Spider-Man relied on the Iron Spider suit. This is a child who has not grown up yet. Maybe when he grows up, he will become a true Avenger. Iron Man looked at the people in front of him and said frankly, "He's a good and responsible kid." Captain America also looked over, looking pleased. On Earth, in countless squares, countless people are watching the video in front of them, and the video is experiencing scene after scene. It's really gripping, even every scene that happens. The battles are simply extremely cool. Whether it's the Iron Spider suit, the Spider Silk Shooter, or the Mutant Generation Spider-Man Peter Maguire. Oh my God, so handsome. It turns out that our good neighbor Spider-Man is actually Peter Parker. He and I are schoolmates. Oh my God, I finally know. Last time at the Obelisk, it was Peter Parker who saved everyone. He and Michelle are a couple. What an enviable couple. In the end, little Spider-Man would rather sacrifice everyone to recognize his own memory and use magic to restore the world to you. Damn, it made me cry. By the way, did you notice a problem? When the little Spider-Man Holland didn't pick up Michelle, the second generation Spider-Man Parker's eyes were so shocking. Garfield Parker, with a look of deep affection and gaze, as if he was looking at the person he loved deeply, and as a heartbreaking feeling. I don't know why, but I felt that gaze pierce my heart directly, and it was very painful. I once lost the most important person to me, and after going through countless pains, I still couldn't get over it, and finally closed my heart. Did the second generation Spider-Man also experience something? F***K. please play the video. I want to watch Spider-Man 2. I don't know whose voice suddenly sounded. Drowned out everyone else's voice. And the next moment, boom. The video contains the sound of a beating heart. Everyone looked over at the same time. Could it be that what that person said just now really came true? Do we really want to play Spider-Man 2? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Garfield Parker's figure appeared on the screen, and this scene was when the painful and helpless Holland was at the top of the tower. His eyes were full of affection. I'm going to Gwen, she's my MJ. In an instant, his voice became choked, and the next moment, the sound of light music sounded, and that brisk sound seemed to strike everyone's heart. Crash! The sound of the waves passing by rises high, like a brush, gently brushing everyone's heart. One string at a time. Maguire's Spider-Man world. Just after watching the video in front of him, Maguire Peter reached out and picked up the teacup from the table next to him and took a sip of the slightly bitter coffee. Gently pick up the original spoon and stir the cup. This is the way Peter Maguire likes, not bound by life. The next moment, with a slight smile on his lips, he said, "Cool." From the beginning to the end of the video, his eyes never left the little Spider-Man's iron suit. After reading all, even though his eyes were focused on the teacup in front of him, he couldn't help but marvel. If only he had the Iron Man suit and the web shooter, he could try out other things too. At this moment, he was once again attracted by the video in front of him, as if there was some brand new video being leaked. Garfield Spider-Man world. Garfield Parker changed to a comfortable position and lay on the roof again. In the video, he felt himself. 014602213 Philo 144562340. Mood swings ahead. When he saw Spider-Man's MJ, it reminded him of his own MJ, Gwen. He couldn't get over it at all. He only caught a glimpse in the previous video. That glance seemed to last forever, and he just wanted to touch his lover's face again through the video in front of him. I want to kiss my lover's lips once, but there will never be a chance to start over again. At this moment, he wondered if he could go to another world and use magic to revive his own MJ. But after a moment of excitement, he calmed himself down. There's a price to pay for everything. Since he could revive his own MJ. So what's the price to pay? Let the world be destroyed? At this moment, Garfield Parker burst into tears. Even if he could get over it, he still had deep love in his heart. This cannot be changed in this life. He arched his legs, buried his head tightly between his legs, and held his head with his arms to prevent his crying from being heard. And at this moment, grandfather, that special heartbeat sound attracted his attention again. Garfield Parker's ears moved. The familiar sound of heartbeat made his pupils shrink slightly. And the next moment, he saw himself appear in the video again and came to the place where he and Peter Maguire had persuaded each other. The scene with Holland's little Spider-Man. They all lost their important people, and he lost too. In the video, a blonde girl appeared in front of everyone, her blonde hair radiating golden light in the sun, like the goddess of victory. Just like the fairy queen, a gentle face, a pair of watery eyes, and wearing a college girl's uniform. At this moment, with a face full of affection, look at Garfield Parker, and the boy he was looking at, from the back, looked exactly like Parker. The warm sunshine sprinkled into Gwen's face. Her smile seemed to have some kind of endless magic. Her hair was tied up at the back of her head. At this point, Plaid is the only queen. Garfield Spider-Man world. Seeing Gwen in the video with a smile on her face, Garfield Parker could no longer control himself and burst into tears. Tears kept flowing, his body felt his extreme pain, and his tear glands kept secreting tears. Garfield Parker reached out and covered his mouth tightly to prevent himself from crying. He thought of the scene. This is before the two people have confirmed their relationship. The two people at that time were so innocent and simple. If he had the chance to go back to the past, he would not hesitate. Knowing the queen in front of him, he didn't start again. The sweet road that the two of them walked. Even if there were 10,000 chances to choose again, he would still choose to be a couple without hesitation. Choose to love the person in front of you. When in front of me, the piano is gently tapped with a slightly crisp sound, Spider-Man Parker regains his handsomeness. The golden checkered pattern was in front of his eyes, and his eyes showed deep affection. As if they had become boyfriend and girlfriend, Garfield Parker reached out. Holding Gwen's face, Gwen was smiling so happily at that time. Her eyes were filled with love. The grinning mouth corners represent the happy mood at the moment. Garfield Parker's right thumb poked into Plaid's face, creating a small dimple. The two people approached each other. The scene suddenly changed, and there was no kissing scene. On the date, Gwen was wearing a blue scarf. She saw Parker coming. The smile on his face is so sincere and full of affection. The two of them took a photo together at the graduation scene. After taking off their clothes, Garfield Parker in a white t-shirt. He held Gwen in his arms. Garfield was wearing a spider suit on a rooftop. Gwen had taken off his hood. The two of them were so close to each other. Even the tips of their noses are touching. A tender scene, they touch. Every scene is kissing. Every scene represents such a strong love. At the top of the tower, at the graduation party, in the dating place, they kissed, hugged, knew each other, loved each other. The piano sounded again. Garfield Parker appeared in the camera, still in that tall tower, and she persuaded Holland with a sincere tone. I will never forgive myself. Garfield Parker pursed his lips and even nodded slightly, which was a double confirmation that he could not forget in his heart. Pain. The scene changed. It was an amusement park. His good friend Harry was wearing sunglasses and looked cool and handsome. Asked that sentence. So who is she and what's her name? Garfield Parker smiled and looked at me lovingly. That kind of smile comes from the bottom of my heart and cannot be concealed at all. Asterisk. It was like the little bear had tasted the delicious honey he had been longing for. Just like a child who unexpectedly gets the toy he wants most when he is feeling lost. Just like every child has a dream, and when he finally realizes his dream, the heart disease bursts out from the purpose. The smell of that smile. Obviously, Gwen is the most important honey in Garfield Parker's heart, sweetening his whole world and illuminating all the darkness. On Earth, countless people in front of the video are watching the video in front of them. They finally understood the video in front of them, and it seemed that they heard the new request of the person before. The video in front of us. The music is so sensational, hitting everyone's heart with heavy blows. He squeezed the heart in his hand again and again, kneading it 3 times shallowly and once deeply. That kind of, it seems like there's a silk thread hanging above my heart, and the sound of the piano is like the fingertips gently brushing across it. That thread, bring a little bit of sensitive but not painful touch. And every scene in the video seems to be bungee jumping towards that very painful ending. Garfield Parker. After the ultimate sweetness comes the ultimate pain. That's why he had such a heartbreaking expression. That's why he tried his best to save MJ from Little Spider-Man. They are all Spider-Man, and they all have their own beloved ones. Oh-so-sos. Some people couldn't hold back their tears, and those who were highly emotional couldn't hold back their tears. The tears could not continue in the salt mine. They flowed down my cheeks, past my lips, and dripped onto the ground. J. The knife has already started. Is this the F************ G beginning? Let the knife hit harder. Damn it, I can handle it. Come on, hit me hard. I have to carry a bag of rice to several floors, and my wife has to carry a bag of rice to the earthen building. Wow, Oshawa, Pin, Spicy Scorpio. In the video, Pag, the piano, sounded more urgent. The scene suddenly changed, and it was still the same question as before, but Garfield Parker has taken off his spider suit, and his body is covered with numerous deep scars. Bloody. His chest seemed to be cut open by some sharp blade, even on his abdomen with 8 abdominal muscles. Although the abdominal muscles are very attractive, and even the deep wounds loaded with abdominal muscles at this moment, they form such a grand visual impact. But everyone can see clearly. The deep scratch. This kind of horrific injury would definitely be fatal to anyone. Garfield Parker, leaning on the sofa, his chest rising and falling. And at this moment, A tender white hand, holding a towel, came over gently and supported Garfield Parker's neck with the left hand. And his right hand was trembling slightly, not even daring to touch the wound. Because the wound in front of him was so horrible, so hideous, the flesh and blood inside the wound could be seen. I don't know what kind of horrible thing Garfield Parker Spider-Man has experienced to be so seriously injured. This tender little hand finally grabbed the towel and gently approached the wound, very gently wiping the wound in front of my eyes with a towel. If you touch it gently, you can see a little blood seeping out of the wound, but the scab has not fully healed. And the next moment, Gwen appeared in the camera. Her elf-like eyes were now filled with tears. Her eyes were so gentle. Looking at Garfield Parker in front of her, the deep affection in her eyes was completely uncontrollable. It was as if they were intoxicated, and even in the eyes of countless people, they were completely mesmerized by the sight before them. Garfield Parker. He was also deeply intoxicated by this gaze. He couldn't help but move closer and then kiss Gwen on the lips. Her name is Gwen Stacy. This is the explanation to my good friend Harry. When Garfield Parker mentioned Gwen in a joking manner, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face, revealing his extremely white teeth. All the experimenters in the laboratory were busy, including Plaid, who was wearing a white coat and had blonde hair, tied up with a hairband. At this moment, Garfield Parker, wearing glasses and looking shy, looking at Gwen in front of him, he said gently, "I want to follow you wherever you go." It was just like the boy's confession, even though it was not confirmed. The feelings at the moment were so sincere, and they came completely from the heart. Hearing this, Gwen was amused by Garfield Parker, but she neither refused nor agreed, and the smile on her face was so gentle. The screen appears in Garfield Parker's small home. He held the flowers he had picked, which looked colorful and exuded a fresh fragrance, which was particularly pleasant. There are all kinds of books on the bookshelf behind him. Garfield Parker is also a nerd. The reason why I have such profound knowledge is entirely because he is also constantly encouraging himself. Spider-Man in every world looks like a top student. They can. Using the only chemical substances available, we created drugs to deal with the genetic mutations of villains. And they don't have professional equipment, just a little bit of laboratory equipment, which is enough to see the Spider-Man in each world. They're not ordinary people. Almost every one of them is a top student, and the same is true for Garfield Parker in front of us. In contrast, in Holland's Spider-Man world, Garfield Parker, wearing a spider suit, seems to be a warrior like Spider-Man. The Garfield Parker in front of him was just an ordinary boy. When facing love, hold all the beauty in your heart and express it with your true heart. Always follow the one you love and advance and retreat together. The smile on his face is so natural and comes from the heart. When he is really happy, I can't hide the fact that when I mention Gwen, the excitement and joy that comes from the heart. Gwen in front of him looked like an elf girl with golden hair, a gentle face and watery eyes as she looked at the injured Spider-Man. The worry in his eyes seemed to be overflowing. Earth, behind the little Spider-Man house. Looking at Gwen, who looked like a fairy in the video, Michelle's eyes were filled with excitement. After watching all the videos, she is now. It seems like I have really experienced all the disasters in the future with little Spider-Man. When I saw little Spider-Man say that he wanted to save the world and make everyone forget about him, Michelle in front of me, I also couldn't control the sadness in my heart, and my tears kept flowing. And she was also very confused why the second-generation Spider-Man Garfield Parker showed such deep affection in his eyes when he saved him. It's obvious that the two people don't even know each other, but that look can't be fake. Now, as the girlfriend of little Spider-Man, Michelle finally found out. In Garfield Parker's world, his girlfriend Gwen is so beautiful and considerate, just like a fairy descending to Earth. In the video, looking at Garfield Parker, who is holding flowers in front of him with a shy look on his face, Gwen nodded seriously, then reached out to take the flowers. The smile on the face of a girl with a happy and beautiful love. Such gentleness and Garfield Parker perfectly complement each other. I want to follow you wherever you go. Rafi Parker said this again. The next moment, two figures appeared on top of a tall building. Garfield Parker is not wearing a spider suit, and his beloved girlfriend is right beside him. Reaching out to hold Gwen's hand, Garfield Parker exerted force with his right hand, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Gwen's soft body spun gently, and then she was pulled into Garfield Parker's arms. The figures moved closer together, and as the temperature rose rapidly, the two people hugged and kissed each other. "I will follow you for the rest of my life." Garfield Parker's voice was so sure. When you meet your true love, you must be brave at all times and never give up. On Earth, everyone looked at this scene, and their eyes showed blessings and good wishes. When you meet someone you like, don't feel inferior or think you're not worthy of him, her, but don't be cowardly and pursue him, her bravely if you like him, her. Every young person will have their own regrets, but no one should have regrets. Because every boy is unique in the world, and every encounter is like looking back countless times. In the previous life, I broke the bridge of 3 lives, and in this life I look back and smile. Every fate is independent, and every fate is arranged by God. God's arrangement is the best. Otherwise, I wouldn't be happy even if I married the Jade Emperor. Are these the most compatible souls in the world? I was in tears watching Garfield Parker and Gwen in the video. I couldn't stop crying. It reminded me of my first love and the beauty of it. One is a hero who saves the world, and the other is the unknown girlfriend of the hero who saves the world. Oh my God, so sweet. But I clearly know the result. I clearly know that the next knife will be sent, but I still can't help but wish them both the best. I hope the next knife won't make me stupid. Don't ever hand out knives. Oh my God, I can't take it anymore. The more beautiful the love is, the more painful it will be. Gwen is so beautiful. Why don't you cherish everything you have and lose it all? Every Spider-Man should go and treat his girlfriend well. Even if you're a Spider-Man, you also have an ordinary identity. Peter Parker. Gwen and Garfield Parker in front of me. They are such a perfect match. Handsome men and beautiful women. They look so. Sweetness and true love. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the piano is melodious, coming out slowly and loudly. In Gwen's home, she suddenly stood up and looked at the window. The curtains of the window were blown up by the wind, and Garfield Parker, wearing a spider suit. A figure appeared at the window, and he walked in. Gwen came gently to Garfield Parker's side. The scene of Garfield Parker being seriously injured appeared again. At this moment, Gwen wiped Parker's wound very gently. Parker's profile appears. Even though his body was in so much pain, Garfield Parker didn't show any pain on his face when he looked at the woman he truly loved. Instead, he looked at the woman in front of him with respect, his eyes filled with beauty and hope. Garfield Spider-Man was deeply attracted by Gwen's beauty. He stared at it intently. He was so fascinated that he stayed where he was, as if he had forgotten the pain. A feast for the eyes. Hack! The sound of the piano suddenly changed, and different keys naturally produced different sounds. Garfield Parker returned to the dusty tower again, back to the place where I advised Spider-Man. With tears in his eyes, he said, "I survived it later." Garfield Parker spat. He suppressed his sobs and the sadness in his heart. When he said this, he recalled all the good things in the past and the last time. Despair. Try to go on living. He looked down at the ground and tried to calm himself down, but the pain in his heart had already risen and he could no longer suppress it. Garfield Parker whimpered, "Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." In the video, Garfield Parker's door was gently pushed open. His haggard figure is no match for his former handsomeness, and his face has stubble. It seemed as if he had experienced the most painful despair in the world. He looked down and saw the spider mask in his hand. What comes to mind is all the beautiful things that the two of them once had. The reality made him so powerless. I know that's what she wants, but Garfield Parker's voice is so gentle, calm and soft, just like his character is extremely kind. Countless police cars appeared on the battlefield, with holes in their bodies and dense bullets. And, at this moment, a little kid Spider-Man. He took off his hood and saw the second-generation Spider-Man Parker squatting on the ground. He raised his right fist towards the child. Their fists bumped lightly. The kid quickly ran away, and Parker stood up. Behind him were countless policemen with terrified faces. The surrounding streets were destroyed beyond recognition, and Spider-Man was the only hero, standing in front of all ordinary people. I became very angry. In Garfield Parker's voice, the scene changes again. Countless people were in deep sorrow, each with a sad face. They were wearing black clothes. Garfield Parker, with his hair styled up, he couldn't hide his haggard face, and at the moment he looked depressed. He was wearing a black suit, a black tie, and a white shirt. Standing beside him was Aunt May, who also had a painful expression on her face and still had tears in her eyes. They looked at the scene in silence. As the camera zooms out, it appears that this is a cemetery. Obviously, he lost his dearest and most beloved one. He lost his MJ, he lost Gwen. GGG. The sound of drums rang out, carrying with it endless sorrow. It's getting bitter. The scene where Garfield Parker admonishes Holland's little Spider-Man. This moment is so touching. Why did he say such affectionate words? Why can he use his emotions to admonish little Spider-Man? Because he has also experienced heart-wrenching pain. If possible, you would definitely drink a cup of love potion or a cup of mangue soup. That kind of pain simply drilled into one's internal organs, deeply into one's bone marrow, cutting madly like a knife every moment. At every moment, it plays on people's heartstrings. Yes, hey. Extremely haggard background music. Garfield Parker stood alone in front of the tombstone. His aunt also left him. Zero. He didn't want to leave. He stood there alone, looking at the cemetery in front of him, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. In the distance is this event, another huge obelisk. The ground of the cemetery is covered with green lawns, and bright flowers are placed in front of each cemetery. All the people have left. Only this cemetery is left, with lonely tombstones standing here. They have experienced the wind and frost, blue sky and white clouds. The whole world is so vast, but in this vast world, human beings are so small. Garfield Parker's figure was so calm. He stood in front of the tombstone without saying anything, just standing there, looking at the tombstone in front of me affectionately. Or rather, he looked at the woman on the tombstone, the girl who was as gentle as an angel, with eyes as bright as an elf. It is the best gift from God to the second-generation Spider-Man, Garfield Parker. But he lost her. I just don't want you to end up like me. Garfield Parker spoke the last cowardly yet tough words, and his gaze deeply touched little Spider-Man. That scene is so warm. It was like a second-generation big brother looking at his younger brother, using his heart-wrenching words to admonish the little Spider-Man in front of him. Suddenly, "What are you doing here?" Garfield Parker in his spider suit. He appeared in front of a power plant, and behind him was the huge power plant. There was a danger sign on the ground. At this moment, he roared at Gwen beside him. His voice is full of anger, anxiety, and deep worry. But Gwen, with her blonde hair, pointed at the electric field behind her, looked at Spider-Man, and said solemnly, "I know this power grid. I can restart it." Little Spider-Man had no idea what to do with Gwen, and he was so angry that he jumped up and down. Gwen insisted. Garfield Spider-Man finally calmed down. He grabbed Gwen's shoulder and said seriously, "You shouldn't be here. You can't be here. It's too dangerous." "I'm not messing around." Gwen also got angry. Looking at Spider-Man in front of her, she said hurriedly, "No one can make decisions for me, okay? This is my choice, understand?" With a strong woman's tone. The person in front of her is the famous Spider-Man, but in Gwen's eyes, this guy is her boyfriend, the Garfield Parker who is always shy in front of her. She angrily scolded Spider-Man, and directly scolded Spider-Man, and lost her temper. Garfield Parker shook his head, not knowing how to explain. Gwen's figure appeared in the electric field. The electric field was completely destroyed at this moment. There were even exposed cables on the nearby instruments. Sparks were flying. Where had Gwen seen such a scene before? He moved forward with a thrill and immediately came to the control panel. Looking at the iron lock on the console, she picked up the safety hammer next to her and hammered on the iron lock again and again. Listen to me, you are Spider-Man. I love Spider-Man. Gwen's voice was pleading, gentle, and weak, and seemed to contain a few tears. Far away, Spider-Man set a trap in the power plant. He wrapped 6 spider silk threads around his hands and pulled the silk tightly with his whole body. The villain of this world, Electro, was floating in front of him, his hands releasing unimaginable electricity. He aimed madly at Spider-Man and released it. His body was electrocuted and smoke was coming out. The body was hanging on the electric fence and shaking wildly. The Electric Man is like God, totally invincible. The horror content of this scene is so terrible. In the control room, Gwen Stacy's chest heaved when she saw this scene, and her eyes were filled with worry. The sound of the piano was accompanied by the sound of the breeze, and the scene changed. Gwen Stacy, with her smooth blonde hair, let her hair down and cut her hair into bangs. At this moment, the eyes are so sincere and affectionate. Continuing from the previous sentence, but I love Peter Parker more. GGG. The sound of music once again touched everyone's heartstrings. Large patches of electric light poured madly into Peter Parker's chest. The spider suit he wore was not invulnerable. At this moment, his body was shaking from the electric shock, but he still held the spider silk tightly with both hands. Gwen Stacy, watching the scene in front of her, was standing in front of the control window. She immediately opened the safety valve according to all the procedures. Just like a strong woman, open all the safety valve switches. The scene returns to the world of Little Spider-Man. Bang, bang, bang! The huge steel shield was broken by the doctor's magic. The steel buildings simply couldn't withstand the impact of the huge object and broke into pieces. Michelle's figure was out of control and fell to the ground on the shaking building 833. The whole world is being hit by madness. Boom, boom. The building shook violently, and everything was out of control. Seeing this scene, the little Spider-Man jumped up without saying a word and jumped down from the cliff of the Abbott's building. In the next scene, Garfield Parker, the second-generation Spider-Man wearing a spider suit and a spider mask, also emerged from countless broken places. He fell madly from a height to a cliff thousands of feet high. In his eyes, there was a figure falling madly. That figure and that blonde goddess, they were perfectly matched together, and that elf-like gaze was now filled with fear. The world of Spider-Man. Michelle, who saw this scene, put her hand on her chest and felt a sharp pain in her heart. The tears in her eyes could no longer be stopped. She finally understood why Garfield Parker saved her. Such emotions will be revealed. The figure of the little Spider-Man jumped up high, then suddenly jumped down from the sky, chasing after Michelle. He is ready to extend his right hand, holding Michelle tightly in front of him. On the other side, Garfield Parker looked at Gwen falling to the ground in front of him. At this moment, it seems as if the space has frozen. He stretched out his right hand at an extremely fast speed, and with a very familiar gesture, he shot a spider silk towards Gwen. "May I have your name?" Gwen's voice was so familiar. "Parker, Peter Parker." Garfield Parker's voice was a little shy, but still very serious. Okay. From the sound of it, Gwen seemed very surprised, and even had a little excitement in her tone. The figure of Dutch brother Little Spider-Man, jumping down from high, was instantly hit by the flying skateboard and flew out. Michelle was shocked when she saw this. Little Spider-Man was hit. There was no time to grab Michelle's hand. That fairy-like girl. The hair fell from the sky to the bottom of the tower and was blown by the strong wind. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she was extremely terrified at the moment. Her makeup was delicate, but her eyes were filled with great fear. "You're Gwen, right?" Spider-Man asked this question in a shy voice. "Gwen Stacy." Gwen replied with her voice thick with confidence. Her body continued to fall, and at this moment, among countless tiny broken parts, she even closed her eyes, ready to accept death. A spider's thread passed through the clouds, immediately grabbed Gwen Stacy's belly tightly. No! In the world of Little Spider-Man, Michelle is seen falling from the sky, and little Spider-Man is knocked away. Garfield Parker was shocked when he saw this scene and roared in anger. Then, without any hesitation, he took 2 steps forward, quickly pulled out the spider silk, and launched himself out, chasing after Michelle's figure. Snap! The spider silk caught the figure of Plaid, and Garfield Parker stretched out his left hand and grabbed the steel hanging in the air while falling. Bang! The spider silk is elastic and cannot stay there directly, and Gwen's figure is also. He fell from the sky, and the elasticity of the spider silk caused it to stretch, so he could have been safe. But in an instant, Gwen's body was pulled back, but her head, hands, and feet fell backwards uncontrollably. It hit the ground hard. Garfield Parker on the other side jumped out recklessly. He hugged Michelle tightly in his arms, stretched out his right hand, and shot out spider silk. Whoosh! The 2 figures landed steadily on the ground. The spider silk caught Gwen, but it was unable to stop the silk from stretching. At that moment, Garfield Parker fell from the sky, wearing the spider suit. Spider-Man looked at the scene in front of him. He was a little bit unbelievable. After a slight hesitation, he immediately reached out and pulled off his hood. He walked forward and looked in front of him, when he was caught by the spider silk. His eyes were full of disbelief. He couldn't believe what was happening. There was fear, regret, annoyance, and even pain in his eyes. Garfield Spider-Man world. Garfield Parker saw this scene. He had already stopped crying, and even though he covered his mouth tightly, the big tears still kept falling. He lay on the roof in agony. He curled himself up into a ball, almost choking from crying. His voice gradually came out. Far away, on the square, countless men, women, young, and old watched the video in front of them, and they were all silent. Everyone knew that Spider-Man was the hero who saved the world. But no one knows exactly what happened, because when the villain destroys the world, the scene cannot be broadcast live. They only know about the Lizardman incident. How to solve it? Because the media who ignored it were present at the time. After the Electro incident, they had no idea how Spider-Man dealt with Electro, but the crisis was finally resolved. Later, we even experienced the Green Goblin incident. And later, why did Spider-Man disappear? Why is Spider-Man unwilling to reappear as a hero? Even as the whole city fell into a state of misery, the crime rate in the entire city soared. Spider-Man still doesn't want to show up. It turns out that he lost his beloved in that battle. Even though he is the extremely powerful Spider-Man, he is still a child. The love of his life at the age of 17, his first love, was extremely sweet, pure, and lovely, like a goddess descended from the earth, like an elf. But in that battle, Peter Parker lost Gwen forever. Spider-Man also lost his own MJ in this world. That's why he stretched out his hands with all his strength and hugged Michelle tightly in his arms, because he knew that spider silk. No one can be saved. Maguire Peter world. Watching the video in front of him, Peter Maguire's eyes were filled with tears. He sat on a chair and poured himself a glass of wine for the first time. Every Spider-Man has his own MJ, and he is the same. In this world, Mary Jane is a perfect woman. At least when he was in school, she was a very outstanding girl. He was undeniably in love with Mary Jane. At that time, he was idealistic and naive, while Mary Jane was realistic and lived and had to work hard. Mary experienced love again and again, and he gradually changed from a confused teenager to a Spider-Man. After everything, Mary Jane knew Spider-Man's identity. But, for the safety of those around him, he resolutely rejected Mary Jane and chose to be alone. At Harry's grave, he completely let go of himself. The people in another world, Spider-Man from another world, also tried their best to save his MJ. Save Gwen from another world. Save Michelle from another world. Maguire Peter was silent. He looked out the window, and the sunlight shone on his face. He didn't know if he had done anything wrong. But, looking at the portrait behind him and Uncle Ben's smiling face, Maguire Peter smiled with relief. At least he made a choice. The world of Spider-Man. Spider-Man Holland hurried back. When he opened the door, he saw him sitting by the bed, watching a video. Michelle, with tears in her eyes. Looking at the little Spider-Man in front of her, Michelle wanted to speak up. But As soon as she opened her mouth, her voice choked with sobs, and she even sobbed uncontrollably. I understand everything. Little Spider-Man rushed over and hugged himself. My MJ. Watching Garfield Parker in a video, little Spider-Man sighed softly, feeling bad too. If it weren't for Garfield Parker, I'm afraid I would have lost my MJ forever. How are you? In the video, Garfield Parker hugged Michelle tightly, lowered his head, and asked softly. The two people landed safely. Michelle had a terrified expression on her face. When she heard the voice, she nodded in panic. I'm fine. The deep sadness in those eyes seemed to turn into an indelible sorrow. The sadness that had solidified into reality seemed to have experienced countless heart-wrenching pains. But the next shot turns. In the world of the Amazing Spider-Man, the spider silk pulled Gwen's body, but it couldn't stop her from falling. Garfield Parker overestimated his own strength, underestimating the toughness of spider silk. He took off his hood, looking at the girl who had stopped breathing with sadness in his eyes. His pain, his sorrow, like an arrow piercing his heart. At this moment, his eyes were full of tenderness. He reached out his hand and gently stroked Gwen's face, but he didn't dare to use his strength. It's like touching a baby. His cheeks flushed as he watched the woman he loved so much die right in front of him. He wanted to touch the girl in front of him, but he didn't know where to start. His movements were as gentle as stroking a feather. He whispered, "Are you okay?" But Gwen had closed her eyes at this moment. She couldn't answer this question at all. Gwen suffered a severe blow to the back of her head. She had completely lost consciousness and was dead. Garfield Parker was in pain, his whole body trembling slightly. He looked at Gwen in front of him, with tenderness and deep affection in his eyes. And, at this moment, he had no choice. He didn't know what to do. He reached out to stop Gwen, gently floating her hair. He was filled with regret at the moment, regretting to the extreme, and the pain in his eyes seemed to be able to kill everyone. He looked at the person he loved deeply, pursing his lips with painful emotions. Tears can no longer be stopped, and they keep accumulating in my eyes. As Spider-Man, he is powerful and invincible. As a man, he is upright and has never cried in this world. Even if he was seriously injured, he never cried in such humility and pain. But he gently stroked the hair on his arm. He was affectionate and painful, his voice trembling. "Gwen, Gwen." At this moment, he was like a helpless child, his body trembling in extreme pain, and the girl's eyes were closed. A trickle of blood slowly seeped out of her nose and slid down. The girl's figure is still so warm. She is beautiful with a shadow painted on, and she is wearing beautiful clothes. The golden hair was hanging down on her head, and the girl closed her eyes. She had completely lost her breath. "Oh, so's, Gwen." Garfield Parker couldn't suppress the pain in his heart. His voice sounded sad. Helpless and powerless, what a pale scene. Woo. The music sounded so emotional. Garfield Parker cried and trembled in pain, and gently held Gwen in his arms. Put Gwen's head on his chest. How much Garfield Parker wanted to keep Gwen, who belonged to him, and how much he wanted to save Gwen with his own power. But he failed. He didn't do it at all. He is the extremely strong Spider-Man, but he couldn't protect the one he loved. Michelle, who was rescued, finally calmed down. She looked at Garfield in front of her and was stunned. Garfield Parker, who saved him, now had an unavoidable sadness on his face. The squinting eyes, tears appearing, and the slightly pursed lips seemed to have formed a small habit because of the extreme pain. "Are you okay?" Michelle asked softly. Garfield Parker closed his eyes, unable to bear the thought of letting his sadness pass, and nodded gently. The world of Spider-Man. Michelle hugged little Spider-Man tightly, and the two felt each other's heartbeats. The pain of both of them reached the extreme. Watching the video of Garfield Parker nodding his head with great determination, Michelle is heartbroken. How could Garfield Parker be okay? How could he not be in pain? It's like a memory reenacted. 0146022213, Philo 1445722040. Little Spider-Man was also stunned. I thought there were some wonderful collections of Spider-Man from other parallel worlds. But it's all knives, it's all knives. He was stabbed silly. Not just him. Garfield's Spider-Man world. The world of Spider-Man. Maguire's Spider-Man world. FR. Everyone. Watching the video in front of me, the transitions between scenes and the melodious music deeply penetrated everyone's heart. This moment, finally, someone couldn't bear it anymore and covered his eyes with his hands in pain, tears streaming down his face. More people, the emotions began to resonate, and they themselves could not suppress the grief in their hearts. People are all made of flesh and blood. As the hero of Spider-Man, he protected the whole world and saved countless people. He saved disaster after disaster and saved countless helpless, weak people. And at this moment, he lost everything he had, and his once bright world became completely dark. The knife. It's too sharp. I will never make a wish again. I have been stabbed and made stupid. K it. First the sweetness, and then the knife. Awesome. The knife made me cry wildly. Why? Why do you do this to Gwen? Why do this to Spider-Man? Why? Is this God's arrangement? Why do this to a 17-year-old child? Why do this to the hero who saves the world? Are heroes born to be lonely? So every Spider-Man in every world has lost his Uncle Ben, and Garfield Parker has lost his Gwen. The little Spider-Man timeline has only just lost his May. The little Spider-Man timeline now almost lost his own Michelle. This is salvation across time and space. This scene is so familiar, so painful, so heartbreaking, like 1,000 arrows piercing my heart. Why did Garfield Parker show such shock when the Dutch little Spider-Man was knocked away? Why did Garfield Parker have such a heartbreaking look in his eyes when Michelle was rescued? So, this is the reason. I got it. Oh my God, why did you treat Garfield Parker like this? He was such a handsome boy, but now he has become a haggard uncle. So what he said about the Dutch little Spider-Man, all 13 of them, were true? After losing Gwen, he became violent, resolving every day with painful violence in any way possible. So using that method to admonish the Dutch little Spider-Man is like stabbing yourself in the heart with a knife. How much potential does Garfield Parker have to achieve this level? Horrible, so terrible. The world of Spider-Man. After a brief silence, the two of them calmed down. Little Spider-Man looked at the video in front of him, and he seemed to finally understand something. Why did Garfield Parker rush over and jump off the tall building immediately after he was knocked down? He held Michelle in his arms at an extremely fast speed. Even Maguire, Peter didn't react like this. Little Spider-Man sighed softly, turned his head and looked at me seeing beside him, and said in a gentle voice, I seem to finally understand why he was able to catch you in the first place. Why? Michelle was slightly stunned, not understanding the meaning in little Spider-Man's eyes. Because he may have practiced thousands of times in his dreams, just for that one time, to catch Gwen. Little Spider-Man's eyes turned red, and he finally understood why everything happened so quickly. And this time he caught it. Garfield Parker had already rehearsed this in his dreams, thousands of times. Hundreds of thousands, hundreds of times, all just to be able to catch it that one time. This time I caught it. Some people also said something like this, the same style as little Spider-Man. The endless tenderness shown in the video and the extreme pain hidden in the eyes. Why do I see a certain contradiction in Garfield's face? He is very free and handsome, but he avoids feelings. Everything was peaceful in my own world, but when I came to the world of little Spider-Man, everything was amazing, especially when he saw little Spider-Man and Michelle together. Why were his eyes full of envy? At that time, no one understood and thought he was just envious of other people's beautiful love. But now it seems that he also had the ultimate beautiful love. In the video, no, please. Holding Gwen's face gently with both hands, Garfield Parker couldn't stop crying. Tears welled up, his lips trembled with excitement. At this last moment, the music completely blends in with the scene in the video. In that melodious girl's voice, it seemed as if everything had quietly passed away. There will never be the beauty that once was. The girl who looks like an angel descended from the earth, the girl with eyes like an elf. That beauty is beyond description. Gwen Stacy, she left. At this moment, he screamed in pain and looked up at the sky. No! This roaring sound made the child seem so helpless at the moment. Oh, so-sos. He lowered his head again and hugged Gwen tightly in his arms. This was his last embrace, and it was also Gwen's last embrace. As the camera moves, the huge high-rise building is filled with only the ultimate despair. Under the light, Peter Parker in his spider suit and his beloved Gwen in his arms. This scene is completely frozen, surrounded by countless fragments. This is so lonely. Boom! The melodious female voice blew through the breeze. It was like a ghostly voice igniting the last loneliness in everyone's heart at this moment. In front of that familiar tombstone, there was still Peter Parker in a black suit. I changed into some casual clothes at this moment. Wearing a hat on his head, a lonely and cold figure. This is the favorite dress of autistic people. He becomes extremely lonely. The ground was covered with dead leaves. It was already autumn. A breeze blew, stirring the treetops in the distance. Garfield Parker stood quietly in front of the tombstone. There is an indescribable emotion in his eyes. Looking at the tombstone in front of me, he wasn't crying, nor was he sad, but his eyes were so gloomy that it was hard to understand. The breeze blew, and the leaves fell back to their original places. He looked at the tombstone in front of him and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Thump, thump, thump. The last piano note now carries a reverberating melody, as if all the warmth in the world is still continuing. The world is so big, but it seems that Peter Parker is the only one left. The towering obelisk in the distance has not changed at all over time. There was a little snow in the sky. Peter Parker was wearing a long jacket, his hair was messy, and his eyes were melancholy. The sky in the distance was filled with countless rays of light, and at this moment, Peter Parker seemed to be the only shadow in the light. The obelisk in the distance was only a blurry black silhouette, but Peter Parker's figure in front of him was so clear. The snow fell, and snowflakes fell on the ground. The flowers and branches in front of each tombstone had grown very tall. Even beautiful sky-high star flowers have grown. The ground was covered with a layer of white snowflakes, and Peter Parker was still standing there. The sun slowly sets in the distant sky, and Peter Parker's figure still forms a dark mass. He still had indescribable emotions in his eyes as he looked at the tombstone in front of him. At last, the music stopped, and the scene before my eyes also came to a perfect end. At this moment, there is no more love I once had. Gwen, there is no longer the innocence, happiness, romance, love, gentle Spider-Man, Garfield Peter Parker, Guardians of the Galaxy. Oh, so-sos, Xing-Yun, who has always had the toughest personality, but as a young girl who has not experienced much of the world, she finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. She was adopted by Thanos since she was a child, and countless body parts have been replaced with steel parts. Luckily, I have never felt the so-called love, nor the so-called friendship. She has always lived in a cold world, closed, independent, and lonely. In a video in front of him, he truly felt the beauty of friendship and truly watched. Garfield Parker and Gwen, every hug and kiss. Xing-Yun's calm heart was washed away by huge amounts of, and watching Gwen Stacy in the video, gently caressing Garfield Parker's wound. The movements were extremely gentle, and he was even afraid of hurting Garfield Parker. Such a gentle face, such a gentle cheek. That beautiful girl. In the end, she lost her life because of Spider-Man and Peter Parker. Bang! The Destroyer punched the steel table next to him. The extremely hard steel table was immediately hit with a deep fist mark, and his angry chest rose and fell. Garfield Parker, don't you know that Spider Silk is resilient? Why can't you catch her? What? At this moment, the Destroyer's rage was ignited. This reminded him that he was unable to save his wife and daughter, who were caught in the fire of war. Finally, he died completely, and he finally crawled out among the Dead Man team. He never got a chance to spend time with them again. He was imprisoned, but fortunately, he escaped from prison with this group of funny people and felt the friendship again. Gamora was silent, but he still took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress the emotions in his heart. Isis, Mantis, was sobbing quietly beside her, and even though she was crying, her crying was 10,000 times more beautiful than that of others. Rocket Raccoon pulled out the pistol from his waist and gently stroked his old friend, with a sad expression in his eyes. He was once just a raccoon who was experimented on, but he had other companions, a group of animals that were transformed into mechanical bodies, and they all opened up their spiritual intelligence. But eventually all partners. Caught by the bad guys, life or death is unknown. Although he escaped, his companions could not escape. Rocket Raccoon once had a love affair, and he also had a beloved person. Together, they imagined freedom and beauty, but they haven't seen what's to come. Star-Lord silently put on his headphones and moved away from his companions. He walked to the back and leaned back in his chair. He took out the MP3 his mother left him and gently turned on the play button. He started playing the tracks inside, which gave him a moment of respect in his heart, at least to suppress the sad emotions. This reminded him of his father ego again, and how terrifyingly destructive ego, as a planetary entity, possessed. Countless people were killed by that guy, including his own mother. Here, he could have accepted unimaginable power and become a true god, but he gave up. Although Mother's affairs are heartbreaking, Mother's love is so pure and sincere. This is probably the most beautiful feeling among human beings on Earth. Why is love so precious? Because it is the sincerity given by everyone. True love of giving. This moment, the entire universe was silent because of the inventory video in front of us. Gwen Stacy. All beautiful things can be appreciated by almost everyone. The beauty of the girl's eyes, the sincerity and tenderness of a girl. Garfield Parker's kindness and friendliness, his handsomeness and coolness as Spider-Man. The courage to fight against evil forces, never give up and stand up again every time you fall. Spider-Man's creed of not killing. Spider-Man saves everything. Every Spider-Man is different, but every Spider-Man is an unimaginable heroic dream. Each Spider-Man has an extremely strong physique, and they have the strength to easily lift dozens or even hundreds of tons. Their physical fitness is so strong that it's scary. This is true for every generation of Spider-Man. Because of their upbringing, because of their background, because of the mission each of them shoulders, they became Spider-Man. They choose to become Spider-Man, choose to save the world, and help more people. Even though this looks very childish, it looks like a pervert wearing a tight spider suit. But they are really saving the world and really helping others. Spider-Man forever. Spider-Man forever. Kamartaj. Countless mages stopped practicing and watched the video in front of them, feeling deeply moved. This really proves the old saying, the first and second generations rely on mutation. The third generation relies on steel technology. There are also differences between the first and second generation Spider-Man. I feel that the first generation Spider-Man is more pure. After going through everything, his eyes seem to have returned to their original simplicity. The second generation Spider-Man is even cooler. He grew up at a young age and experienced heartbreaking and sad things. So he is mature. The third generation Spider-Man has just experienced grief, and he is still only 17 years old. How much knowledge he has. His cognition is completely different from other Spider-Men, and he can live in this technologically rich world. I believe that the future of little Spider-Man will be limitless. Yes, everyone nodded gently. As soon as the magic circle appeared, Dr. Strange, wearing a wizard's robe, returned to the temple. Hearing the words around him, he did not turn around. This time I returned to the temple not because of Spider-Man, but because, from the video just now, he actually discovered an unimaginable magical group. Ned, just put on the Shin ring and you can use teleportation magic without any training. This is an incredibly good candidate, and at the most critical moment, Fabe will save Ned. Things to know. He was trapped in the Himalayas. When he was almost frozen to death, at the critical moment of life and death, he finally used the ability to use the magic portal. FFFLX. What Doctor Strange has to do now is to find Ned as soon as possible and test his talent. Maybe we'll cultivate a supreme magician who is more powerful than him. At the same time, bang! A waiter piled the wine glasses on the table tightly and shouted impatiently, "More wine, more wine. I want to get drunk today." Deadpool burped a lot. "Ugh, you look like you're in a bad mood." Peter, a fat guy who was sitting next to him, as soon as he sat down, the fat on his belly bulged up, pushing the table against his head and almost causing him to fall down. Deadpool quickly held onto the table. Peter quickly apologized. I'm sorry. But just after he finished speaking, he noticed that Deadpool looked at him strangely. Peter was stunned. "What are you doing?" 1219. Deadpool suddenly came over with a mean look on his face. "Will you have any other abilities, such as gaining super strength after being bitten by a spider sense, and mutating to spit spider silk?" DB. Peter was stunned. That shouldn't be possible. After all, the Spider-Man in our world can't spit spider silk. And although my name is Peter, I'm not Peter Parker. TSK. Then you are Jean G, who is pulling vegetables. Deadpool, with a smug look on his face, raised his head and drank all the remaining wine in the glass, then leaned back in his chair with a look of loss. I don't know when it will be my turn to review the video. I also want to see how cool I am. Damn it. It will definitely be for you, don't worry. Peter comforted her a little. Just then, crackling, there was a bolt of lightning in the sky, and the inventory video that had just been silent suddenly shone again. Here it comes. Peter's face lit up with excitement. Oh yes. At this time, he stretched out his right hand, clenched his fist, and pulled his arm hard. Then he stretched out his left hand, clenched his fist, and pulled his arm hard. He even raised his right fist high and handed it to Peter. Peter nodded slightly excitedly, then bumped his right fist with Deadpool's. Everything seems to have lost its fragrance. The two of them looked forward to watching the video in front of them, but should not show the video of the video. At this moment, it is still pitch black, and the next moment, but suddenly a strange sound was heard. Bang! Bang! That special sound like hitting steel. Deadpool froze in front of the smiling face, and Peter beside him was also stunned. Can you forge iron, Wade? Hit you. Deadpool crushed the wine glass in his hand, looking like he wanted to cry, but had no tears. All over the world. Bang! All the videos reveal the same voice, a special voice that carries a special and inexplicable feeling. Stark Tower. Whoosh. A figure wearing red armor flew towards us from the sky. At first, it was just a small black dot, but soon it was enlarged in the field of vision, showing the appearance of the iron armor. On the outer roof of the Stark building, there's a helipad at the highest point, which has been transformed by the Tony's tank into a place where mechas can land. Bang! The moment it flew back, the iron armor spun in the air and landed on the ground steadily and showily. Mark armor looks very cool, matched with Tony's showy figure. When? He was wearing steel armor and walked forward step by step. The steel stepped on the ground, making a heavy metallic sound. It's a special alloy, not very heavy, and has a power assist system inside. Looking at the Stark building in front of him, Tony gently stretched out his hands. The next moment, sniff sniff. On the apron in front of me, countless robotic arms suddenly appeared, spreading out and revealing countless fine parts. There are pliers, screws, and special manipulators running around, busying around after a rotation. Jarvis? Tony's voice was calm. Hello, sir. The voice of Jarvis, the artificial intelligence butler, sounded. The next moment, countless fine mechanical arms began to move back and forth, and Iron Man's armor was wrapped in it. As countless mechanical arms were in front of him, Mark's armor was disassembled, revealing the voice of Tony in a suit. At the same time, he stepped forward and regained his handsome playboy look. There was a bolt from the blue in the sky behind me. Tony looked at it calmly and walked into the house. The automatic panoramic glass door opened, and in front of me was Tony's private room, which was usually not open to the public. Next to it was a wine cabinet, on which were placed bottles of wine whose names I couldn't tell. Tony casually opened the cap of a bottle of wine, looked at the sparkling wine in front of him, reached out to pick up the bottle, and poured the green bubbling, sparkling wine into the bottle. Poured into the cup. After taking a sip, his expression relaxed. He had been in meetings at the Avengers base all day. Although he sponsored the place, he was also obliged to go there because he was one of the founders. And the world in front of us is indeed undergoing some unknown changes, and countless videos are played for movies and TV shows in the future. The previous one is a god in Norse mythology. Asterisk. And this is a little kid from Queens, Peter Parker, Little Spider-Man. No one knows who will be the next one, and what information they will convey. The crisis is growing. The evil threat in the universe is ready to move. Come to Earth to collect the Infinity Stones, and there will be a lot of fighting, based on the current artificial battle history of the Avengers on Earth. In addition to the powerful Thor in Norse mythology, the powerful Captain America, and even the huge Hulk who could cause a Green Man crisis at any time, Iron Man is not very optimistic about Hawkeye and Black Widow. Now there is one more Stephen Strange. Doctor Strange, the Scarlet Witch who possesses some kind of scarlet magic power, and he and Dr. Banner work together to complete a shocking masterpiece. The super artificial intelligence life form, now known as Vision, as well as the fighting power is unknown, but the little Spider-Man of Holland becomes stronger when facing a stronger opponent. Iron Man's side. He didn't know whether everyone had a chance of winning in the face of future shocks, but he was not optimistic. After taking a sip of wine, I was just about to lean back on the sofa to see what the next video would be. Sudden, bang! The familiar voice made Iron Man look stunned, and he froze in his place. Cup in hand. I also subconsciously let it go. No one knows what this sound means, but Iron Man is extremely clear about it and will never forget it for the rest of his life. 01460221 Philo 144572350. He suddenly looked at the video in front of him. In the darkness, it seems that little bits of light are emerging. The next moment, the darkness continued to expand and finally turned into all the light. 2. Bang! Around Iron Shell, there's a mask made of welded steel, 2 pupils that look extremely sinister, and a part that can breathe. The rusty iron mask appeared in front of everyone. And then, buzz! The music with a slight vibration was replaced by a yellow and red steel armor mask. The helmet closed, the blue light on the iron mask lit up, and the Iron Man helmet appeared in front of everyone. Top 8 dash. God level, God level, God level. Marvel's most popular God level character. The dimensional world has reached its peak. The perfect savior, destroyer, and creator. With a human body, we can rival the perfect gods and create a steel legend. Death rebirth. In the face of death, a miracle is reversed. Spiritual leader, irreplaceable, Avengers, ultimate character. Satisfy the ultimate fantasy, create sci-fi reality, and ascend to the godhood step by step. He's not a god, but he has eyes. God-level popularity can. Marvel's highlights. Iron Man. Highlights. Let's start counting. At this moment, a long list of nicknames arranged in order. Countless people looked at the inventory video in front of them. Until this moment, the subtitles completely appeared. Take a steel mask. With shock, with unimaginable, with legend and miracle. Iron Man. Someone shouted in shock. It's Iron Man. Some people can't believe it. It's Iron Man. Some people's faces turned red, and the snacks in their hands fell to the ground unconsciously. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury first appeared in front of the video review. Looking at the title in front of him, he was startled, and his originally calm mood was once again rippled at this moment. But he finally asked a question. Is our world called the Marvel world? So the video in front of us is a character from a higher dimension, or a more terrifying god from another world, transmitted to this world. He knows everyone, every story, every legend. God, 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 or other dimensions completely transcend time and space. Just like Kong the Conqueror. Does he have some evil taste? What does he want to do? Or does he simply want to broadcast the video for everyone to see? Shock, panic, discomfort, fear, all the emotions that humans have. Nick Fury had a gloomy look on his face. Although it was not very obvious, his eyes were extremely solemn at this moment. He doesn't believe in anything. He doubts everything, even the world in front of him, which only he knows personally. Personal perception, this thing is real, but sometimes feelings can go wrong, like this video, which looks harmless, but the message it conveys, almost enough to destroy the whole world. It even revealed the future time and space, the past time and space, and different time and space. This almost completely dissects and transforms the entire human world. Everyone only sees the surface, and he thought of something even more terrifying. The video starts. Special sound. It sounded very rhythmically, and then became very fast. But as the camera moved, a pair of high heels appeared, walking on the extremely smooth floor, step by step. The marble floor is so smooth and flat that it reflects images. The woman's long legs, delicate skin, and purple high heels every time she walks. You can see the muscles in your calves moving slightly. Then, as the camera moves, the woman's face was revealed. Very beautiful, very perfect, like a star. And the next moment, click, she opened a door and walked into the room where soft light shone. And the next moment, K, the woman came to the bedside, stepped out, and looked at the person in front of her. Her fiery eyes moved, and she asked in a soft voice, "Wami?" "Oh God." The handsome man remained silent, and threw his expensive suit aside. The atmosphere became extremely ambiguous. The woman took the initiative to unzip her clothes and let them fall to the ground. Data. That pair of terrifying peaks cannot allow countless people to indulge in them. Even every mole can be seen clearly. Then, she squatted down. Earth. Before the video. Big question marks flashed in the minds of countless people, and they looked at the video of the eyes with confusion. Some parents even opened their mouths wide in surprise, and countless men whistled, watching the scene in front of them with great excitement. Some people quickly covered their children's eyes or looked at the character in the video through their fingers. On your face, smile. F***K. This is pornographic? Oh my God, why did the style of this video suddenly change? Just now he was the righteous Spider-Man, but now he suddenly becomes pornographic. What is going on? Oh my God, how can you do pornography so openly? Is there any morality or law? I like it. I love watching it. Please post more. Tony Stark is so awesome. Characters like this can care about him and serve him. Holy crap. Is this a god-level character? What the hell is going on? The video suddenly blurs. The camera flashed by, which gave people countless reverie. Ahem. My name is Tony Stark. A slightly awkward voice sounded, but the next moment the voice became calm again. I'm sorry, but that's my daily routine. With endless money, I live a life of luxury every day. I can sleep with 9 out of 10 girls on the cover of the weekly magazine. Is there one left? Oh, sorry. That girl is having her period. How do you think I'm going to spend my money? No, I don't usually spend Wong Hao's money, because if I like something, someone will buy it directly. Of course, I was born with these. Just like what everyone says, the first lesson of life, the first lesson of living in this world, is to be born into a good family. Are you angry? Of course, if you're very angry, then don't be angry first. 4 years old, independently developed a circuit board. At the age of 6, I created an engine system. I improved the traditional engine. Graduated from MIT at the age of 16. He took over the family business at the age of 18 and became the youngest arms dealer in history. Stark Industries. All achievements are not achievements. Empty reputation, vain ambition, reality and illusion. Triple X. The scene suddenly changed. In the impetuous dance hall, countless hot men and women were dancing on the stage. Their people seem to be sticking together. Someone gets himself drunk and then clinks glasses with others. Some women are very beautiful, kissing people passionately in the corner. A whistle suddenly sounded, instantly attracting the attention of the entire audience. The place was bustling with people, and everyone seemed very excited. A rectangular gambling table was surrounded by people, and Tony Stark, wearing a crooked hat, with a drunken look on his face, he reached out and picked up the dice. "Come, blow on it." He handed the dice in his hand to the beautiful girl next to him. The girl didn't hesitate. She came closer with an expression as if she was kneeling and licking something, and blew gently. "Oh, with your luck." Tony Stark threw the dice high in his hand. 18 o'clock, 18 o'clock, 18 o'clock. Come on, come on. There was a lot of noise around him, and almost everyone was cheering and encouraging him. The dice rolled and finally stopped at 18. DSDY. At this moment, the whole audience was boiling. But there was no satisfaction on Tony's face. He turned around with an empty expression, drank a sip of wine, and then left with the girl in his arms. "Do you think I'm a stud?" Of course, if you think so." The camera shows the sun, a big bed, a woman with messy hair and sleepy eyes. The camera turns. Another sleepy-eyed person, lying on a chair in a military jeep, with his hat covering his head. The road was bumpy, and he was wearing a suit, and his body swayed unconsciously. Until the car stops. "Tony." Colonel Rhodes gently nudged his best friend next to him, and he also opened the car door, revealing the towering mountain peaks in front of him. The environment here is harsh, like an endless desert. Tony Stark reached out and took off his hat, and rolled his eyes at Colonel Rhodes beside him. He looked outside with a speechless face. This is such a remote place. Do you military people like to test new weapons in such remote places? He was not happy at all, but he got dressed anyway. With a bang, I pushed open the car door and gently extended my right foot. I was wearing straight suit pants and shiny leather shoes. He looked disgusted, but still stepped on the ground. 07. The wind and sand blew by, and his leather shoes looked a little dirty, with a little dust on them. Colonel Rhodes, who was standing beside him, shrugged helplessly as he watched this scene. "You know, I hate this place. I really hate it." Tony Stark was speechless. His behavior perfectly illustrates what it means. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. But he still stood beside Rhodes, who was now Colonel. "Are you ready?" Tony Stark asked softly. Colonel Rhodes looked at the soldier next to him. The soldier in military uniform and hat nodded slightly with a serious look in his eyes. "Let's get started." Tony Stark didn't want to talk nonsense and walked away. There were countless machines on the ground. These machines are connected together, like the launcher of some kind of weapon. There's even a launch button next to it. All electrical control signals have been fully installed. Colonel Rhodes waved his hand when he saw this, and the soldiers around him immediately gathered together. Two soldiers form a group, walk towards the green weapon packaging box next to it. Opening the lid of the weapon packaging box revealed the contents, which looked to be a sophisticated, compact, and cutting-edge missile. The design of this missile is not bulky at all, and it looks exquisite. But Colonel Rhodes looked anxious when he saw the missile. After all, this is the most advanced and powerful missile developed by Stark Industries. Don't be fooled by its small size. In fact, each missile contains at least tens of thousands of small missiles. Tony reached out and patted Rhodes' shoulders. He looked pleased and said, "Calm down. Anything Stark produces must be top quality. I can't wait any longer." Colonel Rhodes raised the corners of his mouth with a hint of smile on his face. "Okay." Tony stretched and glanced at the freezer next to him. "I'm already thinking about how we should celebrate." This batch of military orders can at least bring you considerable profits. Why are you so careless? Colonel Rhodes shook his head helplessly. Tony curled his lips and said with disdain, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have done this." It was so easy and pleasant to joke and greet a colonel, and it was obvious that this was not the first time Tony did this. Reasonable. Colonel Rhodes nodded slightly, still smiling. Okay, let's get started. Tony doesn't hesitate either. The soldiers next to him began to set parameters and reference objects in this barren land. The mountains in the distance and the ground beneath your feet will become good parameters. How big of an impact did the missile have? It depends. How powerful can this missile be? Parameter setting is complete. Tony also looked at the mountain in the distance, and as he wished, he stretched out his right hand and pointed lightly. Colonel Rhodes nodded slightly and gave his instructions. Fire. The soldier next to him reached out and pressed the red missile launch button. The next moment, laugh. The Silic missile with a tail flame suddenly shot out from the launch vehicle, taking off at a very fast speed. Click. The moment the small missile was launched into the air, its body split apart, as if it was ejected from the compressed space. Countless small missiles were neatly arranged in formation in the sky and bombarded the distant mountains. This looks terrifying at first glance. A missile actually contains such a terrifying number of missiles. Under group bombing, the power is unimaginable. Watch the missile fly towards the distant mountains. Tony also turned around, BDFD, and took off his glasses in a very showy manner. Looking at Colonel Rhodes in the distance, he stretched out his hands as if to show himself. Whoosh! The missiles circled in the sky, seemingly aimlessly, but this was a well-designed trajectory with parameters to avoid and attack. Ensure maximum power value. Finally, all the missiles came to the top of the mountain without any hesitation, just like a sharp sword, stabbing into the top of the mountain. In an instant, boom! An unimaginable explosive force radiated outwards, and countless yellow sand and rocks flew up from the ground. Radiating towards this side from the distant mountains, the speed is extremely fast. The spreading of yellow sand can sweep up a huge cloud of dust in a desert area in just a moment, almost enough to drown a person. At this moment, yellow sand and rocks were rolled up in an instant, directly blocking the view, as if a miracle had descended on the endless yellow sand. It's hard to see clearly. Looking at Tony's showy figure, Colonel Rhodes crossed his arms and a smile appeared on his face. This guy's a playboy wherever he goes, but he has his own way of doing things and is a very reliable business partner. He is also a very reliable friend. The cutting-edge weapons developed by Stark Industries are almost the best in the world, and their quality is fully guaranteed. Being able to kill all four sides on any battlefield is currently the United States, one of the most reliable partners. The original intention of Stark Industries. It is to develop various high-tech energy projects, but I didn't expect that a little bit of energy projects and the development of a little leader can have such a big impact on weapons. You said that in terms of weapons projects, no one could be better than Stark Industries. The Stark Industries in front of us is Tony in front of us. As the person in power, he has been constantly developing cutting-edge technology. Although Tony in front of him looked out of tune. Although he is a playboy, his actual abilities are very strong. He has good degrees in mechanical physics and energy. He is also a genius in physics. For example, the silicone missile in front of him is completely beyond the world. The impact of just one missile is enough to destroy the backbone of any country. The technical difficulty of developing this missile is not a little bit high. At present, there are only a handful of countries in the world that can do this. And this missile, it has the most advanced stealth capability. Judging from the trajectory of the missile, this missile is small, but its inner strength is very strong. The strong wind blew, and the sky was filled with yellow sand covering everything. It was impossible to see anything else with the naked eye. Tony Stark's figure, also completely obscured when yellow sand fell. In the blink of an eye, the mountain that had just been attacked. At this moment, The top of the mountain had been completely flattened, and the mountain was completely cut in half. It was full of holes from the bombing. Countless irregular stones fell from the mountain peak to the ground, forming a special kind of stone rain. The results displayed by the Silic missile at this moment are beyond everyone's expectations. Big. The soldier who just pressed the firing button. At this moment, he stretched out his hands and grasped his hair tightly. An extremely shocked expression could be seen on his face. Unimaginable. 014602213 Philo 144572530. What kind of genius is this person to be able to design such a terrifying missile? Tony Stark shook his head, and a little bit of sand fell from his hair, but he didn't care and walked towards. The refrigerator in the distance was arranged in advance. When you opened the refrigerator, you could see expensive wines inside. He took out a few bottles at random, and the soldiers beside him had already prepared cups, popped the corks open. He poured the wine into the glasses and raised his own glass first. Cheers. Colonel Rhodes, who was standing next to him, showed a satisfied expression on his face at this moment, and did not immediately accept the wine that was offered to him. Instead, he stretched out his hand and placed it in front of Tony. "It's a pleasure to work with you." Tony didn't care and nodded. The two of them were friends and had worked together for many years. Whether it is the commercial value or the reputation of Stark Industries, they're almost the best in the industry. 70XX. Next, it will also bring considerable benefits to Stark Industries. Why not a win-win situation? At this point, Colonel Rhodes reached out to take the wine glass and took a sip. It has absolute say in this regard, and it is also a close friend of Tony in front of it. This means that the military will produce another batch of mysterious weapons, and this batch of silicone missiles will be launched next. It will also be very powerful in the international arena and become the most powerful and toughest deterrent weapon. He looked towards the distant mountains. This was no different from the United States. Daw swung his arms all over. No country can have such a deterrent. I believe that in the near future, the situation in the United States will naturally be a disaster. Tony looked helpless. Just drink. Why so many expressions? Until now, everything seems to be going smoothly, and all the viewers in front of the video have also had some sense of involvement in the scene. Tony Stark in front of me. Not Iron Man, he's just an ordinary guy, the boss of Stark Industries. Although he looks very careless, and even shows off wherever he goes. But the talents it actually possesses are not even comparable to those of an ordinary person. From his achievements since childhood, it can be seen that Tony Stark is a rare genius. And his feelings seemed to be very vague and empty, and he seemed very impetuous. The audience watching the video in front of them, seeing this scene, I didn't feel much, as if it was just a personal autobiography. But just then, there was a dense sound of gunfire coming from a distance. It could be heard that it was a small submachine gun, firing at least a dozen bullets per second. The gunshots were very intense, and I was really excited. The soldiers conducting the experiment panicked immediately, but the trained soldiers quickly formed a formation. But suddenly, buzz! The roar of the engine came from afar, visible to the naked eye from a distance. A jeep loaded with soldiers is coming quickly. Here, in the yellow sand, this foreign armed group came so suddenly and so swiftly. There were not many soldiers who came to test the new weapons because the news was blocked. Colonel Rhodes immediately jumped into the car, picked up his pistol. Tony Stark was faster. He also got on the car. Although he was the most powerful arms dealer at present, he had never seen such a horrific gunfight. For a moment, like a frightened quail, it shrank its head. Colonel Rhodes reached out and took a gun and handed it to Tony. "Protect yourself. Protect him, now and completely." He immediately gave the order to the driver in front of him. Yes, the driver nodded immediately. When he arrived, almost all the soldiers and drivers treated Tony Stark with great courtesy and had a good chat with him. Now everyone's expression changed, and they became extremely serious because Guan Ping's life was at stake. Tony was completely shocked when he saw Colonel Rhodes in front of him. He shrank in his chair. "Buzz, The soldier driving the Jeep stepped on the accelerator. The Jeep immediately rushed forward, just like the rocket that had just carried Wei Yi at an extremely fast speed. And then there was a bumpy ride. The sound of gunfire continued to fill the air behind me. I guess the military and foreign armed groups have already started exchanging fire. Please look out the window with courage. The Jeep I made drove away to a safe place at a faster speed, at least farther and farther away from the battlefield. And he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least being able to leave here safely was the most important thing. But no one expected that at this moment, countless Jeeps rushed out from both sides of the road, and they were moving faster. Foreign armed forces with pistols, each with a ferocious look on their faces, covered their faces with red rags. Even some have already taken out explosives, grenades, ammunition packs. The number of soldiers who escaped was not large, mainly to cover Tony Stark. And the next moment, the sound of gunfire continued to fill the air. The soldiers who were protecting Tony Stark from escaping fell in a pool of blood, and the Jeep was out of control. It hit the boulder next to it. Boom! The Jeep exploded with flames, and the car quickly burned in the fire. And here, 014602 213 Felu 144572530. The Jeep Tony Stark was in drove away at a faster speed, but the enemies beside him were like crazy, coming in an endless stream. Finally, a mine that had been placed there for who knows how long appeared under the Jeep. The moment the Jeep passed by, the green light is on. Boom! Huge amounts of flames shot up into the sky, and the terrifying impact force directly overturned the Jeep, like an onion stuck upside down, fell into the yellow sand nearby. Tony Stark was thrown around by the rolling Jeep, and many wounds appeared on his face. The driver was now lying on the steering wheel, blood dripping from his mouth and nose, and he was breathing out more than he was breathing in. He shook his head to calm himself down and pushed open the door of the Jeep with all his strength. The mailbox had been broken, and gasoline was spilling out of the tank, about to touch the fire. Tony Stark didn't have time to think. He ran forward and then jumped high. Boom! The car behind him exploded instantly, and flames shot up into the sky in an instant. The terrifying fire wave formed a deterrent force and slammed Tony's face hard. The gunshots were getting closer and closer. Tony ran away without looking back and hid behind huge amounts of rocks. His chest rose and fell. His face was covered in blood, and there were cuts everywhere. Blood was constantly oozing out of these cuts. Although it looks miserable, at least there is no danger to life. The calm expression just now. At this moment, he was so flustered that he was almost frightened. He swallowed his saliva in big gulps. He immediately reached into his pocket and pulled out his cell phone. Flip phones were the most popular at the time, and Tony's phone was naturally very cool. He immediately took out the phone and prepared to make a call. But at this moment, in the distant sky, there was a sound of something cutting through the air, and it came towards us at an extremely fast speed. He just took a look, opened his phone, and found Pepper's number, but didn't have time to call. Boom! A missile exploded in the distance, and the terrifying gust of air hit him, forcing him to fall out. The phone also fell far away. His head was dazed by the shock. He quickly climbed up to the phone. As soon as he picked up the phone, sudden brush! Another missile fell from the sky and stuck in the soil next to him. Tony was completely shocked when he saw the missile. His eyes widened with disbelief. What shocked him most was the tail of the missile, which was perfectly marked with Stark Industries. This missile was created by Stark Industries, and it landed right next to him. This is not a burst bomb, but it is because of the delayed missile. He didn't have time to think, and the moment he stood up, he jumped away. Suddenly, boom! This delayed missile. Suddenly, it exploded right before his eyes, and a terrifying flame shot up into the sky. The terrifying force shook his body, sending him flying backwards and crashing hard into a rock. His eyes were dazed by the impact, and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. His suit was blown to pieces, and the chest of his white shirt was blown to pieces when he was unconscious. Bleeding began to ooze out continuously. He completely faced the crisis of his life. Moreover, in his daze, he seemed to see countless figures watching him. These people were shadowy figures, and when his ears kept buzzing and he was unconscious, it seemed as if they were taken somewhere on Earth. Countless viewers who saw this scene felt their hearts wrenched. How could a playboy be treated like this? It was horrible. They suffered such huge amounts of impact in a short period of time and were almost killed by their own missiles. 703. The impact was so great that even the ears of the audience in front of the screen were numb, not to mention Tony Stark in the middle of the explosion. Many people looked at it and shook their heads secretly. At least in such a horrible environment, Tony Stark can still survive, which is too slim. It's impossible. There's no way I can survive. And even if it caught fire, it would probably be when he was seriously injured and dying when he was attacked by a troublemaker. There was a lot of blood seeping out of his chest. This shows that his body, it must have been torn by shrapnel. Even if you survive, you'll probably be in danger of death. Finally, Tony Stark took a deep breath and opened his eyes instantly. All the perceptions around him seemed to be restored. The dark cave in front of me made me feel confused. The environment in front of me was dark and dirty. He didn't even know where he was. Behind him was a worn-out single chair. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong, and there was a sharp pain in his chest. He suddenly saw the battery on the table connected to his chest with a wire. He immediately opened his clothes. He was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. There seemed to be something tied to his chest after he tore off the gauze. But suddenly, a gold mine appeared in his chest. His chest was covered in blood, and this electromagnet block placed it at the most important place on his chest. This scene looked extremely horrifying. Even the gauze was dirty. He could not imagine that in such a dirty and messy environment. Who performed this surgery on him? Although his chest was bleeding, the pain was not that intense. Tony Stark could not help but shake his head. This means someone gave him morphine. He was amazed at what he saw. Fear and confusion. A suffocating feeling was brewing wildly in his heart, and his tears were uncontrollably accumulating in his eyes. He leaned there and breathed heavily. But he suddenly saw a man in a suit, wearing glasses and looking very dirty in the distance. Be careful. This seemingly fatal thing is actually saving your life, Dr. Ethan said calmly. Even in such a dirty and messy environment, he still tidied up his suit and clothes. Tony Stark fainted again after hearing this, and when he woke up again, he accepted the current situation. Since we are alive, there is still hope for everything. He also leaned in front of the mirror and saw his miserable condition. The electromagnet on his chest needed to be connected to a motor next to the collector. Although he may need to carry this motor with him for the rest of his life, at this moment, Tony Stark's world is falling. 1 second ago, he was a genius without peer, the helmsman of Stark Industries, and a wealthy man with endless wealth. It is the most eye-catching existence in the whole world. He lived a life of drunkenness and dreams every day. Wherever he goes, he is a strong stallion. He controls wealth that others can hardly imagine. And now, he is a prisoner. He is a seriously injured person. He is an ordinary person who may die at any time. He even had to wear this ugly electromagnet on his chest. Must be pulled. The missile fragments that kept running around in my body. He can't survive. He may need such an electromagnet to maintain his life characteristics throughout his life and even the second half of his life. He broke down. He also learned about his situation from Dr. Ethan. They were kidnapped here by some foreign armed organization. They were purposeful and premeditated. He also knew that the man in front of him was the famous Tony Stark, the head of Stark Industries. If this electromagnet is not installed, the shrapnel in Tony's blood will flow into his heart. By then, they will really die without a burial place, and there will be no possibility of being rescued. Tony accepted the reality. He was shocked that this unimaginable operation was performed by the physicist in front of him. But since I'm alive, then I want to know where I am. And at this moment, the leader of the foreign armed organization has arrived here. The leaders of the terrorist organization walked towards us step by step. They were holding some notes. The leader of the terrorist organization spoke in a language they could not understand, seemingly welcoming their arrival. Looking at these terrorists in front of him, Tony's eyes calmed down a lot. Since they still kept his life, it meant that he must be useful. But what Tony didn't expect was that the terrorists actually respected him very much and took out the note he was holding. They asked Tony to build a missile called Jarek. It was the most advanced missile launch before, enough to shock the world. Although shocked, but the eyes are controlled by others and have no choice but to agree to such a request. This missile manufacturing process is currently the best in the world, and only Stark Industries can create it. Tony Stark. I didn't expect that the news of the new weapon I just tested would leak out and be known by this group of people. Each small bullet, it is enough to destroy any mountain. Not to mention bombing a mountain. What if the terrorists got the missile in front of them? It is possible to go directly to the Pentagon. But helpless, Tony Stark's backbone made him choose not to say yes, and finally said no. Then, even though he was so seriously injured, his head was still pressed into the water and tortured again and again. This group of people controlled him very accurately. The key point was not to kill him, but every time they made him suffer a fate worse than death. Even, they put a linen hood on him and took him out of the cave, where he was held hostage by a group of people. The moment the headache was gone, the sun shone down. Tony Stark closed his eyes instantly because he had been in darkness for a long time. If you suddenly come into contact with sunlight, your pupils may be blinded. But Tony Stark was stunned again when he saw this. What a deserted valley this is. There are countless things placed on the ground. Tony Stark's weapons and equipment. This is all obviously the work of Stark Industries. Tony felt very disappointed when he saw this scene. No one would have thought that one day he would be threatened by his own product. At this point, it is so ironic that weapons produced under the slogan of peace were used on the battlefield. The villain's eyes were already unfriendly. They wanted the Jericho missile. He also offered a good condition. As long as Tony Stark completed the direct missile on time, he could be free immediately. But Tony was smart and knew that this was just an excuse. When the missile was completed, that was when he died. However, after going through so much torture and seeing that this was the villain's last trump card, he also had a compromise. The two sides shook hands and reached an agreement. But back to the mountains. After the cave, his health deteriorated and his face turned pale. Those weapons deeply shocked his heart. It even reminded him of the feeling of death when he was attacked by Stark Industries missiles. Stark Industries is the largest military arsenal known to the world. The weapons developer is also the largest arms dealer, which makes him rich. He was given the title of genius, had countless wealth, and became a so-called playboy. Only after he calmed down did he really start to think about the things he created. What unimaginable destruction it brought. What a burden this is on the world. The campfire illuminated the faces of the two people, making the eyes dim. The cold cave has a little more warmth. He did not want to build the so-called Jericho missile, and he just wanted to sit here and wait for death. Dr. Ethan beside him looked at Tony Stark's appearance and saw that he was still young, the same age as my own children. He still keeps persuading. Is this the last resistance of the great Tony Stark? If there's only 1 week left to live, shouldn't this week be crucial? And if he just sat there and waited to die, what was the point of him going to all the trouble of using this device to save Tony Stark's life? When he said this, Dr. Ethan even gently touched the electromagnet device on Tony Stark's chest. This sentence, Tony Stark, who looked ashen, was rejuvenated. Since he only had 1 week left to live, he should live well. Because of his life, it was Dr. Ethan who saved him. Finally, Tony Stark, before he was rekindled, began to burn with fighting spirit in this cave in front of him. Then they asked for tools and missiles like the armed groups. Soon, Tony Stark dismantled the missile in such an adverse environment, showing his strong physics talent in front of everyone. Using methods that no one had ever heard of, took out the target element from the missile, 0.15 grams. At least 1.6 grams of target element was needed. Dr. Ethan also began to help and dismantled the other 11 missiles. They dismantled all the missiles as planned, and then poured all the collected elements into the crucible. Under the dim light, Tony Stark took out the few remaining scraps. Make the rings and connect them to various circuits. Using this little bit of waste. Right in the dark cave, right before our eyes, the first generation of miniature arc reactors was created step by step. This incredible gadget can produce 300 billion megajoules of energy every second. This will completely free him from the electromagnet and will allow him to survive until the destruction of the Earth. Dr. Ethan, who was calm at first, was now completely shocked. He was impressed by the genius before him. Tony Stark in front of us is not only a genius 1.1, but also has extremely strong hands-on ability. The fact that he can master Stark Industries shows that he is not a useless talent. Being able to create so many weapons and equipment is enough to show how powerful Tony Stark is. And then, on a tiny drawing, Tony Stark designed exactly what he wanted. Countless drawings are superimposed on each other. In the end, a terrifying Iron Overlord was formed. A picture of a wearable mecha. This is simply an unimaginable idea of the modern age. Dr. Ethan also listened to Tony's two men and disassembled countless parts in the cave in front of them, and rebuild it. Then, win. In the darkness, in the dim light, the steel fragments of the missiles. After pouring repeatedly, Tony's face was covered with sweat stains, and the first generation of micro-arc reactor was inserted into his chest. He picked up huge amounts of hammers and hammered down on the steel. In the small cave in front of me, there was a sound of steel clashing, hammer after hammer. The sound was so clear. When forging again and again, the finished iron is remelted and forged again. Then put it into the water and start quenching. Pieces of steel fragments that were sewn together and welded together also emerged one after another, forming the prototype of the armor. And in such a difficult environment, under the unimaginable gaze of everyone, the countless pieces of armor are constantly increasing. Before the video, countless viewers were completely shocked by the scene before their eyes, and their hearts were filled with countless ripples. This scene, the video shown, is simply thrilling. Every scene is captivating. The moment before, he was an omnipotent playboy, living a life of luxury. Wherever you go, you will be accompanied by fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. Tuft, the biggest focus wherever you go. But after being attacked by a terrorist armed organization, he became the most miserable person at this moment. No other. This is much more interesting than any gossip or strange news. What everyone saw before was the extravagant life, the high-profile behavior, and the extravagant business empire. It made everyone so angry, but at this moment, looking at this desperate rebirth, under the influence of the rebel armed organization, he was barely surviving, which aroused the sympathy of many people. This man is so pitiful. At this moment, Tony Stark begins to survive in the wilderness alone. And at this moment, the villain's leader, obviously, something was wrong. The thing Tony Stark made didn't look like a missile at all, more like pieces of parts. They came to the dark cave with weapons in their hands and ferocious expressions. The leader reached out and picked up the charcoal money, picked up a piece of charcoal from the charcoal fire next to him. Tony Stark's face was full of unyieldingness, and there was not even a trace of fear in his eyes. But the leader of the villains knew very well who the man in front of him was. How to grasp. Dr. Ethan was escorted by the soldiers next to him and was pressed to the ground without any warning, just kneeling on the ground, with his head pressed on a chopping board. The villain's leader had a cold look in his eyes and blew gently. The burning coal in front of him was blown into sparks, and he held the burning coal with tongs and walked closer to Dr. Ethan. No, Tony Stark immediately shook his head when he saw this scene. Dr. Ethan gritted his teeth. Although his body was shaking with fear, he still did not reveal Tony Stark's real plan under the questioning of the villain leader. Within 2 days, you must see the Jarek missile, otherwise you will all die. After saying this, the rebel leader turned around and left. The charcoal I had just held with the tongs. It was also thrown casually next to Ethan, and the scorching temperature was so hot that it almost burned his skin. At this point, the two of them have little time left. Then, just after everyone left, Tony Stark picked up the huge amounts of hammers again and began forging the steel next to him, hammering again and again. Dr. Ethan was helping out and started assembling the internal circuit of the Mark armor. The strength of the entire armor depends on the auxiliary reinforcement system, and the armor now uses a hydraulic mechanism inside. Under the full conduction of a motor, the extremely hard forged steel can exert unimaginable great power. The human body is the main body that protects the human body from any harm, and the steel armor is used to face the attack of bullets. Just one punch is enough to break a person's body structure. With the hydraulic auxiliary system, the whole mecha has its power. It's even more unbelievable. And Tony Stark in front of us is simply a genius. On the outside of the mecha, the arm is embedded with something similar to a rocket launcher. However, in such a simple environment, electric ignition cannot be used and manual combustion can only be used. The most terrifying thing about the entire mecha is its powerful propulsion force. In the original design of the mecha, Tony Stark was actually at the bottom of the mecha, designed a rocket fuel booster. This idea was based on the previous missile tail flame ejection, and it was completely useful at this moment. This completely puts the missile, paste the residue and waste materials in front of you, and use them to the extreme. Bang! Boom! Bang! The sound of steel forging was heard again in the darkness, and they sped up the process. Finally, after the last piece of steel was quenched, Tony Stark picked up the huge amounts of steel with pliers and placed them on the table. Dr. Ethan's gaze finally settled down. This steel object is the largest steel mask, revealing a cold glow and an icy air outlet. The metallic color and steel texture are fully displayed at this moment. The two looked at each other, and finally a smile appeared on each other's face. On the other side, the armed organization staff had been monitoring the situation from the front of the monitor and finally found something was wrong. They kept comparing the design drawings in their hands with the steel objects they had made. They stood up angrily, guns in hand. I ran to the cave without stopping, trying to see what was going on. But has anyone noticed that there is a trap mine tied behind the iron door in front of the cave? Just when everyone ran around the corner and saw the mine, it was too late. Boom! The mine exploded instantly, and a terrifying mine exploded. Sparks all over the sky, debris and fragments hit the wall next to it. Countless small holes were made, not to mention the fragile human body. TD. Because there is a signal of a mine in the dark cave, Tony Stark is also assisted by Dr. Ethan, wearing this first set of Mark armor. Buzz! The connection between each component of the steel armor. Almost all of them are made of electric welding and have been quenched countless times and have become as hard as diamond. Dr. Ethan immediately connected the circuit in the cave and connected it to the mecha in front of him. 1%, 2%. The armor in front of me is extremely heavy, and the total amount of power required is. To achieve the operation of the armor, it is impossible to charge it for a while. Tony was surrounded by armor, his face covered with stains. At this moment, his expression was even more anxious. On the computer far away, display the charging progress bar. The progress bar is very slow. Dr. Ethan smiled bitterly when he saw this scene, and he looked at Tony in front of him. You must get out alive. I will buy you as much time as possible. Dr. Ethan's face was full of determination. After saying this, he ran out of the cave without looking back. Asterisk, Tony screamed, and he could only watch Dr. Ethan disappear at the entrance of the cave. He was wearing iron armor all over his body, and the armor looked extremely heavy. If there is no corona start, this is a piece of incredibly heavy steel that is difficult to move or share. At this moment, he could only close his eyes and pray continuously. Faster, faster. Just like this, the seconds passed by, and the sound of bullets erupting could be heard outside the cave. The progress bar of the eyes is getting closer and closer. Tony felt that because of the full power, the Iron Man armor in front of him already had the ability to start with electricity. Finally, when the battery was fully charged to 100%, with a snap, the light bulb in the cave in front of me went out. The cave became dark again, and it was hard to see anything, but the Iron Man armor has been fully charged, and Tony Stark's gaze has become firm again. The soldiers outside came over here cautiously. At this moment, Foreign armed forces have never seen such a terrifying battle. They can't even understand the so-called missile design. They are just a group of rebels. They didn't have much education at all, so they all looked like they had seen some horrible alien creature. Move forward step by step carefully. Finally, when they arrived at the cave entrance, everyone pointed their guns forward in fear. Suddenly, buzz! A beam of light suddenly lit up in the darkness. It was the blue energy thruster on the chest of the mecha. It also combines 1.60 grams of palladium, the manufactured arc reactor. When have the ARM members ever seen such a horrible thing? He immediately pulled the trigger on the huge steel in front of him. The muzzle of the gun in his hand kept spitting out flames, and bullets hit the steel battlefield densely. Da-da-da! Bullets kept firing and hitting the steel, making a clanging sound, but they were unable to penetrate the steel in front of them. Bang! The first generation of Mark armor punched out. It hit the soldiers directly. The terrifying power-assisted propulsion system, under the control of electricity, completed actively by the human body. A powerful punch. The soldier's body was knocked out and hit hard against the wall with a bang. The mechanical shaft transmission device on the leg quickly drove Tony's body forward. The other soldiers were almost stunned by the shock. But Tony Stark won't leave them any chance to survive. All the soldiers at the entrance of the cave pulled the triggers in their hands, and bullets spurted out crazily, and the flames that came out were. In the dark cave before my eyes, the surrounding environment was illuminated, but that was all. The soldiers of the armed forces had dirty faces, filthy clothes, and wide eyes. Just like a bunch of idiots. Buzz! Amid the sound of huge amounts of steel, the Mark armor hit the soldiers hard. One punch was enough to knock out a small kilometer. Even some soldiers seemed to be determined to die, and frantically pulled the trigger, so frightened that they forgot to run away. But he was just knocked down by Tony's punch. Right in the cave, right in front of everyone, the Mark I Iron Man armor revealed its true form. This is the prototype. On Earth. Before the video, countless places, countless people gathered. Now, everyone was watching the video in front of them. They could hardly imagine it and were extremely shocked. Right before their eyes, they witnessed the birth of Iron Man. Everything comes from that desperate situation. Everything comes from that genius mind. I thought the video review would be mediocre. Just let us see some celebrity autobiography, some stallion article. Wow, this video directly ignited my passion. The boys hit the speed bumps and the girls immediately avoided them. Hot-blooded mecha steel. This will make almost every boy's blood burn like crazy. It's so scary. In such a simple environment, he used his perseverance to create a Mark I-type Iron Man fighter. He was not only trying to survive, but also to show his genius in such a simple environment. It's probably impossible for any one person to create it because he has to survive. It's terrible. One punch killed a kid. Bullets can't penetrate steel at all. If you want to penetrate such a terrifying steel armor, you may need to use Shun. This is Iron Man. My adrenaline is soaring. If I were in such a situation, I can't imagine how I would escape. At this moment, the whole audience was in an uproar and countless people were talking about it in shock. There was deep shock in everyone's eyes. The birth of Iron Man marked an era, and everyone in front of them witnessed this era. Iron Man in real life. It has long been known to everyone, even in the world before us. The name of Iron Man is known to everyone. It is strong, not just because it can fly freely. He possesses all kinds of Mark armor, and he is even an unimaginable business tycoon. Moreover, any of Iron Man's deeds can almost make the front page of the news. At this moment, countless people were impressed and shocked by it. They finally understood why Mark armor appeared in this world. Why does the Iron Man in this world keep helping ordinary people? Save the weak time and time again. Queens. Little Spider-Man, lying on the bed, looked at the birth of Iron Man in front of him, and he couldn't help but reach out and grab his hair. Little Spider-Man looked at Michelle beside him. Oh my God, did you see it? This is the Iron Armor, the first generation Mark Iron Armor. Michelle leaned on the bed, covered herself with a quilt. She was not very interested. But the video showed a huge scene of continuous firing of guns. Still brings quite a shock. In the video, the first generation of Mark armor is invincible. Although the technological power displayed was so simple, every punch and kick of his was powerful. Almost any ordinary person can be slaughtered at will. Bullets and guns had no effect on the steel armor and could only produce a few sparks. And now it has become a one-sided massacre. The bearded man, who had been so arrogant before, had now become a complete target of slaughter and even regarded the iron armor in front of him as a monster. Toa! Boom! Under the horrifying gaze of all armed forces. The 5-meter-thick steel door was kicked open by the Mark-I battle armor, overwhelming ordinary people. Everyone who saw this scene was so frightened that they fled in all directions. But the weakness of the first-generation Mark armor is revealed. When encountering huge amounts of magnetite, the steel arm of the Mark armor, it was directly sucked by the magnet and could not move at all. But, fortunately, the steel armor was hard enough to completely ignore the gunfire from others. And just when Mark's armor was free from its weakness, coming to the corner, Tony Stark finally met Dr. Ethan, who had bought time for him before. Dr. Ethan, who was previously safe and sound, is now dying, with bullet holes all over his body. His chest rose and fell, his internal organs were severely damaged, blood was constantly seeping out of the cavities in his body, and his eyes were dazed. He had seen clearly the frantic escape of the armed forces before, so he held on for this second. He saw the gigantic Iron Tyrant. Tony stopped and came to Dr. Ethan, just getting ready to move forward. Sudden, DS, the leader of the rebel forces, holding a rocket in his hand, pulled the trigger fiercely, with a fierce look on his face. The rockets burst towards Tony. But, boom! The rocket just penetrated deeply into the wall without exploding. And here, Tony Stark raised the Iron Man armor in his left hand. FO. After opening the outer steel shell, we saw a missile that needed active combustion support. In the preset steel track. Laugh! Tony Stark's eyes were filled with anger. He pulled the firing rope in his hand, and the rocket, with flames, rushed towards the bald man in the distance. Boom! The rocket hit the wall hard and exploded directly. The moment the fire burst out, blew huge amounts of holes in the wall, scattering rocks. The leader just now screamed and was buried directly underneath. Tony then looked at the seriously injured Dr. Ethan and rushed to Dr. Ethan's side. He opened it, and Mark put on his helmet. Looking at the seriously injured Dr. Ethan, Tony's eyes were full of self-blame. Get up, Ethan, we should go. Looking at Ethan, who was seriously injured and had countless bloody holes on his body, Tony's eyes were slightly red, tears were gathering in his eyes. Because he was wearing iron armor, his face was covered with sweat, and he was even more anxious at the moment. Dr. Ethan, we have an agreement. Let's leave here together. No, I can't do it anymore. Looking at Tony in front of him, Ethan shook his head slightly. The heavy blood loss made his lips pale. He opened and closed his eyes weakly. You go, Tony Stark. You have to go back to visit your family. Get up quickly. Tony Stark said in a serious tone. How could he not see that Dr. Ethan in front of him was already on his deathbed and was so seriously injured that it was a miracle that he could survive until now? B. He promised to let Dr. Ethan go back to see his family, but Dr. Ethan, although I only spent a week with him, I was almost. It's a lifelong friendship. Tony's eyes were red. He wanted to use this last excuse to stimulate Ibagong's desire to survive. B. At this moment, Dr. Ethan just shook his head slightly. My family is dead. I lied to you. Tony Stark, I thought. His voice was already extremely weak, and he wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, no words came out. Tony Stark couldn't hold back the sadness in his heart any longer. Thank you for saving me, Doctor. He stared at Dr. Ethan in front of him, wanting to remember Dr. Ethan's last appearance. Deeply imprinted in my mind. DF-33. Dr. Ethan held his breath and sobbed. Don't waste your life. After saying this, Dr. Ethan's head tilted and he completely lost his life. He is dead. He used his lies. Having deceived this young man, he no longer has any family, as his family's been killed by this group of thugs. It is said that it stimulated Tony's desire to win, but Dr. Ethan had already seen through life and death. The reason why he chose to come out was, by Tony Stark sometime. He was determined to die. After all, how could one person fight against a group of fully armed forces? At this moment, Tony Stark's gaze was terribly cold, with a thick layer of sand in his eyes. He turned his head and looked towards the cave entrance, even without the Jarvis assistance system. At this moment, he also knew that there were definitely countless enemies hiding outside the cave entrance. I am afraid, he had already aimed his gun at the hole, and this was what he had to do. It is true, countless thugs were holding guns in their hands. Aiming at the dark cave entrance in front of him, panic appeared on his unconscious face. After all, they had a monitoring system in the cave. Almost everyone here has a low level of education, but everyone is fearless of death on the battlefield. No matter how powerful that guy is, facing such a terrifying weapon, he can only be defeated. And at this moment, boom, boom, in the dark cave, suddenly huge amounts of vibrations were heard from far to near, shaking the hearts of all the thugs. All the thugs subconsciously clenched their guns. The weapons in their hands are the most powerful weapons in the world. They don't believe that anyone can survive under the weapons in their hands. At this moment, a tiny light shone from the dark cave entrance, and a gigantic steel figure walked towards them step by step. The whole body is made of steel. Mark Armor stopped in front of everyone. The moment the extremely powerful Iron Overlord appeared, all the gangsters were stunned. They had never seen anything so horrible. But the next moment, I don't know who shouted, but everyone immediately pulled the trigger. Countless dense bullets were spurting out crazily. The guns in the hands were shaking wildly, and flames were spurting out of the muzzles. Almost every thug was madly firing the bullets in his hands. Iron Overlord's entire body was clanging, and countless sparks burst out his body. Even the figure of Ironmonger. Some are standing unsteadily. The bullets from these guns simply cannot penetrate the defense. Even though Iron Overlord's figure was unstable, he still stood where he was, without suffering any damage. On the other hand, all the thugs, their guns were empty, and they stood there in a daze. There was no movement. Tony Stark, who saw this scene, roared, "It's my turn now." He immediately raised his arms. Flames spurted out from his arms. Afterwards, laugh! The terrifying flames sprayed out, and the intense flames formed a huge burning effect, attacking all the thugs outside. Accompanied by the flamethrowers that were loaded in advance, they showed their might at this moment. Wherever they went, no grass would grow, and no armor would be left. Countless figures of thugs were engulfed in flames. Once the flames burned on a people, they could not be extinguished at all, and countless people died in the fire on the spot. After burning in the fire for a few times, it was completely burned to charcoal. This scene is simply hell on earth. Tony Stark walked out of the cave, and he walked forward step by step, looking at the Stark Industries on the ground. Countless strategic materials, missiles, guns, and various weapons and ammunition boxes were created. There was no mercy in his eyes, and the flamethrower in his hand kept spraying flames. These burning weapons and ammunition, he wants to burn them all. The hydraulic device behind him keeps turning. The mechanical body's leg drive shaft drives his body. Walking forward step by step, he attacked these weapons frantically, wanting to take all the weapons. Burn them all. And at this moment, countless thugs who saw this scene were so angry that their knives exploded. On the hillside, they lay on the ground. He raised his gun, the extremely powerful tank submachine gun, and the bullets kept pouring out. It hit Iron Overlord, making him unstable for a while. Even just now, some thugs who were not yet dead were also caught in the cracks between the weapons and ammunition boxes. He raised the sniper rifle in his hand, attacking the Iron Tyrant in the distance crazily, and at this moment, a grenade hit the transmission shaft of Iron Overlord's leg, and the steel transmission shaft broke with a bang. Without the steel transmission shaft, Iron Overlord couldn't move. Tony got down on one knee, lost ability to... Countless guns were still spraying bullets frantically. This scene in front of me, it was like hell on earth, with blazing fires everywhere, as if to burn away all the evil. Under the huge firepower coverage, the armed organization in front of them simply exerted its own terrorist power. Under such horrific firepower, it would be difficult for anyone to escape, and they would definitely die. But the Iron Tyrant created by King Kong, not only did he help in the flames, but he also remained vigorous under the cover of countless artillery fire. Those bullets simply cannot penetrate the armor, which forms the most powerful protection at this moment. Tony knelt on one knee and stretched out his right hand, still spewing fire crazily. There was no fear in his eyes at this moment. It is to burn everything in front of you thoroughly. At this moment, in the eyes of mankind, the Iron Overlord, just like a god descending from heaven, although this Iron Overlord is so simple, looks ugly, countless people have been frightened. And at this moment, boom, amid the blazing flames, an ammunition box in the distance suddenly exploded, and the flash of light instantly shot up into the sky. This scene also formed a direct fuse. In the face of man-made disasters, the thugs simply disdain it. But in the face of a destructive scene like a natural disaster, many people were frightened and screamed, fleeing frantically into the distance. Tony Stark held on with all his strength. He used his strength to force the Iron Tyrant to stand up, surrounded by countless flames. He immediately pulled open the steel arm guard on his left hand. I saw the left steel arm guard, where the missile was launched just now, and there was a red button. He reached out and pushed the red button. The small red light next to it lit up. Without any hesitation, he extend your right hand and give a steel fist. A punch hit the button on the arm. Boom! After the punch came down, he immediately stood up straight, as if to welcome the coming impact. The ground was shaking like crazy. In other words, it was the first generation of the Mark-armored Iron Overlord in front of him, shaking wildly in the midst of the blazing flames. Under the Iron Overlord's feet, it actually sprayed out a strong gastritis, which brought about an extremely powerful thrust, forcibly pushing the Iron Overlord into the air. Boom! Large pieces of ammunition. Suddenly, it exploded, forming a strong flame scene in front of my eyes, and all the explosives. In an instant, a strong force was formed, and a huge mushroom cloud rose up at the spot. Fire clouds rose into the sky, and countless missiles flew in all directions. These are all strategic weapons created by Stark Industries, but they have become the vassal of the people before them. In that case, why not just destroy everything? In this terrifying flame, the huge Iron Overlord formed a unique flying silver armor. It was like a rocket taking off, flying into the sky and drawing an arc in the sky. 12. When the height reaches a certain level, the flames at Iron Overlord's feet suddenly went out, and all the fuel was consumed. And Tony's figure, it also unexpectedly fell into the distant desert. His voice screamed far away, but there is no time to think about it now, accompanied by Iron Overlord. Suddenly, it collided with the sand beneath his feet, and Iron Overlord broke into countless parts. The line inside was completely broken, but luckily, this was sandy ground, so there was some impact force from the descent. Tony Stark's armor shattered into countless debris. It is not easy to create such an epic-making product in such a simple environment. He casually threw away all the wires and steel on his body and took off the helmet on his head. Looking at the world in front of him, his dazed expression was recovering. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his internal organs were damaged. But the breeze blew through his hair, and the sun shone on his face. At least he survived at this moment. Escaped from that. A dark cave with almost no chance of survival. After an unknown amount of time of relaxation, his figure appeared on the sand in front of him and ran towards the distance. His body was covered in blood, and he had no time to treat his wounds because no one knew that the thugs were. Will they attack? The ragged clothes covered his head, and he looked dazed. After all, the desert was in front of him. Dry lips, peeling, whitening. I don't know how long I haven't had fresh water. But he always held on to hope for life, and the words Ethan had said to him before he died kept echoing in his mind. After running for who knows how long, he came to the top of a high sand dune. At this moment, he was almost losing the will to live. He didn't know how far he had to go, but in front of him was a vast desert with no end in sight. But he knew he couldn't die here, just like he couldn't die on that damn mountain. On Earth, in front of the screen, countless viewers saw this scene, and their eyes were filled with not only regret, but also shock. $7,897. Tony Stark is almost doomed to die. I really came out of that cave alive. The Mark armor he developed in a short time even has the ability to fly. Even a short distance flight is enough to give it an extremely powerful flying ability. A tiny arc reactor can actually provide such terrifying energy. Although the armor needs to be charged, it is because in such a simple environment, it is impossible to directly use the energy of the arc reactor. If the arc reactor and Mark armor were combined into a more compact and exquisite design, while retaining all the functions and with the addition of various high-tech weapons. Brothers, this is Iron Man. We have always only seen the glory of Iron Man, but never thought about why Iron Man has such a terrifying armor. Now I understand. I had no choice but to do all this. I used my own intelligence and wisdom to develop this epic-making genius product at the critical moment of life and death. X013. Survive Tony. He didn't die after falling from such a great height, but his armor was smashed into pieces. He was able to survive. If this is not destiny, what else can I say? Iron Man is born. Countless people secretly prayed in their hearts. From a playboy with a halo to the head of a top financial group. Transform into a prisoner, become a beggar-like character, become a person constantly wandering on the edge of life and death. How long does it take? I'm afraid it won't take long. All the changes will happen in an instant. Tony Stark, I don't know how many times I've had close brushes with death. Finally, as everyone was praying silently, a special voice sounded from far away in the video. Soon, in the endless desert, 2 armed helicopters in the sky from far to near. The propellers rotated and blew the desert below, bringing up countless flying sands that flew over Tony's head. Seeing this scene, Tony Stark, who was almost on the verge of collapse, showed an expression of disbelief in his eyes. He quickly stretched out his hand and waved it toward the sky. He screamed with joy. Ha 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 ha. No one knows how wonderful and inspiring the feeling of escaping to heaven is at this moment. He screamed hysterically, but the next moment he fell to the ground due to dehydration. The searchlight on the helicopter's rotating propeller found Tony's trace, and it fell steadily from the sky. There were soldiers hanging outside the cabin. When they saw Tony Stark falling to the ground, they did not hesitate at all. After the helicopter came to a complete stop, fully armed soldiers came running over here. They are the military's exclusive armed forces. Previously, they were beaten by foreign armed forces, and even important figures were kidnapped. It's just too shabby. The middleman, it turned out to be Tony's good friend, Colonel Rhodes. Seeing Tony in front of him, his anxious face finally showed a momentary smile. He asked in a joking tone, "How about the happy horse?" But Tony Stark at this time, how could he still have the energy to joke? He smiled respectfully and did not answer the question. After so many days of experience, and the torture he had endured for so many days also made it impossible for him to answer this question. Colonel Rhodes finally squatted down and looked at the scene in front of him. I don't know how much torture my good friend has gone through. His face is full of regret, and he said seriously, "Next time, you can ride with me, okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and embraced Tony Stark without saying a word. The surrounding helicopters are flying over here now. 2. Everything is finally settled. Tony Stark is safe. They took a plane back to Los Angeles, and with the help of Colonel Rhodes, the cabin door slowly opened, the landing gear slowly lowered, and Tony Stark, who was sitting in a wheelchair, stood up. Then he walked towards the plane step by step, wearing his favorite suit jacket. His right hand was broken and in a splint and strapped. At this moment, under the gaze of everyone, after walking step by step, he took a simple rest and was no longer the savage before. At this moment, his eyes seemed full of fatigue and melancholy, no longer as energetic as before. But it was a genuine look that gave everyone in 6337 a special feeling. Happy, the company's security director, with CEO Tony Stark's personal assistant, Pepper Potts. The two looked at Tony Stark walking towards them, their eyes full of worry. And a unit price that had been prepared on the side was now pushed over here. Tony Stark looked disgusted. Are you kidding? Tell them to go away. Colonel Noboa waved his hand casually. Tony Stark looked at the assistant in front of him. The assistant's face was filled with worry, but then he smiled in the end. It was a feeling of celebrating his survival. Your eyes are red. Are you crying for your missing boss? Tony Stark joked. They are tears of joy. I hate looking for a job. Pepper Potts retorted unequivocally. Well, the holidays are over. Tony answered casually, and the four of them got into the car. Where are you going, sir? Asked Security Chief Happy casually. Pepper immediately said, Go to the hospital. B. Tony Stark changed his tone. F. You should go to the hospital for a checkup. Pepper looked at Tony seriously. I've been held captive for 3 months, and there are 2 things I want to do. I want an American cheeseburger and one. Looking at Pepper Potts beside him, Tony's expression was very serious. He gave orders to Pepper Potts like a boss. The two people's conversation was like a quarrel, which sounded very funny. Okay, looking at Tony Stark and Pepper Potts in front of him, I understood immediately. After all, the boss's hobbies, besides money, are beautiful women. And before he finished speaking, it was obvious what he meant. No, it's not what you think. I want you to hold a press conference immediately. Tony changed the subject. Press conference, why? Pepper was completely confused and couldn't imagine what Tony was going to say at the press conference. Happy, drive and go find a hamburger first. Tony has given the order. The extremely powerful Rolls-Royce slowly drove out of the airport. Before the video, seeing Tony Stark in front of them, who had managed to escape danger and was not completely destroyed by his previous painful experience, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That experience was so painful. Although this marked the birth of Iron Man, Tony Stark is, after all, just a mortal and may suffer from post-war syndrome. Before that cave, he was even afraid of armed attacks by terrorists. Under hostage-taking, he was as weak as an ant. And soon, as the president's assistant, Xiao La Jiao quickly contacted the press conference. The news that Tony Stark, the famous head of Stark Industries, was kidnapped and disappeared spread throughout New York in a short period of time. Now he has returned and quickly held a press conference. Although all the reporters were confused, they still squeezed together. Even the second in command of Stark Group. Stan is here too. The bald guy looks fierce. Tony Stark, still holding an unfinished burger in his hand, specifically ordered everyone to sit on the floor. Listen to this press conference. As everyone looked at him in surprise, Tony Stark announced his latest decision: indefinitely shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing until a new profit model is found. One moment, and the whole audience was shocked, and no one expected that. The biggest arms dealer in the United States, on the first day of his press conference, said to shut down weapons development and manufacturing. This is tantamount to digging one's own grave, an act of courting death, just like a software developer. After a few days of rest, the first thing I did when I returned was to announce that I would no longer be doing software development. Not only was the whole audience in uproar, but even all the reporters present rioted, and each of them had countless questions in their minds. Tony Stark looked at the scene in front of him with a serious look. This seems to be nonsense, but it is also the only thing he wants in his heart after going through so much. When seeing that all the weapons and missiles manufactured by Stark Industries fell into the hands of terrorists, his heart was completely chilled. These weapons, which were supposed to be used on the battlefield, were obtained by special armed groups. As a result, the armed groups, using these weapons to persecute civilians and oppress ordinary people, their ambitions are further expanded. He might even attack the country or countless weak people, which completely goes against his original intention of making weapons. Beautiful lies and sugar-coated bullets are always just sugar-coated bullets, and their connotations are cruel. No solution again. This is actually an indivisible square root of 3. So his words are completely a one-time solution to the most serious problem at the moment, which is weapons leakage, and the other is weapons development. Tough. I'm afraid no one will understand what I want to do. Geniuses are on the left, lunatics are on the right, and the existence of every genius will not allow the secular world to recognize it. Hearing this, Stan immediately blocked it. He stood up and used his own words to evade the media in front of him, even though Tony beside me was still chattering. Finally, he found Tony and expressed his concern for his health in the tone of an elder. But he also used his own method to persuade Tony in front of him to cancel the prohibition and restriction he had mentioned before. If a weapons manufacturer doesn't make weapons, does it buy pacifiers? But Tony Stark shook his head in deep thought. He confirmed his statement and his goal, and he would not be easily shaken by any words. And at this moment, Tony Stark unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the miniature arc reactor on his chest. This is the technical level he broke through when he was in a desperate situation, BDCJ. It is currently the most powerful, terrifying, and smallest energy reaction device. Stan was so smart that he immediately realized that this thing was at least 30 years ahead of the industry. At this moment, he finally understood why Tony wanted to shut down the development of weapons manufacturing, because once this thing came out, then the entire Stark industry will once again stand on top of the world, far more terrifying than Wu manufacturing. He changed his previous expression. At this moment, his face was full of compliments, and he even put his arm around her. Tony Stark's shoulder revealed a face of a profiteer. It seems like a relationship between two people. It's really that close. In the video behind Tony, a huge particle accelerator appeared, and the energy in the particle accelerator was terrifying. The particle accelerator in front of us is simply an enlarged version of the arc reactor. The amount of energy produced per second is simply countless. And this is the foundation of Stark Industries. The technology of the arc reactor is already ahead of the rest of the world. And once the plan for the micro arc reactor emerges, that will have an unimaginable impact on the world's energy industry. The scene turns. Tony Stark's studio is located on the basement floor of his villa. He completed the renovation of the arc reactor. The arc reactor that was made in the darkness before has a replacement. Although the arc reactor was temporarily unplugged, the electromagnetic energy in his body will disappear, and countless tiny shrapnel in his body will flow into his heart along with the blood. But quickly replace the arc reactor in his chest, and he will still be safe. And without hesitation, I found a secretary, Little Pepper, walking into the research room. Looking at the extremely messy room, Xiao Lajiao was a little at a loss for a moment. But she still came to Tony Stark. The new generation of arc reactor looks more exquisite and has a more sophisticated design. It is totally incomparable to the inferior product made in the cave. But this needs Pepper to do it, because only his hands can pass through the arc reactor installation channel in Tony's chest. This unprecedented surgical operation was a work of genius. A hole was directly opened in the human body, and a track was installed in the chest. Electromagnets are placed inside the body, using electromagnetic force to pull countless tiny shrapnel inside the body. Anyone who sees this design would probably be amazed, but unfortunately Dr. Ethan is no longer here. Tony Stark admitted that he only trusted Pepper Potts now, and that Pepper Potts needed to be fully prepared before accepting the next surgery. Little Chili also plucked up the courage and reached her hand into the circular installation track. With a look of disgust, he still proceeded in an orderly manner, touching countless body tissue fluids. Even when he pulled the circuit wire inside, he also touched the installation track, and an electric current instantly passed through Tony Stark's whole body. This scene, it was hilarious, but Chili still pulled the circuit out, even though her hands were covered in tissue fluid. This scene is simply speechless. Little Chili never expected that she could pull the electromagnet out directly with just a tug. Tony Stark's body trembled, and he could feel the endless pain that was madly piling up on him. It was a funny scene. Tony Stark was not panicking yet, but Pepper was already at a loss. While Pepper was chattering, Tony Stark handed over the new arc reactor he had developed. Then, with the help of Pepper, the new arc reactor was installed into the chest. After the replacement, the reactor in the chest can continuously provide energy. Tony Stark also stood up from his chair. Little Pepper looked at the arc reactor in his hand. He was a little overwhelmed with this thing. Just when she asked what to do, Tony Stark just told him to throw it away. But he didn't expect that this little glowing thing in front of him, Pepper, a little thought, and then, we have completely entered a safe period and no longer have to worry about life and death every day like in a cave. And enter that emotion of fear. But a new plan has already emerged in Tony Stark's mind. He has completely solved the energy problem. The arc reactor in his chest. The energy is more powerful, and the energy that can be released is even more terrifying. He also started a new chapter. After turning on the artificial intelligence Jarvis, he casually waved his hand on a projection panel in the work setting in front of him, and a green module appeared in front of him. If you look closely, this green module is the first-generation Mark armor Iron Overlord that I was wearing before. At this moment, in Tony Stark's hand, he flicked the green module with a look of disdain and under the projection of artificial intelligence. It is like dragging away the garbage, deleting all the irrelevant parts. Gently squeeze it into a small ball and throw it into the trash can next to you. This scene, it's just like when we use the computer screen, we drag the mouse and throw the unnecessary things into the trash can. The scene Tony Stark is showing is a completely real-life 3D version. He kept removing modules that he didn't need, and what remained was the core part of the entire mecha. It's called a mecha, but it's actually a real-life alloy battle machine. 014602 213 Felu 144592290. Tony nodded slightly as he watched the deletions in front of him, left only the most essential parts. Soon, with his mechanical talent, he began to carry out a series of methodical creations. First, the power system of this armor. From the legs, the armor on the legs. In full view of the public, with the help of the robot arm, Tony Stark created a robot leg, jumping before everyone's eyes. With the power of energy, the various transmission devices of the mechanical legs in front of us can easily break through the upper limit of human strength. With the experience of making Iron Overlord, making the armor in front of us can be said to be a piece of cake. But the manufacturing of small parts inside requires more precision. Tony held the welding wire in his hand and looked at the leg propulsion device in front of him. He welded every tiny circuit in it very seriously. His eyes were so serious that it was unbelievable. Who could have imagined that this serious man in front of him was actually a super rich man who spent money lavishly with just a wave of his hand? EXT. In everyone's stereotype, which of those who have countless wealth and are as rich as a country is not enjoying the utmost? B. Tony Stark in front of us has changed almost everyone's view of him. His knowledge makes countless people afraid of him. The simple leg thrusters made of countless motors are enough to scare away countless people just by their design. But it is not only designed, but also completely manufactured, and every tiny part is made with great precision. The miniature version of the arc reactor is the largest in the world. The energy generated is unparalleled. The technology that was almost 30 years ahead of the entire world was broken through by this person in that dark cave alone. It was actually developed, and it used such simple parts. On Earth, before reviewing the video, countless people watched this scene and shook their heads silently. Why can he have such a terrifying net worth and be so wealthy that he can rival a country? He can easily make the most powerful rocket in the world. It's so easy to get out of a deadly situation, or even completely escape, and create the terrifying first-generation Mark-armored Iron Overlord. Just an Iron Overlord, I'm afraid no one can make it, or even draw a design, and yet someone not only made it, but it's completely wearable. Why? The huge Iron Overlord can actually fly and take off like a rocket. Although there is no safety device for landing, It is already terrifying in such a simple environment. In the arc reactor that was developed and the prototype of the Mark armor that was created, this is probably not just a set of armor. This is probably a whole series. This is Iron Man, a genius mind. The rocket he designed is the best in the world, and the arc reactor he designed is the best in the world. Why isn't he popular? I now seem to understand a little bit why others are destined to make so much money, but I can only live a mediocre life. A simple design, the assembly of all the components, and the extremely sophisticated circuits all involve a wealth of knowledge. Anyway, as a professor, I see, at this moment, everyone was shocked and impressed. In the video, Tony Stark's design was very fast. In a short time, he had designed the leg thrusters for the feet, and countless fine parts put together can actually be worn. Although there is no exterior design, it looks like it is made up of countless wires, which is a bit crude. But as for the simple design, it is not something that ordinary people can make. And it is equipped with an arc reactor on its chest, which can provide powerful thrust generated by nuclear fusion at all times. It's nuclear fusion. In this tiny light-emitting device, countless atomic fusions are taking place. Fission is uncontrollable. The energy released by atomic fission is terrifying, but a large part of the energy will be consumed in the process of atomic fission. But this part of energy, it can be controlled by nuclear fusion. So why can the energy in his chest support him to live till the end of time? Because great changes are happening all the time. Being able to shrink the nuclear fusion device to such a degree, how can he not be the best in the world? At this moment, Tony Stark put on the thruster connected to the arc reactor on his chest. PP. Do. Amid the sound of steel colliding and the countless forces pushing forward, he walked towards the test session easily. Although it looked a bit out of place, and there are countless wires connected to it, these are the connecting wires of the thrusters. The flying ability of Iron Man armor is the most powerful ability, no doubt about it, in the previous Iron Man, because the flying ability cannot be controlled at all, so falling from the sky is almost certain death. Therefore, developing thrusters first is also one of the issues Tony Stark needs to think about most. The thruster was completed, and he walked step by step to the field and came to the test stage. The camera next to him recorded everything. Dumb camera, it doesn't seem to have any artificial intelligence at all, and it's just a simple mechanical assistant with only basic intelligence. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tony Stark said, 10%. Turn on 10% energy thrust. The next moment, he turned on the switch. Click. Press the button with both hands, and the foot thrusters under your feet will suddenly generate a strong thrust. In an instant, boom! Tony Stark was driving the thrusters and was thrown out uncontrollably. The powerful thrust. He did a somersault in the air, with his head making perfect contact with the high wall. The body fell to the ground uncontrollably. And at this moment, the primary AI assistant next to it sprayed out countless white dust. These are firefighting supplies. This scene, it looks both helpless and hilarious. Earth, Stark Industrial Building. Pepper Potts, who is transformed into a strong woman, is working. Since Iron Man became a hero and started saving the world, she took over Stark Industries and was appointed by Iron Man as the CEO of Stark Industries. At this moment, watching the difficulty of the development step by step in the video, and even watching Tony Stark fly out of the magic cave safely, at that moment, Pepper was full of worry, even though he was Tony Stark's personal assistant and consortium assistant. But he looked at the playboy in front of him, who was actually a very serious man, and had already fallen in love with him silently. And when I saw myself in the video, I cried with joy when I saw him come back alive. It was just because I was so happy and excited. Now, the same is true. Seeing Tony Stark being pushed against the wall by such a strong force, she couldn't help but put her hand over her mouth. She was completely shocked. Oh my God! Pepper couldn't help but shout out. He thought of the guy when he met Tony. His nose was bleeding, his body was in a state of disgrace, and even his arm was broken. Teep B. At that time, I was still complaining nonstop. How did I get myself into this state? But now she understands. A asterisk asterisk. When the guy returned to the lab, he was just fiddling with the equipment, trying to develop the iron armor as soon as possible. But he actually played with his own life. Pepper had no idea about work anymore. She leaned back in her chair and watched the video. She also wanted to pay attention to Tony. Know his changes step by step. Now, her interest in this man reached its peak. In the video, after completing the leg thrusters, Tony opened the mountain imaging data again and began to discuss with the artificial intelligence Jarvis. The image of Ironmonger could not be used anymore, and what he wanted was a steel armor that was completely body-shaping. This armor can not only protect him, it can also carry a variety of high-tech weapons, because it has the energy propulsion of the arc reactor, so there is no need to worry about the source of energy supply. What we want is that when designing this armor, the original design intention is not only to achieve perfect streamline, but also to be very compact and light. It doesn't give people a bloated feeling. Although Iron Overlord is a first-generation Mark armor, it can only be regarded as an obsolete product, extremely crude. So, the current second-generation Mark armor requires more considerations. Finally, throw it away, Doctor. Coming to the hands. He gently turned his right hand, and the 3D projection in front of him slowly rotated. He looked at the design of the hand in front of him. I took a few things away and threw them into the trash can next to me. Finally, looking at the last thing left, he stretched out his right hand, passed through the 3D projection in front of him, and completely fitted it onto the human body. With the help of artificial intelligence Jarvis, the 3D projection in front of me, it seemed to come alive like a real object, and he wore it on his arm. It looks very simple, but this is the most important part. He started manufacturing again. The hand function design was very simple at first, with countless steel buckles fastened together. Utilizes the mortise and tenon structure. The hand controller circuit was designed in full swing, and the hand still had an energy boost. The energy from the soles of the feet needs to be pushed forward by the hands. The same control, the single quantity is stable, and the body will not be directly ejected by the energy. Therefore, the design of the hands achieves a perfect auxiliary effect. This design, also for better flying. Then, after putting together the hand development parts, he gently raised his right hand. The figure of Chili Pepper appeared in front of me. Tony Stark gently turned on the mechanism. The robot arm next to it has a red cloth tied to it, which is considered the test item for this trial. Didn't you say you didn't want to make weapons anymore? The assistant next to him, little La Jiao, asked casually with a confused look on her face. Yes, please answer casually. He subconsciously moved his body further away. This is a flight stabilizer. It's completely harmless. Then, he started the energy transmission. Instantly, the energy thruster on his hand lit up with white light, just like the arc reactor on his chest, and began to carry energy. Energy began to transfer, and the light from the controller in my hand continued to accumulate. Suddenly, boom! The energy in the hands was pushed forward, and suddenly a powerful energy burst out. The energy was released, and the slow robot was sent flying far away. Even Tony Stark's own body was also shaken and fell back. Little Chili was. Moo was frightened and screamed. Tony also calmed down from the ground and finally got up. Finally, when it came to the exciting moment of the oath, he developed hand stabilization thrusters and leg thrusters. Arc reactor connected to the chest. The previous laboratory space was relatively small, so this time the experimental site was moved outdoors to a huge garage. At a glance, the entire garage is filled with countless famous luxury cars, each of which is worth a lot of money and looks dazzling. And almost every part of the car body is equipped with streamlined body. It is a super sports car. The robot next to him began to record everything in front of him, and Tony Stark also started the second test under the data recording. Finally, this time he learned his lesson and directly lowered the energy booster to 1%. FX. At the command, he stretched out his hands, and energy streams spurted out from his hands at the same time with powerful thrusts. It was driven to fly into the sky, and the leg parts began to emit tail flames from the bottom to help burn. His figure slowly rose into the air and finally stabilized in midair. Although this was not easy, but he finally managed to stabilize his first perfect flight. His figure swung back and forth in the sky. DS. After 2 seconds of silence, his face was filled with excitement, and he finally flew up. 0. Under his control, his figure was like a flying man in the air, flying from left to right. But he couldn't control the flight speed at all. I could only watch as the leg aircraft continued to fly above the luxury car and flew away. And this row of luxury cars became his victim. Under the scorching heat of this powerful energy, the surfaces of these luxury cars were completely melted. Tony Stark looked distressed, but he finally stabilized his body and the flight ended perfectly. Soon, he designed the entire body, which was covered in silver steel and contained extremely complex steel circuits. The exterior is an extremely hard armor that can protect his entire body. KG, the intelligent robot on board, also received an upgrade. Countless fine mechanical tentacles began to operate, picking up silver steel parts one by one and installing them on Iron Man. The moment the compressed steel parts fit the body, they fit perfectly and the mechanical tentacles next to them. Don't integrate all the parts perfectly, from legs to arms, whole body, front chest, back, breastplate, carapace. Tony Stark armed himself into an Iron Man, and then he looked at the last part placed on the table next to him. Steel mask. He picked up the steel mask and gently put it on his face. The mechanical parts matched. Tony Stark asked softly, "Jarvis," whoosh. Inside the steel mask, a blue light flashed and formed an artificial intelligence scanner. "Hello, sir. At your service at any time." The voice of artificial intelligence Jarvis sounded. He looked at the garage scanner in front of him, scanning all the objects, including his luxury car and the countless surrounding equipment. "It has been turned on for you. Behavior habits are uploaded to the armor." Jarvis's auxiliary voice sounded. At this moment, the voice of this artificial intelligence is so convincing. Tony Stark's mouth curled up into a smile. Beginning the armor self-check. Buzz 1. All the components began to operate in a special way. The internal parts emitted a blue light. They were all energy thrusters. Maybe it is impossible to achieve perfect coordination by flying alone, but with more help, you can achieve coordination at the same time. Achieving perfect flight, and it can be easily controlled. Self-check completed. The armor is perfectly reproduced day by day. Every component is very clear, including the internally developed weapon system, the flight system on board, the back protection, and the complete shielding of the human body by the mechanical body. Buzz. The special parts of the breastplate and back armor move. At this moment, the silver steel armor exudes a fierce and domineering look, just like alien technology, perfectly displayed in front of everyone. The visor of the iron armor was emitting a little blue light, and the scanner was turned on. Who could have imagined that there was an Earth embedded inside? Who could have imagined that this was actually an armed armor developed by the Earthlings? All components have completed self-inspection and are running intact, and the test results are perfect. 12. Sir, the equipment is fully operational, ready to shut down and calculate the summary. Jarvis' voice sounded again, but safety could not resist a test pilot named Tony Stark, whose eyes were red and whose expression was perfect. Tony Stark curled his lips. "Jarvis, sometimes you have to run before you can walk," he said in a calm voice. But the look in his eyes revealed a serious excitement and madness that could not be suppressed at all. Inside the Mark armor, countless data energy slots appeared in front of him, just like a system panel, including the status of the armor and the external environment. All the information of the scanned items will appear before your eyes. No one could possibly know that this was the Mark armor that Tony Stark had spent so much effort to create. At this moment, the most glorious moment has arrived. That is the first flight of the armor in front of us. $3.89, sir. The voice of the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, remained calm. As an artificial intelligence butler, Jarvis is not just artificial intelligence. and he is Tony's personal assistant on weekdays. All the security systems of the mansion in front of us, including all the research and development of the armor, were all participated in by Jarvis, and Jarvis, as an artificial intelligence, it can give the most reasonable results very accurately. Although Jarvis does not have human nature, as an artificial intelligence, its intelligent terminal is no longer comparable to ordinary intelligence. Now, I can only be forced by the tyranny of my master. Ignition! Tony gave the order. Countless red flames immediately erupted from the feet of the silver ironkin armor, including the parts of his hands. Countless flames also erupted from the palms of his hands to stabilize them. Under the flame pusher, the Iron Man slowly rose into the air, and the arc reactor on Tony 997 Stark's chest emitted a dazzling blue light. The energy emitted was unimaginable. Without any preparation, the armor slowly flew forward. The palm cannons on both hands, when not firing, are used as stabilizers, while the rear leg thrusters as the main propeller. And in the next moment, the steel cans in front of me. Suddenly, he crouched down in a low position and rushed forward in the long underground tunnel of the sports car. Flying out, swoosh! As the energy continued to increase, the steel can in front of him immediately turned into a rocket and rushed out of the runway, soaring into the sky in an instant. Yes, in the Mark armor, Tony could feel the extremely powerful centrifugal force that drove him forward. This feeling of adrenaline rushing wildly and heart pounding was exactly what made him feel that he was alive and well. After going through countless things, his psychological endurance ability has already increased significantly, and he has even experienced a series of life and death. At this moment, he felt his heart beating wildly, as if he was alive, and it has an unimaginable sense of security, which is completely protected by the Mark armor on the body. Swoosh! Although the second-generation Mark armor is extremely bulky, the energy boost provided by the arc reactor on its chest is equally terrifying. Driven by the Marco armor, Tony Stark is like a rocket. Oh! He let out an unbelievable cry. The Mark armor flew vertically into the sky, and in the sky, under the first flight, the palm cannons in the hands cooperated with the leg thrusters to form a strong flame that was like a flying swallow in the air, doing a graceful waltz. The Mark armor in front of me is designed with streamlined body, flying at high speed in the air. Tony Stark was also completely dumbfounded because he had never expected that the heavy armor could be so light in the air. The palm cannons in the hands can be used as stabilizers, and the thrusters in the legs can bring strong and powerful thrust. With the help of each other, even a rocket cannot reach this terrifying speed. Compared with the first generation of Iron Overlord, unimaginable enhancements have been made to the flight. The Iron Man flew through the sky and passed through the bustling world. Tony Stark saw the scanner on the armor. The Ferris wheel in the amusement park appeared. As the camera pans, you can even see the flying Iron Man on the Ferris wheel. Shock child, the world is at his feet. At this moment, adrenaline is soaring wildly, bringing a refreshing feeling, making Tony Stark. It's like taking over the whole world. Jarvis challenged the limit. Feeling the roar of the armor, he looked up at the sky, and this time he wanted to conquer the sky in front of him. Whoosh! The armor immediately turned into a vertical sword, fiercely stabbing into the dark sky. Your vertical ascent turns into a powerful rocket, flying madly into the sky. And just above the sky, the moon that had been so huge before now seemed to shrink into a glowing sphere before my eyes. 85,000 feet. This is the highest record for a fixed aircraft. Records are meant to be broken. Come on, Tony Stark said in a firm voice. Boom, boom, boom. The thrusters on the legs have a powerful thrust, and they look like armor made by aliens, rushing towards the sky madly, an extremely fast speed. On Earth, before the video, countless people watched the video in front of them. Almost everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected that the first created Mark armor would have such a strong propulsion force. I thought that when the Mark armor was first manufactured, it was full of difficulties. It was necessary to overcome various difficulties before it could reach the level of Iron Man's flight. But now it seems that Tony Stark has already overcome many difficulties. He has completely made a breakthrough in technology. The energy generated by the arc reactor in his chest alone is unimaginable. The arc reactor on the chest is responsible for such a powerful thrust. It's so scary and shocking. If I had this kind of armor, I would definitely become the sharpest sword on the battlefield. Battle armor. This is the iron toy that countless men dream of, but it was created by Tony Stark. Oh my God, if I call Tony Stark Dad, can he give me a suit of armor? I don't want the best, I just want the Mark II. Then you're probably too late. The Mark II armor has been taken back to the military by Colonel Rhodes and transformed into a war machine. This is simply an ingenious creation, like an alien creation. Can humans on Earth really create such a terrifying armor? Countless men, seeing this scene, almost screamed like crazy. The protection of the armor belt brings an unimaginable sense of security, which almost drives countless people crazy. Queens, ISY. Watching Tony Stark flying into the sky in the video. Little Spider-Man couldn't help but shout out he was completely impressed by the video in front of him. Is this Iron Man? It's so shocking he can fly so easily. Can rocket thrusters be used like this? Little Spider-Man screamed. Michelle, who was beside him, watched the video of the eyes. She was not very interested at first, but now she is deeply fascinated. She excitedly shook Little Spider-Man's arm. Peter, can you make it? No. Little Spider-Man was indeed helpless. He curled his lips and shook his head slightly. His R&D machine in the video. The machine that can create all matter out of nothing. The arc reactor he used came from Stark Industries, and he didn't have the ability to create an arc reactor on his own. You have to know that Mark armor, as well as all the machines that currently require energy, the energy released by the arc reactor is not only enough to satisfy the needs of the people, but the energy it produces is even more terrifying than you can imagine. But the arc reactor is precisely one of those items that simply cannot be created in the world. A larger version, a nuclear reactor, in the video. Finally, just after breaking the limit, large pieces of ice suddenly appeared on Mark armor, wrapping Mark armor into an iceman. Blue lights flickered, and the artificial intelligence Jarvis turned off at the critical moment. The signal is completely disconnected at this moment. Looking around, Mark's armor was covered with large pieces of ice, leaving only a few bits of energy transmission inside the armor. But the Mark armor could not maintain flight at all without Jarvis's autonomous control. It was like a bird that flew into the sky and was frozen into an ice block, falling uncontrollably to the ground. Even such an extremely bulky armor. After losing its own propulsion force, it was forcibly pulled by gravity and kicked hard to the ground, and its speed was much faster than any other object. Without the balancing device, the steel armor in front of me is simply not comparable to the light human body. In the air, it falls in an irregular manner, constantly sliding down in the air. Even everything around them was spinning wildly in their field of vision. This horrific scene made countless people dizzy and dazed. That includes Tony Stark too. And he screamed in fear, but no one could help him at all at this height of tens of thousands of meters. He hit the ground at an extremely fast speed, but, in panic, he quickly reached for his leg, where there was a small mechanism. Click! Tony Stark reached out and pulled the switch, and the armor on his back snapped open. BBJ. This is the mecha's reconsideration, which represents stability. At this moment, his body no longer slides in an irregular posture in the air, falling towards the ground at an extremely fast speed. Jarvis, Tony Stark shouted. Ha! The vision that had just gone dark was finally illuminated by blue light again. But this is just the startup program of artificial intelligence. After the AI is turned on, it can successfully connect to the internet in a few tens of thousands of seconds. But it takes time. At this moment, Tony Stark was helpless. The Mark armor on his body was like a coffin. He was tightly trapped inside, and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Sniff, sniff. Scanner inside Mark armor. They are frantically searching and scanning the joints of one giant building after another to determine the location. And just like a falling rocket, Wolf fell towards a street. But just 100 meters above the ground. Bang! The Mark armor ignited successfully once again and turned into flying steel again, falling heavily to the ground along the street, flying into the sky. The feeling of life and death made his adrenaline surge again. Tony Stark couldn't help but scream out loud with a big smile on his face. And Mark armor once again. The flight posture led by Jarvis was restored, assisted by both the ailerons and the control wheel in the sky. Crazy flight. His whole body was highly streamlined, and at this moment his figure actually looked like a flying swallow flying in the sky. Soon, after the first flight, all flight parameters were recorded in the database. Tony Stark circled in the sky and returned to his mansion. But, looking at the mansion under his feet, he was a little hesitant, not knowing how to land, but he finally. I chose to land on the roof. Welcome home, sir. Jarvis's loyal voice rang out again. Landing. Tony Stark spoke up immediately. After stabilizing his body in the air, landing means canceling all ignitions. However, a scene that no one expected. B+1. The steel armor fell from the sky onto the roof, but the roof was made of reinforced cement concrete. It is simply unable to withstand the extremely heavy Mark armor. One moment. Boom! Mark armor fell directly from the roof into the villa, smashing through the floor above, not to mention hitting the piano. It smashed the piano into two pieces, and without even slowing down, it crashed through the floor again. Boom! After crashing through all the floors, it fell heavily from the top of the underground garage. Suddenly, it hit a luxury car, turning it into a sheet of iron and instantly destroying it. Triple A. The alarms of all the luxury cars nearby were activated, making piercing sounds. And at this moment, the stupid robot from before actually ran over and aimed the cylinder at the iron armor. Countless white firefighting powders were sprayed onto the iron armor, completely surrounding Tony Stark's figure. This time, Tony Stark suffered some injuries, even a broken arm. 0.6. But helplessly looking at the complicated studio in front of him, he knew that the Mark armor in front of him needed to be upgraded again. Heavy steel is simply not able to support the flight mass, nor can it land on ordinary roads. I'm afraid a big hole will be smashed out. At this moment, he was confused about what material to use. And soon, he found a special gift in the studio and unwrapped it. A small jar sealed with glass. What was placed in the jar was the first-generation arc reactor that he had made in the Dark Cave. It even says, a gift for Tony Stark. This is obviously the work of his assistant, Pepper. Seeing this thing, he couldn't help but smile. Soon, with such joy, he returned to the research and development of the Mark armor. The data displayed on the countless computers around him, completely from Mark armor, all armor collection. The appearance of armor is basically fixed nowadays, and the energy source of armor has been solved. There is no aspect of armor that needs to be optimized. The only thing that needs to be improved is that it is relatively heavy, and you have to deal with the problem of icing unexpectedly when flying at high altitudes. Then, after countless thoughts, he started from the material aspect. The computer data in front of him selected the alloy material used for spaceflight. Jarvis immediately began to draw a plan that not only did not sacrifice the performance strength of the fuselage, but also became lighter. Armor's all-round protection. Then, ordinary steel and silver could not satisfy Tony Stark's idea at all. When he was struggling with this, he suddenly saw the gift his parents had given him. The red, gold, and black classic car, with a flame-like paint job, looks handsome and cool. Wow! Tony Stark's eyes moved. After starting to draw, start painting the iron armor. So on the computer, the third-generation Mark armor, with a brand new color, was fully displayed in front of everyone. The red and gold Mark armor satisfies everyone's fantasy. And just then, When the Mark III armor was fully created, Tony Stark suddenly discovered that the party at his house appeared in the news, but he had no recollection of it at all. As for whether this party is a celebration or something else, he was all confused. Soon, Tony Stark arrived at the party, only to find that the main character who hosted the party was actually Stan, the second in command of the group. Although Stan smiled and greeted Tony Stark, he had no interest in him. 2 words to send off. Just then, a female reporter found Tony Stark and showed him the photo she had shown. I saw, surprisingly, all the people in the photo are former terrorist militants, and the photo was taken just yesterday. There are some familiar figures inside, including weapons and ammunition boxes created by Stark Industries. These terrorists attacked a village, which was bombed into ruins. In the village, what appeared were weapons, missiles, and ammunition provided by Stark Industries. At this moment, Tony Stark was stunned on the spot. He was embarrassed that he had already stopped the development of weapons, and the leakage of weapons is strictly prohibited. Because of what happened before, he already fully understood how much harm the leakage of weapons would bring to the entire world. Monty, after sorting out all the clues, he finally found the blind spot, the weapons and equipment of the Stark Group. It seems to have been leaked by someone, including the weapons created by Stark Industries that he had seen before. And this obviously has an unknown scene. Obviously, someone bypassed the leader of his group and secretly provided these weapons to foreign armed groups. With Tony Stark's wisdom, it is not difficult to guess who the person behind the weapon is. Only the second in command of the group has these 13 permissions. So, he finally found Stan and talked about this matter in front of the media, but Stan, who is very eloquent, once again evaded the issue in front of the media, with a smile on his face. But privately, he had already used a threatening tone, coldly and indifferently telling Tony Stark that he had already been ostracized by the board of directors in his current group. Because of the weapons restriction order, it's good to do it. Finally, he patted Tony Stark on the shoulder, turned around, and left, looking very cool, leaving only Tony Stark, who was backstabbed. An angry, yet helpless face. Back in his villa, Tony Stark chose to remain silent. He picked up the wrench and twisted his armored hands. The video still shows ordinary people whose villages have been destroyed and who have nowhere to go. Wherever the war spreads, people everywhere will be displaced and lose their families. They had no choice, but there was nothing they could do, regardless of weapons and equipment at any time. Once this kind of thing is leaked, the consequences will be unimaginable, and it will be a devastating blow to the entire world or to a certain country. Terrorists with weapons and equipment are fearless and leave no grass or armor behind wherever they go. They kill without blinking an eye. Everything is premeditated. At this moment, Tony Stark, smelling a conspiracy, everything reported in the news. It comes from a village called Dalmila. The once quiet and peaceful village has now completely fallen into ruins. Terrorists are burning and killing here. They slaughtered civilians at will. Watching the scene reported in the video and the leader captured by the camera, Tony Stark could no longer suppress the anger in his eyes. The bald man who kidnapped him before was not dead, and now he looked indifferent. Looking at the TV in front of him, Tony Stark raised his right palm cannon without hesitation and began to charge. Boom! A cannon was fired, and the terrifying power directly interrupted the distant stupid robot, and the steel was directly broken. At this moment, he seemed to have developed a new weapon. With a smile on his face, he decided to release the anger in his heart. And at this moment, the figure that echoed in my mind was exactly Ethan, whom I had known for just a week. In a week, Ethan taught him how not to waste his life and realize his life value in the remaining time. There was no plan originally, but Ethan said he had a plan just to let Tony Stark leave alive and safely. He tried his best to help Tony Stark build the first generation of Mark armor. And Tony Stark did live up to everyone's expectations and built the first generation of Mark armor Ironmonger in that simple environment. Ethan's help to Tony Stark. It was so subtle that it not only affected his life, but also his personality. Next moment, in a brand new remodeled studio. In a burst of air, Tony Stark changed into a comfortable full-body tights. Came to a workbench. His eyes became extremely firm. The original intention of developing the armor was to protect himself. At this moment, he looked up and forward. His original intention changed. His original intention became to protect the weak. Countless robots started to work. He stretched out his feet and stepped on the foot of the steel armor. You can see the fine steel parts, and with the help of the robot next to it, the steel parts begin to fit his whole body, from feet to legs, chest, back. At this moment, they all fit together, fitting into countless parts of his body. The fine details are tightened by the robot next to it. He began to wear steel armor all over his body, and he could even see countless fine parts being moved with the help of mechanical arms. The steel that was easily in front of me, the red and gold steel armor, finally fell down with the sound of steel twisting. The arc reactor on the chest lit up, connecting the energy of the whole body. Tony Stark was fully wrapped in iron armor, and the mechanical hands on both sides brought the last helmet, and he was fully dressed. DB, the helmet closed. A blue light shone from the eyes of the helmet. Jarvis scanned it and turned it on. Iron Man is fully in place. He looked up at the sky, the reserved burst point. Brush. The Mark III armor began to ignite and rushed into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Like a soaring eagle, spreading its wings in the sky. Maintain a swift flying posture, using the back ailerons and hands as support points. The arc reactor in the chest continuously provides energy. The thrusters at the tail use the ignition devices at the feet to keep the forward flight posture, just like a rocket taking off, bringing strong driving force. From a distance, it looked like a fighter plane was charging across the sky. It directly pierced through the white clouds in the sky, leaving a long trace. No one knew that the crisis had come. In the village of Dalamila, terrorist militants are still burning and killing people. There were countless snowstorms in the sky, and the snowflakes fell slowly. At this time, the militants were constantly snatching local men, children, and men. They held guns in their hands, and beside them were various missile weapons created by Stark Industries. Full of deterrence, they act recklessly here because the weapons in their hands represent justice. Ordinary people in this village have no way to stop them. They had no choice but to surrender. They raised their hands like weaklings. And just at this moment, boom! A huge red and gold steel armor flew towards this side from the sky, and suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! With his right leg slightly bent, the Iron Man landed steadily, slowing down his balance and landing like a superhero. The next moment, he raised his head and looked at all the terrorist militants in front of him with cold eyes. The iron armor in front of me exudes a metallic texture. It's like aliens have created high-tech weapons and appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this special high-tech armor, the terrorists on the opposite side raise their guns without hesitation. Pull the trigger, the gun spews out fire snakes crazily, and dense bullets fall to the ground. However, the bullets hit the steel armor in front of him, only sparking a few sparks, and could not break through the defense at all. Technology is not on the same level at all. Cut. The iron armor took 2 steps forward at an extremely fast speed. He suddenly clenched his right fist and punched hard. Boom! The little Kayla who pulled the trigger just now lost control of her body and did several irregular backflips in the air, smashing into the powerful. The walls were already dilapidated. A huge hole was smashed out, with cracks as dense as a spider web. Now the surrounding area is... The iron armor quickly turned around and looked at the other enemies. He stretched out his right hand with a cold gaze, and the light in his palm continued to light up. Buzz! Boom! The palm cannon was fired with great force, and the terrorist was blown away. He fell to the ground, spitting blood, and was close to death. TD. All the terrorists raised their guns and fired wildly, venting their fear of the steel armor in front of them. But, boom, 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 the palm cannon fired again and again, and no terrorist could resist it. Their eyes were filled with fear, and the moment they were hit, They saw the devil waving at them. But as soon as Iron Armor turned around, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Countless terrorists hijacked guns from civilians and pointed them at ordinary people. This directly made the Iron Armor somewhat helpless. Tony Stark was speechless. He put down his hands, but the fingers on his right hand were slightly floating. Artificial intelligence Jarvis started to activate the scanning equipment. In Iron Man's field of vision, the scanner in front of him. With perfect precision, the terrorists were scanned and marked with white and red dots. A row of bullet-launching holes appeared on the shoulders of the Iron Armor. Snap, snap, snap. A dense barrage of bullets was fired at these terrorists, killing them all. The ordinary people who survived cried with joy. But looking at the Iron Armor in front of them, they also showed expressions of fear in their eyes. After all, in this backward little village, no one has ever seen such a terrifying high-tech weapon. The sense of oppression brought by the Iron Armor is so strong that it makes all the characters feel terrified, just like an alien boss. Just behind the wall, the terrorist who escaped earlier, the second-generation leader, hid behind the wall. He picked up his phone and wanted to make a message. But suddenly, boom! The red steel armor punched the wall hard, and in the shocked eyes of the second-in-command, he was dragged out. With a bang, it was thrown into the crowd. The next moment, after doing all this, Tony Stark's 607 armor slowly rose into the air. He looked at the civilians on the ground and said, "I'll leave him to you. Do whatever you want with him." The armor's legs emitted blazing flames, and its hands also assisted the flying armor to quickly fly high into the sky, and it was about to pass through the clouds. Suddenly, boom! A cannon came from the ground. This is an anti-aircraft missile developed by Stark Industries, used to attack fighter jets flying in the sky. Iron Man didn't have time to react, and his armor and body were blown away from the sky and fell to the ground, temporarily lost the source of energy and power. The steel armor fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising a lot of dust and even creating a big hole in the ground. But in the video, the Iron Man suddenly climbed out of the pit, and the paint on his body had become dirty. Countless bullets had been fired at the steel, making it look extremely worn out. Because of the upgrade of the Iron Man armor, even if Tony Stark fell from a high altitude, he had not received any substantial damage. He stood up and looked at the tank opposite him, his eyes full of murderous intent. Opposite, the people hiding in the tanks remained fearless. Adjusting the muzzle, a heavy shell flew towards Iron Man. Iron Man slightly turned his body to avoid the shells, looked at the tank opposite, raised his right hand, and clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Whoosh! An armor-piercing bullet flew towards the tank, and Tony Stark put away the muzzle of his right arm. Then he turned and left. Boom! The tank behind him exploded instantly. The sky was full of flames, and the instigator of all this, the Iron Armor. He just calmly stretched out his hands. Red flames erupted from his feet, and the armor slowly rose into the air. A jojoj. Countless bullets kept pouring down on the steel armor, but only a few sparks were created. There was no real damage at all, and Iron Man was lifted into the air. Just like a tyrant, his body was suspended in the air, looking at the missile vehicle on the ground. And the Jericho missile he developed, his eyes were full of anger, and he stretched out his right hand. Boom! The palm cannon fired with terrifying continuous force, blasting the missile like a beam of light. In an instant, boom, 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 huge amounts of flames shot up into the sky. All missiles were destroyed instantly, and the steel armor did not linger at all. The figure quickly soared into the sky, flying the sky at an extremely fast speed. On Earth, before the video, watching the steel armor rising into the sky in the video, everyone couldn't help but smile. This is the original Iron Man, the UFO reported on the news. And it is precisely because of Iron Man's first battle that Iron Man is defined as a righteous being. He relied on his own strength to eliminate the group of armed terrorists.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.